Chapter 1367, Li Qia's boneship continued to float through the continent. Along the way, they also felt the overwhelming power. Even the Daoist and the two girls were trembling before its might. Is Meng Jintian about to ascend to the throne? Jincher's expression became heavy. The Daoist gently sighed and replied, "Not yet, but he's not far from that point. When the heavens will finish his condensing, he will be the one closest to a mortal emperor. If there is no one else on the same level to contend against him, he is indeed the most promising. Don't worry, he can want to become an immortal emperor all he wants, but who else can take the throne but our young noble?" Ruyan looked at Li Qia and smiled. Li Qia's wounds had yet to heal, but he still burst out in laughter after hearing this. "Little girl, it looks like you are very confident in me." "Of course." She charmingly smiled with an anticipating gaze. "You didn't even bat an eye against this overwhelming power. It shows that you don't care at all about Meng Jintian." These words amused him, so he responded, "I, Li Qia, shall be the only one who reaches the throne. Others will only be the bones that pave my path." He uttered it in such an insipid and calm manner, yet it carried an overbearing tone. It made it seem as if he was already an immortal emperor, that he was stating a mere fact. The group was astounded to hear this manner of response. It showed just how great his confidence was. Who would treat an opponent like Meng Jintian in such a frivolous manner? Only Li Qia would. It was difficult to imagine someone having this much confidence outside of being insane, but the Daoist knew that Li Qia was definitely not a madman. It took a long time for the people in the middle of the lake and altar to regain their wits. A paragon slowly revealed his understanding. This place is also meant for Tao enlightenment. There were two places on this continent gushing brilliance. Meng Jintian had taken one of them, and his process of pondering actually gave off the phenomenon of an immortal emperor emerging. Thus, people understood that if they could enter the tower to learn, it would be a great harvest even if they couldn't replicate Jintian's feat. However, the problem was that no one could enter, not even someone as strong as the swift Tao god. When all seemed helpless, more strange lights spewed out from the tower and turned into even more weapons. However, one of the rays actually turned into a shining boat. The cultivator closest to it grew curious and boarded it. Before the eyes of everyone, this boat actually drifted towards the tower while its passenger crazily shouted, "I'm entering." Bang! Alas, his overzealousness betrayed him. He jumped down from the boat to rush into the tower, but the miniature tower slammed down and turned him into a pool of blood. The scene was quiet to the extreme. Suddenly, someone realized something and shouted, "This boat can take people inside." Someone tried to cover his mouth, but it was too late. Everyone had heard him and reacted by wanting to rush towards the boat near the entrance. However, the quickest was the swift Tao god. He rushed over and stood by the edge to stop everyone while waiting for the light to appear again. Many stopped with the swift Tao god standing there. His power was as clear as day for all to see, so no matter who they might be, they must weigh themselves first before challenging him. However, this didn't mean that there weren't any challengers. A king came forward and confronted the youth. "Nephew, make room for me. You can enter afterward." This king was a middle-aged man with a cold temperament. There was nothing exceptional about him, it was as if he wasn't the type to be imposing. Without great vitality, he was more of a commoner. His eyes might be quite sharp, but his cold expression seemed a bit glazed as if his face was paralyzed. In fact, not many people were able to recognize him, let alone know his origin. Such a conspicuous character actually dared to talk this way in front of the swift Tao god. This astounded the crowd. "Who is this man?" People quietly whispered in order to guess who this man was. The swift Tao god was unperturbed and flatly responded, "Terra King, you are not qualified to act imperiously before me." The Terra King coldly said, "Nephew, I am not putting on airs. Out of my love for talents, I am giving you a chance to make way." Such arrogance, wow. A cultivator found this astonishing. Even a grand god king wouldn't talk this rudely to the swift Tao god. The youth refused to show any consideration towards this king and refused with haste, "Thank you for your consideration, but if you want to enter, line up behind me." This middle-aged man was aggressive, but the young genius didn't show the slightest hint of weakness. He arrogantly retorted without giving an inch. The spectators were pleased to hear this. An invincible genius should have this kind of attitude. Otherwise, the younger generation would be too repressed if any random could come up and push their geniuses back. "Junior, this lack of sensibility won't do. You would rather choose the hard way instead of the easy way." The Terra King coldly spoke with a grim smile, "Don't think that you are amazing just because you are from an imperial lineage. It won't end well for anyone who opposes me. At that time, even the swift Tao's sacred ground won't be able to protect you." The crowd gasped after hearing this strong response. They felt that this middle-aged man had too big of a tone. The swift Tao god's might was no secret. As for the sacred ground, it had ample strength and resources due to being an imperial lineage. But now, this king didn't care about the sacred ground at all. This made people think of him as arrogant and crazy. The swift Tao god glared at him in response, "Terra King, I am calling you a king due to your age. Don't think that just because you are from the ancestral Terra, I will show respect. Don't act all haughty before me, I know exactly who you are. It doesn't matter how strong your backing is, provoke me and I'll cut you down as well as your ancestor if he comes out." The swift Tao god's direct response didn't give any thought for the Terra King's aggressive words. He appeared even more domineering. The Terra King angrily responded, "Good, good, such a big tone. I want to see just how strong you are for even thinking about fighting my ancestor. Someone like you isn't worthy." Earlier, people felt that this middle-aged man was arrogant to the point of being ignorant. However, after hearing the name Ancestral Terra, they were shaken and didn't dare to comment any further. They finally understood that he dared to act this boldly against the swift Tao god because of his powerful backing. The Ancestral Terra was a Treefather's lineage. Some even said that it was the most powerful for having 3 Treefathers. Because of this, they could look down on the rest of the world and be praised as a sect capable of taking down imperial lineages. Outside of this, there was another ancestor close to being a Treefather that stayed behind to guard the Ancestral Terra. He played a big role as to why Heaven's Spirit was afraid of their lineage. While the swift Tao god and the Terra King were confronting each other, Chao Guojian and the Roaring Conch were sneering in secret without bothering to interject. After all, it was best for them if someone could kill the young god due to his promising future of becoming emperor. "It seems quite lively here." A leisurely voice sounded during this standoff. The relaxed tone broke the tense atmosphere and made people look back. They saw a bone ship floating closer with Li Chia's group on board. The speaker was Li Chia. Someone shouted after seeing him, "Fierce is here." Chapter 1368, Li Chia's arrival made the majority of the crowd fearful. In the present, his notoriety was well known. In the eyes of many, he would kill wherever he went and was more vicious than any of his contemporaries. He first refined 1 billion teeming fish, then destroyed Wyvern and the Bloodshark village as well as the Regal Valley just a while back. This valley was a sea god lineage and was even protected by one, yet such a powerful lineage was easily extinguished. Not even broken bricks were left behind, let alone buildings. Many eyes batted with his appearance. Some even felt a gripping horror. Today, his title of "Fierce" was not a joke. His path was destined to be riddled with the stench of blood and death. As for Chao Guojiao and the Roaring Conch's ancestors, their eyes turned fierce with a bloodthirst for his life. "He's wounded." Some people with sharp eyes noticed the fragmented ship and knew that he had experienced an earth-shattering battle. Moreover, Li Chia was pale and needed Ruyan and Jiancher to help him stand. This made his injuries even more apparent. Some had glimmers flash across their eyes, making their insidious intentions clear. This was, no doubt, the best chance for his enemies to kill him due to his grievous wounds. One couldn't be blamed for taking advantage of the situation. Moreover, the cultivation world obeyed the law of the jungle. Not everyone would try to act upright like a gentleman. Li Qiye didn't bother looking at people, for his eyes fell on the ancient octagonal tower. He sighed and commented, "The wisdom of the forefathers is great beyond imagination." After a bit, Li Qiye told the two girls, "What you want is in there." They were startled after hearing this due to both excitement and anxiety. Their schools had finally found the whereabouts of the Windchase break. If they could reclaim it, then this would be a great contribution to be recorded in their historical records. At the same time, they glanced at each other. The Windchase break was created by their emperor while watching the visual totems of a Kuan-Peng. This tower with radiating lights was built on top of a Kuan-Peng's body. Perhaps their emperor had been here before and even studied the Tao in there. Maybe one could learn the technique in this place, or else their ancestor wouldn't have brought along the beast's bone that eventually led to its disappearance. As Li Qiye was looking at the tower, a person came out and placed his palms together to say, "Li Qiye, it is time for us to settle our grudge." This person was quite young and wore a Taoist robe. He was quite dashing and, more importantly, his image was very neat and clean, giving off a very pleasant feeling. The master of the Immaculate Expanse is also here. Someone made note of this in their mind. Li Qiye withdrew his gaze and looked at this Taoist. "Who are you?" This nonchalant response changed the man's expression. After all, he was a genius in heaven spirit and could be ranked among the top experts. However, Li Qiye's indifferent demeanor was not only ignoring him, it was also wantonly provoking him. The Taoist replied, "This Taoist is the master of the Immaculate Expanse. People call me Taoist Lin." Even those who had never met him before would be surprised to hear this name. The Immaculate Expanse master has been rumored long ago to have a half-completion immortal physique. Some said that he was one of the best among ordinary god monarchs. If these two claims were true, then even a god king would have to give him some face. The Taoist slowly spoke, "Li Qiye, you killed my Tao attendant and my turtle general. You have crossed the line, so it is time for us to settle this feud. Today, one of us will die." Having said that, his eyes turned cold and out came a blatantly murderous glint. He had declared his intention to avenge his lost followers. Of course, as the master of his sect, he should indeed seek justice, but many people took it differently. Even a fool could see that because Li Qiye was wounded, this was the best time for the Taoist to challenge Li Qiye. Taking his life while Li Qiye was wounded was a must-seize advantage if revenge was on his mind. Normally, people wouldn't be optimistic about his chance. Even though he was a talented prodigy and could be considered quite famous for his cultivation and immortal physique, Li Qiye's notoriety was at an all-time high. His momentum was so fierce that he was without rivals among the younger generation. No one would think that Taoist Lin had the slightest chance of success in this duel. Alas, Li Qiye was currently injured. People mused the circumstances and found that this was a great opportunity. Even if the Taoist had to lose his reputation, he couldn't give up on this chance. Li Qiye casually smiled, not really caring about this challenge. The Taoist grimaced after noticing his lack of interest and coldly uttered, "Li Qiye, as one walks through life, one must also pay their debts. Do you wish to be a cowardly turtle for the rest of your life? Since you have always boasted about being unbeatable and qualified to reach the heavens, will, come out and fight me. A coward will never become an immortal emperor." His goading made Li Qiye laugh loudly, but Taoist Pure Sun stepped in before Li Qiye could answer, "Taoist Lin, if you wish to fight, I'll have a spar with you. If you can beat me by half a move, then you can find brotherly for revenge afterward." Pure Sun stood out to back Li Qiye up. The group knew that Li Qiye was tired from appeasing Fairy, so he wasn't suitable to fight. The spectators didn't recognize the Taoist. After all, he rarely showed himself, so he wasn't famous in heaven spirit. Only those who interacted with the four branches might recognize him. Taoist Lin raised his eyes after seeing Pure Sun. Taoist Pure Sun. Taoist Pure Sun. Is that the sect master of the Pure Sun River? People were strangers to this name. Some even mistook his origin. Such a name was often confused with the Pure Sun River's sect master, another branch of Gu Chun. Of course, they were essentially the same sect. No, he's the lord of the ancient spirit island. Someone corrected the erroneous statement. Pure Sun calmly smiled and said, I would like to show my slight skills. Even at his level, he was still indifferent without great desires. There was no supreme aura or pressure coming from him. It was no wonder people didn't think he was that frightening. Taoist Lin was slightly alarmed. He wasn't a fool without eyes. Even though he had never seen Pure Sun in action before, he had heard of this person's tales and rumors about his diamond physique. He raised his voice, Pure Sun Island Lord, this is a personal feud between me and Li Chia. This has nothing to do with Gu Chun's four branches, so I hope you will reconsider. Pure Sun didn't mind at all as he replied, no matter. Let this be considered my challenge to you. Do you dare to accept or not? The crowd carefully considered his words. As a sect master of one of the four branches, he was actually going out of his way to interfere in order to help Li Chia. Many found this astonishing. While Taoist Lin was already too far in to back off, someone else came and stated, Pure Sun Island Lord, if you want to fight, I'll gladly entertain you. I'm sure you aren't afraid of accepting challenges. This was another youth with a crown on his head and a body that spewed out sunfire. An imperial aura engulfed the sky. The moment he stood out, the sun brightened, it was as if he was a god presiding over the palace of the sun. He was the one controlling the ups and downs of this celestial. Quite a few recognized his identity and exclaimed, Extreme Young Monarch. This youth was the Extreme Young Schoolmaster, a renowned and promising prodigy that exceeded even Taoist Lin. His extreme young physique was quite domineering. Taoist Pure Sun was not angry to see the challenge and smiled, oh, so it's you. Do you want to interfere on Taoist Lin's behalf? It's fine if you think of it like that. The extreme young monarch indifferently replied, you should have thought of this outcome after stepping out for Li Chia. The four branches might be the leaders of the charming spirits, but it doesn't mean that you can do whatever you want. Chapter 1369, Pure Sun didn't become angry at the extreme young monarch. He simply smiled and said, Brother Li and I have a personal friendship, so this has nothing to do with my four branches. Is that so? The monarch sneered in response, this Li has no qualms in killing charming spirits at Heaven Spirit. You, as the ancient spirit island lord, as well as the four branches being the leaders of our race don't want to eradicate the wicked and instead are actually helping him harm your own. The monarch took his time trying to persuade Pure Sun while pushing the four branches into a position antagonistic towards the charming spirits. This was his way of challenging the sect status within the charming spirits. Even if him fanning the flames couldn't touch the four branches, it was fine to smear its reputation. After all, he didn't lose anything from doing this. He was much bolder compared to Taoist Lin because his sect was far more powerful than the Immaculate Expanse. The extreme young school didn't only have a grand completion immortal physique, its progenitor was immortal Emperor Tai Young. You are nothing. It isn't your turn to gossip about my four branches. A tyrannical voice came about as a person descended from the sky. Someone shouted upon his appearance, the profound monarch. At this moment, the profound monarch's majestic aura loomed over the entire area. It was difficult for someone else to replicate this grand style. The extreme young monarch's expression changed with this newcomer because the profound monarch's reputation far exceeded that of Taoist Pure Sun's. When it came to the younger generation in Heaven Spirit, the profound monarch, Swift Tao God, Sea Shield Prince, and Seven Martial Goddess were the strongest. There was a big gap between them and the extreme young monarch and Taoist Lin. Of course, he had heard of a few rumors about Taoist pure sun. Nevertheless, he didn't buy into them since no one had seen the Taoist in action before. His strength was debatable, and some even claimed that he didn't live up to his name. The extreme young monarch coldly uttered, "Oh. Monarch, you want to play too?" With his suppressive and overbearing aura, the profound monarch retorted, "So what if I wish to interfere? You think your school is qualified to comment on our 4 branches, especially someone at your level? There's no need for my senior brother to take action, I alone can slay you." Do not think that the profound monarch didn't wish to exact revenge on Wuxia because he was weak and soft. In fact, he was the domineering type, it was just that he understood who he could and couldn't antagonize. If he could see through Wuxia and understand his capabilities, he would show no hesitation in cutting him down. But in his eyes, Wuxia was unfathomable. Those who opposed him have been devoured and destroyed. Because of this, the profound monarch didn't wish to involve the profound Xi dynasty in a war with Wuxia over his concubine. As for opponents at the level of Taoist Lin and the extreme young monarch, the profound monarch simply didn't care about them. If necessary, he would personally suppress these two. There was no need to call for the 4 branches, his dynasty alone was enough to crush the immaculate expanse. As a master who dominates his own region, he was fine when others knew their place and didn't provoke him. However, for violators, he would go all out to flatten their sections. This served to establish his prestige as well as to expand his territory and citizens. Thus, if this Taoist and monarch dared to oppose him, it would give him an excuse to mobilize his troops to their lineages. His declaration to kill made the extreme young monarch's expression quite ugly. He knew that there was a certain distance between the two of them, but these words were pushing it too far. Such a reversal took the crowd by surprise. Everyone thought that the profound monarch would have a life-and-death spar with Wuxia. No one expected for him to be on Wuxia's side. They found it astonishing since everyone knew that his favorite concubine, Gongsun Meiyu, was killed by Wuxia. Logically, the monarch should be aiming for revenge, so his actions left the crowd confused. "Monarch, you and I share the same enemy." Taoist Lin smiled and said, "This Wuxia has no inhibitions. He killed my followers as well as your beloved concubine, there's no need for an outsider to run their mouths about my business and feud." The profound monarch interrupted him. Profound monarch, don't tell me you are afraid of Wuxia." Lin showed an implicative smile. The profound monarch's eyes turned serious. He snorted and replied, "Trying to goad me into joining your side? Very well, let me see your abilities first. Don't rely on your tongue to fan the flames without sufficient strength to back it up." Having said that, his blood energy erupted as if a deity has descended to this world. He spread his right palm and attacked. A visual phenomenon appeared alongside a palm as clear as jade. Devils would lose their souls under this attack and be suppressed for an eternity without a chance for reincarnation. Taoist Lin was shocked to see this move. In fact, this was the reaction for the majority of the crowd, including Chao Guijin's group. Everyone knew that the profound monarch's cultivation was exceedingly powerful. Not only did he bear the blood energy of billions of citizens with his kingdom, his right hand was equally peerless. Some even called it the right hand of God, a hand blessed by the deities. People believed that this right hand was untouchable and could fight against all kinds of weapons. Taoist Lin immediately retaliated. His physique turned bright when a blossoming lotus flower that carried immense holiness appeared. Each petal of the flower was the size of a thumb, but they could each support a world. Bang! Even this world-upholding lotus couldn't stop the profound monarch's right hand. The pale Lin staggered with his chest pumping up and down. Even though he was able to accept the palm, the disparity between the two was apparent. He was no match for the profound monarch. "You dare to run your mouth with only this much power?" The monarch sneered, "Your immaculate expanse's stainless physique law can't compare to the void imperfection school's physiques. Only Schoolmaster Lu and Schoolmaster Zhua are qualified to oppose me in this regard. He was 1,000 times more aggressive than Daoist Pure Sun. You. Lin's expression turned quiet unsightly after being treated with this level of contempt. He was still a famous genius in the present after all. Profound Monarch, you are going too far. The extreme young monarch shouted before moving to stand side by side with Daoist Lin. Too far. The profound monarch snorted. He didn't mind the two of them joining hands, he only leisurely answered, I still haven't commented on when you chose to accuse my 4 branches. Teaching the two of you a lesson right now is not going too far at all. Daoist Lin shouted back, your arrogance is madness. There was nowhere to put his face after being treated with such disdain. The profound monarch's dominance was unceasing as he smiled, so what if I'm mad? Didn't you want to involve my 4 branches earlier? Very well, come, show me your abilities to do so. Everyone here turned slack-jawed due to this domineering display. They all knew that he wasn't a pushover. When he was younger, he had conquered all 4 directions to expand his dynasty in order to create a strong foundation. Such a conqueror was definitely not nice, so this was true to his character, challenging the Immaculate Expanse and Extreme Yang School at the same time. In fact, many people knew that he was strong enough to do so. Some older characters even thought that he was doing this on purpose, that he wanted nothing more than to send troops to suppress these lineages and expand his territory. In Heaven Spirit, the 4 branches were qualified to lead the charming spirits. If the Void Imperfection 3 schools didn't wish to interfere, no other charming spirit clan would dare to challenge their position. Moreover, these 2 behemoths have been friends for a long time. Some even thought that they had formed an unbreakable alliance since the olden age. Who would dare to challenge this kind of alliance in Heaven Spirit? The monarch haughtily said, come, I'll take the 2 of you on since you 2 aren't qualified to challenge my brother. Daoist Pure Sun wryly smiled and reached out to stop the profound monarch, junior brother, leave it to me. I started this, so let me end it. Chapter 1370, Pure Sun and the monarch grew up together. Although they walked different paths, their brotherhood remained strong. No one in this world understood the monarch more than Pure Sun. He could easily see that the monarch was deliberately taking advantage of this situation to sharpen his blade and ignite the fire of war for his own expansion. The monarch looked at Pure Sun before answering, if brother wishes to fight, I won't meddle in your business any longer. Having said that, he coldly looked over at the 2 foes and smiled, the 2 of you should be honored and praise your fortune that my senior brother is so benevolent. With that, he stood to the side without wasting more words. Regardless of the situation, he had always treated his senior brother with respect. In his eyes, Pure Sun was the chosen one, a peerless and incomparable savant. In fact, this wasn't far off from the truth. Pure Sun's talents were so incredible that he had few peers in all of Heaven Spirit. Daoist Lin and the extreme young monarch's expressions sank after hearing this unpleasant claim. I'll borrow my brother's words. Since the 2 of you are purposely dragging my 4 branches into this issue, I would like to see your supreme arts. Even though our 4 branches do not wish to compete with the world, it doesn't mean that we are easily provoked. I will represent my sect for this spar. If the 2 of you lose, then you will keep your mouths shut from now on. If I lose, then my sect will not pursue this matter any further. His words were plain yet powerful. There was a touch of overbearingness within the calm delivery. There was no room for negotiation after this resounding statement. Good. If you want to fight, the 2 of us will entertain you. Lin and Extreme Yang glanced at each other before agreeing. After being blatantly humiliated by the profound monarch, the 2 of them must regain their face at all costs. In their eyes, the profound monarch would be forced to fight if they defeated Pure Sun at this moment. Pure Sun stepped on the shore and slowly said, we'll fight on shore. The other 2 quickly followed him. They stood on both sides in order to form a pincer formation. The profound monarch snorted after seeing this. In his mind, his brother was the only one in heaven's spirit that could contend with Meng Zhentian, so these two had no chance of fighting him. Gentlemen, make your move. Pure Sun stood there as if he didn't notice their pincer tactic at all. He carried himself with great equanimity. Excuse us then. The two didn't hold back and attacked at the same time. Daoist Lin performed a finger attack, causing a tsunami to rise with blaring blasts. The extreme young monarch unleashed his seal of the sun. A three-legged golden crow screeched as its sunfire terrorized the world. Fire and water were coexisting yet antagonistic elements. This combination attack was actually quite excellent, it was as if they could read each other's minds. When the fire and water reached harmony, their amplified power aimed to crush Pure Sun. The nonchalant Daoist swung both of his sleeves and quickly dispelled both the tsunami and sun seal from his opponents. His first move had already taken the other two by surprise. Even though they didn't go all out, a casual swing of the arm was enough to dispel their attacks. This power far exceeded their imagination. Die. These two weren't pushovers. After noticing the Daoists' extraordinary power, they cried out and used their weapons at the same time in their attack like eagles swooping down from above. Their weapons were impeccable since they were immortal Emperor true treasures. Loud explosions came about with monstrous, raging divine flames. Many marveled these weapons. To have such tyrannical weapons in their arsenal, their two sects were indeed resourceful. Pure Sun showed a carefree smile in the face of this attack. He was smooth like flowing water and floating clouds. With both hands working together, the Grand Tao easily appeared. He used the simplest and most direct method to rout the attacks. Rumble. The battle waged on. Lin and Extreme Yang showed no mercy as they continued their fatal techniques while the Daoist remained carefree from start to finish. His sword never left its sheath as he resorted to dispelling the other two's attacks with simple techniques. His wondrous skills shocked the entire scene since people had never seen him in action before. No one expected for him to be this mighty. Chao Guojian and the Roaring Conk's ancestors were startled as well. Due to his quiet way of life, few people knew his true strength, so this battle exceeded their expectations. Mere fireflies challenging the moon's brightness. The profound monarch sneered while watching the fight. He saw that his brother was on an entirely different level. Li Qiye smiled while shaking his head as well. Pure Sun simply didn't feel like killing. The moment his ancient purity blade leaves its sheath, killing these two would be far too easy. Li Qiye stopped caring and looked over at where the Swift Tao God was standing. You sure found the right place, but blocking the entrance like this is useless. You can't enter. The youth didn't answer while the Terra King continued to stare him down. It was obvious he wanted to take action. Li Qiye chuckled and continued, scatter. I am the only one qualified to enter, do not block my path. This domineering statement offended everyone present. Many people changed their expressions, some even glared at Li Qiye. What took people by surprise was that the youth pondered for a moment before answering, I owe you a favor, so I shall repay it today. The spot is yours. Having said that, he conceded the spot. The favor he was referring to was when Li Qiye spared his senior sister, Sima Yujin. Of course, this was his one-sided thinking. Li Qiye only smiled and didn't respond to this remark. Once the Swift Tao God gave up the position, Lu Ruyan's figure flashed in order to occupy the entrance for Li Qiye. She was fast, but the Terra King, who had been eyeing the position, was even faster. He swept by and blocked Ruyan from the entrance. Ruyan's eyes turned cold as she threatened, Terra King, be smart and stand to the side, do not block my way. The king struck back with a chilling demeanor, Schoolmaster Lu, don't bother being aggressive. I was here first so I will enter first. This is how it should be. Ruyan retorted, is that so? I don't mind stepping on your body to get past. There was no need to explain the importance of the windchase break for the void imperfection schools. They must enter the octagonal tower in order to prevent this technique from falling into the hands of others. For the girls, it didn't matter who tried to stop them. They would meet God, slay God, meet devil, slay devil in order to reclaim their technique. Li Qiye couldn't help but laugh after seeing Ruyan's bloodthirsty aura. He told her, "Ruyan, you don't have to be so tense. He isn't qualified to enter, but of course, daring to take my position is deserving of death." Ruyan felt at ease after hearing this, but she maintained her aggression. "Scram now, or do I have to step over your body?" The Terra King was very tyrannical as well. He must enter the tower as well, so he sneered and spoke, "Schoolmaster Lu, others might be afraid of your void imperfection schools, but my ancestral Terra doesn't care for it. Today, if there is only one person who can enter the tower, it will be me. I'll kill everyone who gets in my way." The crowd glanced at each other again. Everyone was acting very strange today, they were all hot-headed with overbearing tones. Few knew about Pure Sun, and the same goes for this Terra King. They were aware of just how strong the ancestral Terra was, but this person's tone was too much. "A mere puppet dares to bluster before me?" Li Qiye shook his head, "Tell your old man to crawl out. He might be worth my time, but as for a puppet without a soul like you, get the hell away from here." The Terra King's expression greatly shifted. He was very annoyed since Li Qiye had revealed his shortcoming. This was the one thing he didn't want to hear others talk about. He certainly didn't want to be low-key in life, but he had no say in the matter. If this problem didn't exist, he would have soared to the 9 heavens and even embarked on the road towards becoming a tree father. "Li, you only have a few days left to act all smug, there's no need to wave your dog tail around. There are many experts in heaven spirit and your existence doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. Before being qualified to compete for the heavens will, tuck your tail between your legs and start acting smart lest you die a sudden death." The Terra King yelled back without any reservation. It looked like he wasn't afraid of anything. In fact, he was indeed untethered from having any apprehension. Even the roaring conch and Chao Guojian had to give him some respect, so who should he be afraid of? Chapter 1371, The Terra King was discontent. Even though he rarely showed himself, many great figures treated him like an esteemed guest, especially those who knew more about his identity, they were even more respectful. With this being the case, he was quite arrogant. However, Amir Jr. was looking down on him today, so how could he not be enraged? Li Qiye couldn't help but laugh after hearing the Terra King's strong rebuttal. He smiled and said, "Many experts in heaven spirit. I won't deny that. As for tucking my tail between my legs before being qualified? Ha ha ha, if I am not qualified, no one else is. Who will be emperor but me in this generation?" This arrogant response made people glance at each other. Their first reaction was to check Chao Guojian's expression. Everyone knew that his master, Meng Zhentian, was the most promising candidate. Li Qiye's response was not putting Meng Zhentian into his sight. Such a big tone. Chao Guojian turned cold and uttered, "You think you are qualified to compete against my master?" Li Qiye turned to look at him before leisurely asking, "Who is your master?" Guojian knew that Li Qiye was doing this on purpose, but he was still annoyed all the same. Not many in heaven spirit would dare to treat his master like this, not even the ancient existences. Guojian sneered and proudly declared, "My master is the number 1 of heaven spirit, Meng Zhentian, someone comparable to immortal emperors. Even immortal Emperor Ta Kong called him older brother." He used this chance to assume a lording posture since Li Qiye dared to provoke his master. "Never heard of him." Li Qiye laughed, "Nowadays, even a random street dog will dare to say that they are comparable to emperors. It's too much self-flattery." Guojian pointed at Li Qiye with a trembling finger, "You." People glanced around with astonishment in their minds. Fierce evaluation of Meng Zhentian was simply outrageous. This comment must have been the first of its kind in all of Heaven's spirit. Mocking him as being a nobody was surely suicidal. Those who opposed him would most likely be dealt with by his disciples before he even does anything. Ignorant fool. A roaring conk's ancestor who was standing next to Chao Guijian came out and coldly said, "Li Chia, you have been arrogant for long enough, it is time for our roaring conch to deal with you. You have killed my disciple, a crime worthy of 10,000 deaths." At this time, these ancestors stood out with Chao Guijian because their sect had sided with Meng Jintian. Last time, Guijian failed to win the Void Imperfection schools over, so he went to see the roaring conch. At first, they were in no rush to kill Li Chia since in their minds, his death was only a matter of time. They simply wanted to watch and were quite pleased to see the four branches getting involved. It was even better when the Void Imperfection schools were intentionally opposing the ancestral Terra. Guijian couldn't help but jump out and fan the flames. For both Meng Jintian and the roaring conch, a chaotic world was all benefits and no harm to their plans. It was best if all of these behemoths were trapped in a continuous war. However, Li Chia was unexpectedly overbearing and directly provoked Meng Jintian, so they had no choice but to get involved. "Who is your disciple?" Li Chia glanced at this ancestor from the conch without a care. This ancestor was livid to hear this. A junior was acting this haughty before him. He wanted nothing more than to tear Li Chia to pieces at this moment. "Junior, as the resplendent God King, I won't stoop down to attacking a wounded junior like you, but since you are so suicidal, I'll take your life as revenge for Yenner." Resplendent God King. At the start, many didn't recognize this ancestor from the roaring conch. After all, he rarely showed his face in public. However, his title had shaken them. An old paragon startlingly exclaimed, "According to the rumors, the resplendent God King is a descendant of a true god." This ancestor was a famous God King from the roaring conch who had been famous since his youth. He was Shangguan Fian's master and commanded a pivotal position in his sect. Despite being a sea demon, he also had the blood of a true god. Rumor has it that his ancestor was an invincible true god. He himself was a heavenly God King. This, in combination with his divine bloodline, allowed for him to look down on the majority of the other God Kings. "Ah, I remember now, Shangguan Fian, right? Yes, I killed her." Li Chia laughed as if he had just remembered who it was. Resplendent was annoyed by Li Chia's pompous attitude that ignited a flame in his heart. He lost his patience and stepped out to declare, "Junior, come out here and accept your death. I'll take your dog life in just 10 moves." In a split second, many people held their breaths and stared at Li Chia. They all knew that Fierce was extremely powerful, so they wondered if he was a match for the resplendent God King. Jianshi, who was supporting Li Chia, slowly uttered, "I will take you on in young noble's stead." This piqued the crowd's interest. A few of them were amazed and struck with envy at the same time. They didn't know what kind of charisma this kid had to be able to make the two schoolmasters accompany him for so many days. This luck was truly jealousy-inducing. "Schoolmaster Zhua, if your school stoops so low as to work with a human junior, then my roaring conch won't mind becoming your enemies. And you alone are not my match, so you and Schoolmaster Lu should come at the same time so I can see your supreme physiques." The God King didn't find this surprising at all and sneered. He was correct that his sect had no reservations about becoming enemies with the Void Imperfection schools. The moment they chose to stand with Meng Jintian, they steeled themselves to fight against the three schools. If they could actually defeat the three schools one day, then that would establish their top status at Heaven Spirit. Such a possibility was quite probable in their minds. After all, they were optimistic about Meng Jintian, all would be solved the moment he ascends to the throne. "Then it's time to fight." Ruyan chuckled, "As if our schools are afraid of your roaring conch. We're waiting for your declaration of war." Ruyan was much more overbearing compared to Jianshi. She laid everything out in a fiery manner. In just a moment, the atmosphere felt tense. On the surface, this seemed to be a personal grievance, but on a deeper level, it was the competition for the throne in heaven's spirit with the many powers picking sides, choosing between Li Qie and Meng Zhentian. Everyone could now see that the Roaring Conch sided with Meng Zhentian while the Void Imperfection schools were on Li Qie's side. At the same time, Gu Chun's 4 branches also basically chose Li Qie. From this particular perspective, Li Qie had 2 behemoths behind him, so he had an advantage over Meng Zhentian. Nevertheless, people were still more optimistic about Zhentian. Even though they could see Li Qie's strength, there was still a gap to go before he could reach Zhentian. The resplendent God King stood next to the Terra King and coldly said, "Very well, I'll defeat you two right now. It won't be too late to take his dog life afterward. It's fine, I got this." Li Qie smiled and waved his sleeve the moment the 2 girls were about to take action. He joked, "If the 2 of you keep on protecting me like this, others will actually start to think that I am a weak ant that needs to rely on women." Jianshi worriedly began after seeing his desire to fight. Young noble, after all, they were clear on just how grievous his wounds were after being injured by Fairy. Even Daoist Pure Sun couldn't handle her with his diamond physique. There's no need to worry, he's only a heavenly god king, an ant that can't reach the apex. Li Qie casually smiled. Everyone present turned silent. This was a heavenly god king, yet he spoke as if they were no different from an ant. This was truly outrageous. Resplendent almost vomited blood from anger as he shouted, "Ignorant child, come. What's the hurry? Killing you couldn't be easier." Li Qie laughed and sat down on the deck in a lazy manner. People had nothing to say after seeing his display. He looked completely exhausted and had no semblance to a master, he was more like a hoodlum. "Ha, Li, don't tell me your legs have turned weak from fear. You probably shat yourself and can't stand up anymore." Guijian sneered while deliberately mocking him. This was his payback for the humiliation he suffered last time. Chapter 1372, Li Qie wasn't angered by Chao Guijian's ridicule and replied, "Not to that level, but I hope that once I defeat your master, you won't shit your pants. Of course, this is predicated on the chance that you can live until that day." "You!" Guijian quivered from rage as he retorted, "Little animal, if it wasn't for the God King wanting your life, I would kill you right now. Ignorant child, come already." Resplendent, standing by the shore, was losing his patience. Coming. Since you are this anxious to go reincarnate, I'll help you out." Li Qie remained seated on the deck with a smile. Buzz. At this time, he opened his fate palace and an ocean of blood came out. It looked just like a majestic kingdom. One couldn't see the end in sight. There was a giant vein running through this bloody sea. It looked quite archaic, just like an ancestral vein in the earth. Its essence seemed to be inexhaustible and was fueling this kingdom of blood. In the sky above the vein, 12 large floating figures could be seen. They were being gestated by the entire sea's blood energy and the monstrous vein's essence. This kingdom had an amazing origin. Its blood energy was wondrous and vast like a true ocean. Moreover, it had an ancient air like that of a god or an immortal emperor. In fact, his kingdom of blood had a purity that exceeded even the existences listed above. It had swallowed all of the ancient blood inside the blood pond as well as the blood devil's kingdom of blood. After doing so, he had been refining it inside his palace to make it his own. He referenced the blood devil's kingdom in this particular task. As for the giant vein, it was originally under the Tiger Howl school with the name Terra's Root. He eventually turned it into an ancestral vein before transplanting it into his kingdom of blood. He spent a great amount of blood energy and worldly essence from the ancestral vein to create this great kingdom to cultivate 12 gods and devils. They were enormous and floated above the vein. There were 6 gods and 6 devils with varying appearances. Bang! One god came out of the kingdom. With its first step, a golden light stretched out for millions of miles. Its body exuded a Buddhist aura just like a supreme Buddha. However, despite its surging brilliance, it actually looked exactly like Li Qie. If there was something different, it would be the body. Its cold shimmer and tough outlook made it seem to be made from a golden metal. What is that thing? The crowd was stunned to see this deity that resembled Li Qie. Even the two girls found it surprising. They didn't expect for him to have something like this. You are the resplendent God King, so you can play with my diamond god. The deity opened its mouth that let out Li Qie's voice and laughter. Bang! The diamond god stepped onto the shore and unleashed a fist. Come then. Resplendent didn't know what this was, but he roared in the face of the incoming diamond first. He decided to directly retaliate with his heavenly fist. Boom! The diamond god met this blow head-on. It was unharmed while Resplendent took several steps back. Die! Resplendent roared after seeing this and took out a spear. The sky was suddenly filled with stars. With a loud bang, he thrust the spear towards the diamond god. It reached forward and only aimed for the diamond god's vitals. Clang! Clank! Clank! Sounds of metal clashing resounded alongside sputtering sparks. Resplendent had stabbed the diamond god several thousand times. Each thrust could pierce a mountain completely. Not even a god king would be able to withstand this kind of barrage with their physical body. However, these thrusts were completely useless before the diamond god. They only left a yellow, shallow mark at best. Resplendent was immediately shaken after seeing this. He was full of confidence regarding his abilities, but all of his attacks were nullified. Too weak, you are only scratching my itch. The diamond god opened its mouth and Li Qie's laughter came out. Boom! Before Resplendent could regain his cool, the diamond god attacked with two punches that went straight for his chest. Clang! Clank! Clank! More sparks ignited like gorgeous fireworks in the night sky. The diamond god launched an insane barrage of attacks as if it didn't care for defense. It purposely let Resplendent thrust his spear at its body so that it could slam its fists into his chest. This suicidal tactic left Resplendent at a great disadvantage, so he had to retreat continuously. This wasn't because Resplendent was weaker. In fact, he was much stronger in terms of raw power. The issue was that this diamond god was completely impervious. Even if Resplendent's spear was stronger, it still wouldn't be able to hurt it. He became both angry and alarmed. This spear was his true fate weapon. As a god king spear, its power was unimaginable. Another heavenly god king wouldn't dare to block it with their body. Alas, this diamond ignored his devastating attacks that could only leave little marks on its body. What the hell is this thing? Many people were astounded to see this creation. An old paragon speculated, could it be a double? After cultivators reach a certain level, they would be able to cultivate an avatar. However, the power of this body double could only reach around 20% of the real body. Moreover, its creation required a great amount of energy and effort. At the same time, this avatar required the blood energy of the original cultivator in order to function. Thus, the battle efficiency of these avatars was not worth the loss in blood energy, so no one truly wanted to cultivate them. Don't tell me this particular avatar has cultivated the indestructible diamond physique. Plus, it only has 20% of the strength of its master. Doesn't that mean Li Qie's power is on the same level as Meng Jintian? Someone murmured with uncertainty after seeing this. Everyone felt that this explanation wasn't very reliable because if this avatar cultivated the diamond physique, it must mean that Li Qie cultivated it as well. This looks to be the limit of your cultivations. Let's end this here then. At this time, Pure Sun, who was fighting against both the extreme young monarch and Taoist Lin, grew distracted and smiled. Although both of them had been fighting against Pure Sun fought barehanded from start to finish. All of their attacks were easily repelled. The disparity in strength between the two sides was too great. Their combined effort was far from being Pure Sun's match. Clank! Pure Sun's ancient purity blade issued a hymn. Pure Sun held it in his hand without removing the sheath and casually swept it horizontally like a dragon crossing the sky. Bang! Bang! The scabbard swept through both the monarch and Daoist Lin. The two were blown away and fell to the ground while spraying out a mouthful of blood. The Daoist politely smiled and said, "Good duel, thanks for going easy on me." The extreme young monarch and Daoist Lin stood up, pale and distraught. Their combined effort failed to withstand a single move from the Daoist. At this moment, they finally understood that the Daoist was already a god king. The difference in power was too large. They no longer had the face to continue to stay here, so they turned and quickly disappeared into the horizon. Everyone was shocked to see this, even Chao Guojian, who was a character of the god king level. No one thought that the Daoist was powerful to this level. Two geniuses were nothing before him. This revealed that he was already a god king. A god king this young was a frightening matter. Everyone would feel a bit scared after thinking about it. Two ants actually dared to contend against my brother. Profound murmured with disdain after seeing the two run away. He had expected this outcome, but his brother was too benevolent. If it was him, he would have made mincemeat out of those two already. People finally took a deep breath to calm down. They understood why the arrogant and powerful profound monarch acted so respectfully towards this unknown Daoist. It wasn't only because of seniority, it was because Pure Sun's strength was deserving of respect. Chapter 1373, Daoist Pure Sun showed no signs of gloating after casually defeating both the extreme young monarch and Daoist Lin. He stood to the side and watched the fight between the Diamond God and Resplendent with relish. His eyes brightened when he saw the Diamond God's golden body with its Buddhist aura completely unscathed in the face of Resplendent's barrage. It really is the indestructible diamond physique. He nodded his head after noticing some clues. Bang! 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 Sparks went flying. Resplendent's spear looked like a flood dragon leaving the water. It struck the Diamond God continuously to no avail while this avatar continued to zealously attack Resplendent in a suicidal fashion. This was driving Resplendent crazy. He was obviously stronger than this Diamond God, but he was the one retreating before this crazed onslaught. Anyone else would have died countless times already. The problem was that this Diamond God was unkillable. Even Resplendent's most destructive attack could only leave a tiny mark on its body, a full penetration was impossible. Eventually, the furious God King shouted, "Get the hell out of my face!" He finally resorted to his ace and slammed down with a huge hammer. This blow could shatter the celestials in the sky. It carried the might of a true god, making it seem as if one was here in person. Bang! The Diamond God was mercilessly blown away by this hammer and made a huge pit in the muddy ground. Its chest was caved in quite a bit. It looked like the hammer had successfully shattered his torso. Resplendent held the hammer as it emitted a flashing multicolored brilliance. It seemed to be coming back to life with the power of a true god, turning its master into a deity. This weapon was called the Hammer of the True God, an artifact left behind by Resplendent's ancestor. Since he had the same divine bloodline running through his body, he was able to exert its power in full. That hammer is quite powerful. At the same level and without an imperial weapon, another heavenly god king would be killed in a single blow. Many people were in awe before this scene. A god king was scary enough, so one with a divine weapon was even more fearful. Buzz! The Diamond God stood up. Its shattered chest unexpectedly healed without leaving behind a single trace of damage. Boom! It sent out two punches towards the divine hammer without apprehension. Bang! 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 Each strike of the hammer sent out explosions. Without a doubt, Resplendent had the upper hand with his divine hammer as he unleashed his onslaught on the Diamond God. Under this crazy onslaught, the diamond god's chest, shoulders, and even its head slowly deforming. However, with a buzz, the parts that were smashed quickly healed, then it continued to fight again. The spectators were dumbfounded by this scene while feeling creeped out. Even Resplendent and his divine hammer couldn't kill this avatar. This was too terrifying. That's definitely the indestructible diamond physique. Someone declared the verdict. However, fortunately for him, despite being unable to kill his foe, he was still able to suppress the diamond god and found some breathing room. Li Chia laughed after noticing Resplendent heaving a sigh of relief. So one isn't enough, I see. Very well, here's one more then. Since you have been fighting a god, try fighting a devil this time. With that, another bang resounded. One more figure emerged from the kingdom of blood. The crowd was astonished once more since it was another identical Li Chia. The distinguishing factor was the dark, evil flame surging from this figure, making it seem just like a devil king. However, when it hit its aura, it suddenly disappeared and was nowhere to be found. Void Devil, one of the 12 avatars from the kingdom of blood. Bang! The crowd was astounded. While Resplendent was keeping the diamond god at bay, his back was suddenly struck, causing him to tumble in the air while spitting out a mouthful of blood. The Void Devil appeared behind him out of nowhere and gave him a ferocious blow. Even the powerful Resplendent couldn't detect Void moving behind him for a sneak attack. Die! He immediately stomped on the air to garner enough momentum for another smash. However, Void disappeared. Even after opening his heavenly gaze, Resplendent couldn't find it. Bang! 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 Diamond came knocking once more. Its entire body was a weapon as it lunged forward with a fierce momentum. Resplendent had no choice but to give up on Void and slammed his hammer onto Diamond. Boom! 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 He unleashed his fury on Diamond instead. Alas, with the diamond physique, all of these attacks were useless. Bang! The Void Devil appeared again between the two and unleashed a palm straight to Resplendent's chest. Despite being on guard, he was still struck by this palm and spat out blood. Die! Although this palm couldn't kill him, being wounded by an ambush like this was humiliating. He immediately tried to kill Void, but it disappeared again. Diamond came forward so Resplendent had to worry about Diamond. Such a scene made people gasp. Two identical Ikais, one was a god and the other a devil. One was unkillable regardless how it was attacked while the other was both omnipresent yet nowhere to be found. This was a perfect combination, leaving others completely at a loss for words. That's the Void physique. Daoist Puresun once again murmured to himself. Li Chia was sitting on the deck, not caring about the fight between the deities and Resplendent. He glanced over at Chao Guijian and said, I thought about killing you last time, but you got lucky. It's time to end you now. Li Chia had already provoked Resplendent and now he wanted to fight Chao Guijian as well. This rendered the crowd speechless. This youth was arrogant beyond common sense. Of course, he did have the strength to back it up. Guijian was enraged after being viewed as a fish on a chopping board. He was still a grand god king at the very least, so how could he handle being looked down on by a junior in this unbearable manner? How could he show his face to the world again? Junior, come fight me then. Guijian also reached the shore while angrily pointing at Li Chia. He didn't think that Li Chia had the power to defeat him while fighting Resplendent. Li Chia smiled and replied, very well, I'll take your worthless head today. Guijian felt angrier and angrier due to Li Chia's attitude. With a loud blast, his blood energy soared to the sky. The aura of a grand god king came crashing down alongside a surging energy from the great sword in his hand. Bang! One more devil that looked like Li Chia came out from the kingdom of blood. It had the same evil flame as the previous one, but its temperature was even hotter. Its flame engulfed the sky and turned into two huge wings. Its name was the Furious Devil. Its fiery wings turned into a pair of sharp sabers that began to attack Gujian. Gujian shouted, "Show me what you got." His great sword hovered in the sky and produced a hymn. Shortly afterward, countless swords appeared in the air and retaliated with murderous intent. Clank! 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 A contest between the blades and swords ensued. Furious dual sabers turned into a whirlwind that blocked the incoming sword barrage. Alas, despite this defensive vortex providing an impregnable protection, Furious was still forced back by the countless swords. Boom! Furious was finally enraged after being pushed back. It howled, signaling the flame behind him to spread even more at an insane speed. Its body became incomparably big while fueled by the flame. The battle prowess of this devil crazily rose by several dozen times or even 100-fold. This allowed Furious to reach the same level as Chao Gujian. Bang! Its flame swept by and instantly crushed the numerous swords in the sky. Next, Furious directly thrust the sabers towards Gujian. Die! With a battle cry, Gujian unleashed a slash capable of severing the stars straight at Furious without holding anything back. Prior to this, Furious was definitely not at the God King realm. However, it soared to match Chao Gujian, astounding the crowd. Chapter 1374, Rumble. It was the Furious Devil's huge body versus Chao Gujian with his unhindered sword. Despite being a grand God King, Gujian didn't have the upper hand against the raging devil. The furious immortal physique. The observant Pure Sun once again spotted the physique. Li Qie stopped watching this bout as well. His eyes fell upon the Terra King as he uttered, "Last warning, scram or I'll make a urine pot out of your skull." The king was blocking the entrance at this moment. He wanted to keep a low profile in order to avoid getting involved in this conflict, but how could Li Qie let him go given where he was standing? The king couldn't endure the anger from the public humiliation and shouted, "Li Qie! You think you can be domineering? My ancestral Terra isn't even afraid of an immortal emperor, let alone a junior like you." He spoke resoundingly without any apprehension for his foe. He couldn't be blamed for acting like this since his sect was still under the protection of 3 ancestral trees. Not even an immortal emperor could take down their powerful lineage, so how could he not be bold? It's just the ancestral Terra, it wouldn't be hard for me to destroy it at all. Li Qie leisurely smiled and said, "If you can't act sensibly, then I'll start by killing a puppet like you so that the old geezer will crawl out. It won't be late to destroy your sect then." This nonchalant statement made everyone gasp. Li Qie's declaration was too exaggerated. Not even a resurrected emperor would dare to say something like this. Bang! Another figure came out of his kingdom of blood. The entire world felt a heatwave that slammed into their faces. Of course, it was identical to Li Qie and spewed out a terrifying refined sun fire. This terrifying flame from the sun could incinerate all things. The high temperature made many people retreat in fear, they no longer dared to stay near it. Li Qie smilingly said, "Let the young god annihilate you and turn you into ashes so that I can see if the geezer will crawl out from its remains." This was the extreme young god, another of the 12 deities. Ruyan smiled and leaped back to the bone ship to stand by Li Qie after seeing the appearance of this god. This young god with a floating sun stood at the edge of the altar and instantly took action. It loomed over the Terra King and poured down its sun fire. Go! The king's expression shifted after seeing the endless fire coming down. He summoned a yellow shield that wasn't made from gold or wood to stop this incoming attack. Buzz! The young god reached out with one finger. Another sun appeared and the same fire descended. With a sizzling sound, Terra's huge shield was burnt to a crisp. Terra was horrified and immediately used a secret technique. With some strange noises, everything around him froze. This powerful glacier stopped the refined sun fire. Everyone was both curious and scared of the young god with the suns in his control. They stared at Li Qi's kingdom of blood and noticed that there were 8 more figures inside. This made them tremble even more. At this moment, he had only sent out 4 deities, yet he could fight against powerful characters like Resplendent, Guojian, and Terra. If he sent all 8 out, just how mighty would this force be? What is that thing? No one knew what this kingdom of blood and the deities presiding within were. They weren't exactly avatars nor were they devils and gods. In fact, Li Qie might have called them gods and devils, but the reality was that they were 12 weapons. Back at the Buddhist funeral plateau, Li Qie made a deal. He would stop using its power while they would have to give him materials that they had been storing for a long time. These materials consisted of broken metals that were floating in the void space. And yes, they were not simple pieces of broken metal, they were scraps from the myriad thoughts pot. Back in a distant era when the world was still in its early stages, the pot took form and became one of the 9 heavenly treasures. Of course, there were pieces left behind from this transformation that were taken by the plateau. After the transaction, he used the flame from the green lantern to refine this scrap iron into 12 metallic men. Afterward, he placed them into the kingdom of blood and cultivated them using the blood energy and worldly essence within. At the same time, he added the 12 immortal physiques to them. Each figure corresponded to one of the 12 physiques. During the sacrificial ceremony, he used his own vitality to empower the Iron Men. From a certain perspective, they were his weapons based on his physiques. Thus, whatever level his physique was at, the 12 Iron Men would be at the same level, so they were also at half completion like him. For these avatar-esque creations, Li Qie named them the 12 gods and devils. 6 were made from imperial intents while the other from devil intents. They had the following names: Diamond God, Sacred Spring God, Eternal God, Extreme Young God, Soaring God, Void Imperfection God, Furious Devil, Solar Devil, Heaven Devourer Devil, Void Devil, Hell Suppression Devil, and Sky Destroyer Devil. These physique weapons were made from the scraps of the myriad thoughts pot as well as the blood energy of immortal emperors and the blood progenitor. They were already incredible even before taking the immortal physiques into account. Therefore, at half completion, their might was incredible. Buzz! A third sun rose from the young god's palm and immediately melted the ice world. With metallic clanks, the refined sunfire turned into laws that nailed themselves into Terra to trap him. Terra was much weaker compared to the young god, so he had no way of resisting this imprisonment. This made the crowd think hard. Terra was a paragon at best, so they found it strange that he would act so arrogant with so little power. He even dared to challenge Ruyan and the others. Where was his courage coming from? Whoosh! The sunfire had engulfed Terra's entire body. He was screaming and burning as he was unable to withstand this pain. Suddenly, a miracle happened. His body turned to wood after a green brilliance engulfed him. He had become a man made out of wood. This green light was stopping the flame as if it had a majestic vitality. Atavism. The Tyrant here knew what was going on right away. Buzz! 2 more suns emerged from the young god's finger. There was a total of 5 suns pouring down their endless flames in order to refine Terra in a crazed manner. With more sizzles, the green light was destroyed. The overbearing sunfire began to work on Terra's body once more. No one knew what tribe Terra was from to allow him to withstand fire this well. Despite the intensity of the flames, it took some time before it completely charred him. Alas, green leaves grew from his body and the blackened body was full of life again. It was as if he had just been reborn. Li, you can't burn me to death. Terra complacently shouted while being shrouded in the sunfire. Li Qie didn't seem to care. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm very patient. Killing a puppet like you couldn't be simpler, I just want to force out your old geezer." Buzz! 5 more suns emerged from the young god's other hand. At this moment, a total of 10 suns were assaulting Terra. Ah! His pitiful cries echoed across the region, making others shudder in fear. In a short period of time, he was burned to charcoal while writhing in agony. He struggled but couldn't escape due to being trapped by the laws made out of fire. Alas, the endless life force came again alongside the green brilliance. His body was revived by the great vitality. This time, he could withstand the burning flames and became even more proud. He blurted with a hysterical laughter, "Ah! Li, you can't burn me to death even with 10,000 suns. You better start praying. When I escape, I will crush you like an ant with a single finger." Everyone was creeped out while watching this bizarre spectacle. Some even felt that Tara was being killed and resurrected multiple times. No one understood where this boundless vitality was coming from to bring him back to life whenever he was on the verge of death. Chapter 1375, Bang! Bang! As Tara was being burned by the sun fire, the battles nearby became quite exciting as well. Heavy blows were traded resoundingly. Resplendent had been struck more than 10 times by the ambushing Void Devil, causing him to vomit blood. He was furious under the constant sneak attacks, yet he couldn't retaliate due to the stealthy nature of this avatar. Resplendent crazily roared, "You court death." His blood energy turned bright red as if it was burning. In a split second, his power rose greatly. Boom! He was burning his blood energy, so a visual phenomenon emerged behind him in the form of a blue sky. There was a stalwart figure standing below this sky. His divine hammer audibly resonated with this great figure as a terrifying aura surged to the sky. It seemed to be coming back to life. Long and narrow laws of 5 different colors emerged. A divine aura pervaded the world. The great figure's eyes suddenly lit up and seemed to be illuminating the world. Nothing could evade its gaze. What is this? Many people were shocked to see the divine weapon coming back to life. A paragon understood what was going on and explained, "He's burning his bloodline to reach an atavistic state, allowing him to summon his ancestor's totem. This ancestor was a true god, so this is the totem of his bloodline." This was the last resort for Resplendent. Burning his bloodline required him to pay a great price, but there was nothing else he could do. Being beaten by the avatar of a junior made him lose all face. If he didn't beat Li Chia today, he would lose all of his reputation as a god king. Boom! In a split second, the diamond god attacked without dodging. The Grand Tao exploded with its punches. Scram! Resplendent was much stronger this time as he roared and slammed down his divine hammer with a force capable of shattering the universe and its myriad laws. A grand god king would be annihilated instantly. Bang! The attack didn't just contain the power of a heavenly god king from Resplendent, it also had the might of a true god. The diamond god simply couldn't stop this destructive blow. Its body was flattened and hit the ground, causing cracks to appear. Such a scene shocked the crowd. The spectators felt pain from their bodies. If they were struck by the same blow, their bodies would go up in smoke. Boom! The Void Devil joined the fray and delivered a palm attack to Resplendent's chest. However, Resplendent simply shook his shoulders, suffering 0 injuries. Buzz! The figure shot out a visual attack right away and sealed the Void Devil. Of course, Void had melted into space, so this particular seal couldn't stop it. Nevertheless, its speed of disappearance was affected, it was much slower. Resplendent was prepared for this and grasped the opportunity. The divine hammer swung by. With continuous banging noises, it slammed into Void like a storm. Void managed to escape under the totem's brilliance. A bit later, it appeared at a different location while staggering backward. Cracks emerged on its body as if it was on the verge of shattering. Pa! At this time, the diamond god jumped out of the mud pit. Despite being flattened into a disc, it had regained its form without the slightest injury. Everyone gasped to see that it was fine and well after taking that attack capable of killing a heavenly god king. Resplendent was confident this time and laughed, "Ignorant child, release all of your avatars. I will kill all of them today." He still believed that these were Li Qia's avatars, so he wasn't afraid of facing all of them. Li Qia laughed back in response and said, "There's no need for all of them just to deal with you." Boom! A majestic blood energy rushed out of the kingdom and poured into Void. Buzz! A wave of hums resounded. Void accepted this majestic power that healed the cracks, ridding it of its injuries. The scraps of the myriad thoughts pot that Li Qia obtained from the Buddhist funeral plateau were too little and couldn't possibly be turned into 12 Iron Men. Therefore, he refined the scraps into a single Iron Man before cultivating it with the blood energy inside his kingdom. In this fashion, the single man eventually turned into 12. It wasn't so easy to destroy something that came from this pot. Li Qia required the flame from the green lamp and all of his efforts before being able to refine them. Thus, for the 12 deities, they would only be forced back to their original forms at best. It was simply impossible to destroy them. These blows from the divine hammer were able to crack them without causing any real damage. Even if they were struck by a true ultimate blow, they would only turn back to their little Iron Man form. It was a bit different for the Diamond God. Due to its physique, it could withstand unbelievable attacks. Breaking through this particular defense was exceedingly difficult. Unlike Void, it didn't need the blood energy from the kingdom to treat its wounds. Bang! Bang! 2 more avatars came out of the kingdom of blood. One had fairy-like wings and exuded a wondrous light. These radiating wings seemed to be able to prop up an immortal world. This was the soaring immortal god. The other was a devil. It stood there in an immovable fashion. Regardless of its location, no one could get past it. This was something capable of suppressing the heavens and all gods and devils. Its name was the hell-suppressing devil. Taoist Pure Sun murmured to himself, "It's the soaring immortal and hell-suppressing physiques this time." He finally understood what the 12 avatars consisted of. The crowd was anxious to see 2 more come out. They had already seen just how powerful Diamond and Void were. It was easy to imagine how many foes Li Qia could take down by utilizing the 12 deities. "Come. Even if you let them all out, I'll still make quick work out of them." Since Resplendent had already burned his bloodline, he crazily laughed and thought that he might as well go all out. Li Qia showed an insipid smile, "For is enough to tear you to pieces." Buzz! The 4 deities stood together this time. Their individual radiances was blinding, it was either a wondrous light or a monstrous evil flame. ZZZ, next came an incredible development. The 4 deities actually fused as if they were molten iron and turned into a new deity. Boom! Its brilliance erupted in a split second. It was half devil and half god. 3,000 worlds floated within it along with myriad celestials. Clank! The sound of a weapon resonating rang in this particular deity. It exuded a metallic glow that was sharp and cold as well as a murderous aura unique to a weapon. There were no emotions or flesh, the deity itself was a weapon. This isn't an immortal physique or an avatar, it's just a weapon. Pure Sun finally saw through its mysteries. He realized that his prior speculations were false. A ruthless murderous intent was the nature of a weapon. Pure Sun felt a cold chill while looking at this metallic luster from the deity. He was more knowledgeable and insightful compared to everyone else present. He realized many things after seeing this weapon, that Li Qia didn't only have all 12 immortal physiques, he also possessed their true mysticisms. This was someone who could collect all of them at grand completion. Across the eras, how many people had perfect mastery over all 12 physiques at the same time? The answer was 0. Buzz! This deity headed straight for Resplendent. Die! The totem behind Resplendent lit up as he crazily burned his own blood. Another hammer to decapitate the heavens went straight for the incoming deity. The deity didn't try to dodge at all and continued its offense. Bang! The hammer slammed on its body, but it was completely untouched. On the contrary, this divine hammer was sent flying to the horizon from the impact. Bang! The deity reached out its right hand and immediately pierced Resplendent's chest to rip out his heart. Thump! 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 Resplendent retreated several steps back with his eyes wide open to look at his still beating heart that had been pulled out. No! As Resplendent was screaming, the deity tore his body in half. Blood spurted and his innards fell to the ground. Such overbearing ferocity. A heavenly god king had just been torn apart in one move while screaming for his life. This scene left the crowd dumbfounded. Too weak. Li Qiye emotionlessly commented while his deity threw Resplendent's corpse to the ground. Even Pure Sun felt a chill after watching this. A weapon fused with 4 immortal physiques was truly frightening. What if all 12 fused? The result would be simply unimaginable. Chapter 1376, Fear became the one thing everyone had in common. The rending of this heavenly god king was visually shocking. One could hear the wind blow as a coldness came from their hearts. Li Qiye turned towards Terra, who was being burned by the sunfire, and flatly said, "My patience is limited." Despite being scorched by this fire, Terra still emitted a majestic life force from his body as he retorted, "Do your worst. You can't burn me to death." The torturous pain didn't stop him from running his mouth. Everyone could see that Terra was only an ordinary paragon. In the present, such a character was nothing. The strange part was his ability to withstand this blazing sunfire. Logically, he should have been turned to ashes by now, yet he was still fine despite the burning this whole time. Thus, people became curious. What item did he have, or rather, what was in his body? Relying on an external power was the only way he could have survived for this long. Li Qiye revealed a faint smile. "It looks like I have no choice but to force you." Buzz. At this time, all 10 suns on the young god's palms disappeared as it pushed down on Terra instead. Whoosh! An incredible thing happened. Flames began to channel into Terra's body. A sun suddenly drilled into the Terra King. In the blink of an eye, the young god disappeared since it entered Terra. No! Terra screamed miserably. His body shattered with lava rushing out from the cracks. One could see the sunfire manifesting into physical form in a blinding manner. Even though it didn't look as fierce as the 10 burning suns, it was even scarier. This was absolutely burning Terra's core itself. Everyone trembled while watching this scene. A sun god entering one's body and incinerating them from the inside, just how terrifying and painful was this? Zzz, at this time, the majestic life force inside Terra withered like a seed being moved to a desert. Terra's body dried up and broke apart. Even though it didn't look as horrifying as being burnt to ashes, this kind of destruction from the inside was countless times worse. Ah! Terra gave a shrill scream while suffering this unbearable pain. He actually wanted to tear his body to pieces due to the terrorizing temperature of the sunfire. His eyes opened wide, giving everyone a glimpse of his life passing away. He wouldn't last for much longer. People felt sweat dripping from their skin while watching his agony. For some people, death was not the scariest thing, a fate worse than death was. Right when Terra couldn't hold on any longer, a small vortex appeared on his forehead. With its emergence, a boundless vitality appeared. It formed a portal that seemed to be connected to another powerful existence. Buzz. His dried body began to gain vitality again as long and narrow branches appeared. A majestic vigor rose, granting him rebirth. What kind of creature is that? Everyone was astounded. Many could see that this power didn't belong to him. However, this power that came out of nowhere, once again, saved him from the clutches of death. Only those who knew his identity turned quiet, for they were aware of where this power was coming from and why they should fear it. This is what I was waiting for. Li Qiye smiled and immediately opened his fate palace after seeing the vortex. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded. Li Qiye released an old vine that looked to be made from gold. It had a gourd on it with thunder coming from inside. Anyone would know that this was a great artifact since it was full of immortal energy. It gave the illusion of being an immortal vine lost in the mortal world. This was the prime yang vine, an immortal treasure that he obtained from the Heaven Hoof ravine. It drilled into the vortex by Terra's forehead and exuded an incomparably bright crimson light. The gourd on the branch continued to grow as it devoured virtually all the life force from the vortex. After doing so, the oldest leaf on the vine suddenly spread with a return to youth. The gourd became as red as a heart. There seemed to be a lightning pond gestating within as more thunder echoed from it. Boom! During this absorption process, the vortex suddenly shattered. This was not because the vine had sucked up all of its life force, the vortex detonated itself as a form of self-defense. The vine withdrew its branch after the destruction of the vortex, seemingly unsatisfied with how much it absorbed. A pity, this old geezer is too careful. Li Qiye lamented after seeing the vortex crumble. He initially wanted to suck Terra dry, but the opponent was too cautious and cut off all connections once things went south. No. Terra's scream now contained despair in addition to the pain. He knew what would happen the moment the vortex shattered. Poof! His body was burned to ashes in an instant. As his remains fluttered in the sky, the young god appeared before everyone. People were completely silent with nothing to say. They felt that Li Qiye was quite frightening, but at the same time, they were curious about Terra's circumstances. At this very second, in a distant location by the ancestral Terra back in the Jade Sea, a divine tree blotting out the sky suddenly shook with rustling noises. An ancestor guarding the tree asked with astonishment, "Forefather, what happened?" An old voice answered, "Someone schemed against me and stole a portion of my life force." The ancestor was shocked upon hearing this. Such a thing had never happened before since no one dared to scheme against their sect. Of course, no one knew of this back in the Bone Sea. Die. The fight by the shore was reaching its climax as well. Guijian roared and used his longevity blood as an offering for his sword. His sword then soared to the 9 heavens and knocked Furious flying. This had been an even bout, but Guijian grew nervous after seeing the deaths of Resplendent and Terra. He wanted to end this battle as fast as possible and immediately flee from here. Rumble. Furious was angered by the last exchange. Its evil flame engulfed the world as it grew larger, it was now the size of a mountain. Boom. Finally, the wrathful flames became several times more powerful and empowered Furious to be nearly 1,000 times stronger. At this moment, the crowd finally felt Furious madness. This was the most insane devil with a might that could destroy the world. Furious naturally was created from the Furious immortal physique. Once it entered this wild state, its power would soar without end. Clank! Its winged sabers slashed down, plunging the world into darkness. Guijian retaliated by empowering his sword with longevity blood. His slash was powerful enough to uphold myriad realms as it tried to take down these evil sabers. Pluff! His sword failed to stop the evil sabers and was chopped in half while he himself was blown away. If it wasn't for his divine armor, he would have suffered the same fate as his weapons. Bang! Alas, the armor was smashed to pieces from the impact, covering him in blood. Ugh, his eyes turned white. Resistance was futile for Furious had him gripped by the neck and suspended in the air. This scene engraved itself into everyone's pupils. A grand god king was completely helpless. The spectators marveled Furious' horrifying madness. Its destructive violence made their minds tremble. Chapter 1377, Guijian's complexion reddened while Furious had him by the neck. He tried to struggle to no avail and had difficulty breathing. In the end, he had to yell, "Master, save me." The majority quickly looked towards the distant mountain after hearing the cry for help. Everyone knew that his master, Meng Jintian, was over yonder. "Fellow Taoist, my disciple was ignorant, please forgive his offense." A voice echoed from the mountain. It wasn't decrepit in the slightest but rather full of vitality and vigor. Meng Jintian. Anyone would feel deterred by this voice. Those who were more cowardly would find their legs give way. No one would dare to look down on Jintian, the most promising candidate to be emperor. Moreover, his strength was at its peak. In all of heaven's spirit, there were only a few from the older generation who could match him. Guijian felt relieved after hearing his master's voice. As long as his master took action, his life would be saved regardless of the opponent. In a split moment, many glances were sent to Li Qie. Everyone wanted to know what he would do when facing Meng Jintian. No. He didn't think at all and refused Jintian's plea immediately. The spectators gasped in unison. In the entire world, how many would dare to refuse Jintian? Li Qie certainly did, and in a public manner at that. How outrageously domineering. People could only use these words to evaluate Li Qie. He was the only one who could oppose Meng Jintian for the heaven's will. In that case, you must excuse me. Jintian was also very direct. A palm stretched out from the mountain to grab Chao Guijian. He chose not to come here in person and maneuvered through space instead. Without a doubt, he was completely confident in his power. There were no dazzling lights or bright colors or even universal laws, his hand alone made others feel that the sky was collapsing. The Grand Tao was being crushed and gods and devil were being repressed. Everyone started to suffocate. Those with shallow cultivations directly dropped butt first onto the ground. The stronger ones were astonished after feeling the pressure, even god kings had trouble breathing. Jintian's strength was beyond doubt. His palm seemed to be that of the heavens, grasping the universe as the ruler of all. It seemed that all existences in the 9 worlds belonged in his hand. This single hand could crush all lives. No matter what kind of existence they might be, everyone and everything was only an insect before him. Even Pure Sun turned serious while looking at this hand that approached. Everyone had heard of Jintian's fame, but they had never seen him in action before in this generation, especially the youths. In fact, no one among the younger generation was worthy for Jintian to personally make a move. However, he was about to shock the world this instant. The myriad realms of the 9 worlds trembled in fear. The clouds and winds changed their direction in the face of this existence infinitely close to a mortal emperor. Boom! Li Qie retaliated a split second after by summoning the powerful heaven-sealing pentagate and using its ultimate attack. Boom! This explosion shook the entire bone sea. All living beings prostrated on the ground before this ultimate blow. They all felt insignificant and helpless as this was a blow even emperor assailants would be wary of. At this time, the entire area was sealed by the Pentadeo timeless seal. Nothing could break through this eternal seal. Bang! Jintian's giant hand was stopped by this defensive technique. His casual attack simply couldn't break this ultimate attack. The shockwave from the impact created a tidal wave across the bone sea, making it seem as if the end of days was approaching. People's souls flew away and scattered from fear. Li Qie smiled and said, "Meng Jintian, right? Let's see just how strong you are." Having said that, he spread his palm and space suddenly melted. A huge portal opened on the mountain where Meng Jintian was. The moment it opened, a loud blast resounded like a heavenly thunder. Boundless lightning with dark shimmers rushed out of the portal as if it was the judgment of an eternal overlord of darkness. These rays of black lightning poured down like a flood. This was more than enough to destroy everything in this world. This was a dark judgment ready to harvest all creatures in the nearby vicinity. Just one ray alone could easily kill an ordinary grand god king. Even deities and heretics would meet their end on this judgment day. Many were awestruck by this lightning. This was no different from the power of a heavenly tribulation. They felt an instinctive fear as if this judgment was gauging the darkness in the depths of their hearts. One couldn't escape it regardless of how strong they might be. God kings found it difficult to resist and could only resort to fleeing. Boom! Even Meng Zhentian didn't dare to be careless against this dark judgment. He withdrew his palm and the same immortal brilliance that contained the 4 divine beasts gushed forward on the mountain. This power from Meng Zhentian engulfed the entire Bone Sea. It was as if he had suddenly turned into an immortal emperor capable of dealing with all tribulations. Anyone would be in awe of this display of might. His immortal brilliance braced the incoming lightning, but this dark lightning didn't stop. It continued to descend as if it wanted to judge him. Activate! Meng Zhentian shouted with laws pouring down like waterfalls. These laws channeled the power of the world itself, making it seem as if the heavens was appearing. He became the new ruler, the true arbitrator of all. These laws wove together to form a giant shield to stop the endless darkness. The two sides went back and forth with no one having an upper hand. What is this power? Many people found this stalemate unbelievable. In their minds, Zhentian was unbeatable, but he still couldn't defeat this dark judgment. In the midst of their confusion, they stared at Li Qiye in order to find the answer. Li Qiye only smiled while Taoist Pure Sun noticed it and gently sighed. This is the power of the Forbidden Zone, the dark judgment brought through the space connection technique. It is capable of turning an apex god king to ashes in the blink of an eye. The crowd was creeped out after hearing this. The majority of the Bone Sea was open. Even though there were dangers, the powerful or lucky could still survive. However, the central area was a forbidden zone. Even god kings could die at any moment in there. Rumor has it that only immortal emperors could invade that area and come out alive. So now, when Li Qiye led the power of the forbidden zone here, it was no wonder that Meng Zhentian took this so seriously. Made and ruined because of the Bone Sea. Li Qiye chuckled after seeing this. He used space connection to draw the power of the forbidden zone, but this was greatly restricted. It would be exceedingly difficult to draw on this power from outside. Even if Li Qiye had great mastery over this art, he would need to make preparations and expend a tremendous amount of effort because the Bone Sea itself was a sealed space. It had an eternal and invincible defensive barrier. It was much easier to connect the space when inside the Bone Sea. Because of this, he was able to draw the power of the Forbidden Zone relatively easily. Of course, he was still subjected to the suppression within, so he could only direct a little bit of this power. Otherwise, its full force would have rendered Zhentian to ashes in an instant. This was a force that not even emperors could necessarily challenge. Chapter 1378, People were shocked to see Zhentian being suppressed by the Tao. In the minds of many in heaven's spirit, he was a character that was simply invincible. But now, Li Qiye was able to stop him. Even though he was borrowing the Forbidden Zone's power, this wasn't something anyone could do. Li Qiye looked at Chao Guijian and insipidly stated, "Unfortunately, your master can't save you either." The spectators held their breaths since they could imagine what was about to happen to Chao Guijian. Even those who had ties with Zhentian didn't dare to speak up on Guijian's behalf, let alone come out to save him. Guijian's expression was ash-gray. He knew that if his master gets distracted to try and save him, it would bring about great danger. He no longer relied on this since he didn't want his master to risk himself, so he coldly uttered, "Li, the winner takes all. I have nothing to say, do your worst." Li Qiye chuckled, "You actually have some backbone. Very well, I'll fulfill your wish." Crack. Furious crushed Guijian's neck. His head tilted to the side to meet his end. People felt a cold chill after witnessing this death. Meng Zhentian was present on this continent, yet he was unable to save his own disciple. This scene was so shocking that people inadvertently touched their own necks after sensing the chill. Regardless of how strong one might be or what their backing is, they must think carefully before opposing Li Qie. To take it a step further, they must be prepared for death because their backing wouldn't be able to save them. Chao Guojian was the perfect example. Some people felt their hearts tighten. They believed that coming from an imperial or sea god lineage, their ancestors would be invincible in this world. Outsiders would have to give them face, they wouldn't dare to cross the line. But now, Li Qie didn't give a damn about anyone's background and identity. He would decisively kill both the Roaring Conch and Meng Jintian. No one could stop his murderous path. The gazes here told the tale, and this was true for the profound monarch as well. His deep and fierce eyes changed quite a bit. Despite his enmity with Li Qie, he chose against seeking revenge for his concubine. Prior to this, he couldn't see through Li Qie's strength but still knew that he wasn't a match. At this moment, he learned that it was quite a far-sighted choice. Li Qie's power far exceeded his imagination. Perhaps in the current generation, only Meng Jintian could match him. The swift Dao god was moved as well. He had to admit that only Meng Jintian was qualified to fight against Li Qie in the present. As a proud man, he thought that he could catch up to Jintian in just a few years. But now, it looked like it wasn't just Meng Jintian, Li Qie was also a powerful rival. Okay, anyone else have something to say? Li Qie smiled and stood up. Everyone was silent. No one dared to state their opinion about him. No one. That's good. Li Qie looked around the crowd before entering the altar with a faint smile on his face. While watching the light turn into weapons on the altar, he absent-mindedly mused, how much longer can a place like this exist? He was standing on the spot Terra occupied earlier. Everyone knew that this was the entrance to the altar via a small boat. Of course, no one dared to compete for this spot against Li Qie, they all obediently stood to the side. Anticipation ran high. Everyone was waiting for the boat to appear once more to see if they could have a chance after Li Qie enters. After a long time, a light finally came down and turned into a little boat. Li Qie sat down, letting it take him towards the tower. At this moment, even Rian and Jianchi were anxious for Li Qie's success because their wind chase brake was inside. When the boat finally arrived in front of the tower, Li Qie went out without hesitation. Boom! The miniature tower came down from the sky with a heaven-suppressing momentum. Anyone would fall victim to its pressure. Some even gasped at this sight. They understood that it didn't matter whether one came using this boat or went through the altar itself, they would be subjected to this attack. Li Qie didn't bat an eye at this scene. He flung his sleeve and spread his palm. In the blink of an eye, he formed more than 10 mudras. They were mysterious and indescribable. Even the talented Pure Sun couldn't understand all of these hand seals. Clank! 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 The weapons nearby emitted hymns and turned back into little lights that resembled springs. Next, the unbelievable happened. These gushing lights actually came together to stop the suppression of the miniature tower. The tower was floating in this endless light and looked just like a fountain, quite beautiful. Jaws dropped to the ground. No one knew that these weapons could be used like this. Anyone would have been attacked by them after climbing the altar. Who would have thought that these weapons could be used to repel the suppression of the tower? Unfortunately, Li Qie's mudras were too fast. No one could see through them at all. Li Qie himself didn't bother giving them a second glance. It wasn't strange for him to know this particular method since this was not his first time here. He had brought immortal emperors to this place to comprehend the Tao. He placed his palm on the tower's door. Many strands of Tao laws began to swim in his palm. They floated to the tower like water. A long while later, ancient profound runes emerged on the door itself. They would sometimes look like a kunpeng diving into the sea or leaping towards the sky. They were quite agile and lifelike. As he continued to move his palm, these convoluted runes came together to form a disc. It looked like an astronomical disk with stars scattered across it. Perhaps every star was its own world gestating millions of existences. Creak, Li Qiye turned the celestial disk and the door slowly opened, allowing him to step inside. It squeaked again and closed after his entrance. Everyone watched him disappear into the tower and finally understood what his words before meant. He said that he was the only one qualified to enter the tower. At that time, many thought that he was arrogant and wanted to monopolize the tower for himself. But now, they realized that this wasn't the meaning behind his words. Even if one could safely reach the tower, they wouldn't be able to enter without knowing how to open the door. Profound quietly asked Pure Sun, "Brother, does our sect have any records about this?" Pure Sun pondered for a moment before gently shaking his head, "I'm not sure. In our vast records, our immortal Emperor Yen Shi has left behind a scroll regarding the Bone Sea, but it has disappeared along with a certain ancestor. Who knows what exactly is written on it?" For a sect like Gu Chun's 4 branches, they had a voluminous library. Outside of all types of merit laws, there were also obscured scrolls or tales of personal adventures from their ancestors. In order to find specific information inside the great library was akin to trying to find a needle in a haystack. Nevertheless, Pure Sun was quite talented and could be praised as the one who has read the most within his sect. Not only was he the most powerful among the younger generation, he was the most knowledgeable as well. This was precisely why the proud Profound would often ask Pure Sun for help whenever he encountered some matters that puzzled him. Chapter 1379, After stepping into the tower, one could feel just how vast the inside was. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary building, but it was completely different once inside. People would find that they have entered a new world. Looking up would result in a vast sky full of stars. It seemed like it was night time for Li Qiye. He found himself to be in the middle of a large square instead of the spatial confinement of a tower. Just how large was this square? If the 9 worlds had an old city that spanned millions of miles, then this square would be just as large. Standing beneath this starry sky would make one feel quite insignificant, lower than even an insect. They would also be astonished not because of the vastness of this place, but due to the 2 rows of giants standing to the left and right. They towered to the sky with both hands placed on hilts of giant swords in front of their chests. They wore ancient armor that had lost their divinity long ago, but the metallic luster remained. If Ruyan's group was here, they would be quite shaken to see the 2 giants because they looked just like the corpse from the colossal immortal race. If the corpse out in the Bone Sea belonged to a middle-aged man, then this row of giants consisted of youths. They weren't as large as the one outside, but one would still feel like an ant while standing next to their feet. The rows only amplified this illusion. Those from other races wouldn't even be considered an ant, they could only be categorized as specks of dust. The colossal immortal race. Li Qiye sighed while looking at these giants ahead, not plentiful in numbers, but they were indeed a glorious legendary race. Alas, their destruction was inevitable. This was an extremely ancient race that belonged to an old era. They once reigned over the world, but death was their fate. The bodies of those from this race were directly proportional to their cultivation. This was the reason why the corpse back in the Legacy Treasure region was so much bigger compared to the giants here. Li Qiye slowly strolled through this area. There were too many things worth observing and studying in this place. This square also had many stone monoliths of monstrous sizes next to these giants. Each of them was carved with different images. Some included ancient writings of hidden secrets while others had ancient runes that contained the truth of the Grand Tao. A few more contained images that belonged to this ancient race, telling tales of old legends. Li Qiye carefully looked and felt each of the monoliths. He had been here more than just once in the past. However, each visit gave him a different harvest. There was no moon, sun, or time in here. It looked as if one could stay here for as long as they wanted without being affected. These monoliths weren't alone either. There were skeletons lying in front of them. Some were more popular than others. Judging from their appearances, these skeletons used to be cultivators. They naturally weren't from the colossal race. There were characteristics of humans, demons, Tyrants, and sea demons. It was apparent that they were fortunate enough to enter this place. They sat before the monoliths in order to study the occults. Unfortunately, they all died in this place long ago. Nevertheless, a few skeletons still had a great divinity. This was indicative of their immense strength when they were alive. A few corpses still had medals hanging by their waists. From these particular medals, one would come to learn of their great identities. Some came from Gu Chun's 4 branches, the 7 Martial Pavilion, and the Void Imperfection schools. Without a doubt, they weren't only strong but also had incredible backgrounds, but they all met their demise in this place. Sons of sea gods, descendants of immortal emperors, natural-born immortal bone possessors, Li Qiye smiled and shook his head as he looked at each skeleton that grew more familiar each time he came. He lamented, the mysteries in this place require more than just great wisdom. One needs an unshakable Tao heart, otherwise there is no coming back after being lost in here. Immortal emperors have been here throughout history, and some were personally brought here by Li Qiye. For example, Immortal Emperor Wu Go and Immortal Emperor Min Ren came here to ponder the Tao. Under normal circumstances, these emperors wouldn't record what they saw here nor would they leave any traces about this place behind. The reason for this was quite simple. Entering this tower was not necessarily a good thing. On the contrary, it was often a source of disaster because these monoliths were extremely tempting. Once the viewers lose themselves within, there was no way back. In order to regain one's wits from these monoliths, great perseverance and a firm Tao heart were crucial factors outside of boundless wisdom. Otherwise, only death awaits regardless of how mighty or smart one might be. The emperors who chose to write about this place would do so with great secrecy. Only those who could pass their tests would be able to eventually make it here. Of course, some of their descendants also wrote about this world after hearing the stories directly from their great ancestors. With great risk comes great rewards. If one could understand the mysteries from even a single monolith and leave here alive, they could benefit from it for a lifetime. Even if they couldn't become an immortal emperor, they would still become unparalleled for that generation. Li Qiye took his time observing the mysticisms of each tablet. Time did not exist in this space, so he could stay as long as he wanted. This became his hobby whenever he visited the tower. It could be said that since the ages, no one has understood or performed more research on these monoliths than him. Eventually, he found himself standing before a particular monolith. There was a skeleton in front of it with bones as pure as jade. They still emitted a dazzling and holy shimmer. His eyes fell on a white bone held in the skeleton's hand. A few runes were running through it. To be able to cultivate the void imperfection to this level, no wonder you were in such a hurry to come here. So it was to learn the wind chase break. Li Qiye put away this bone and quietly sighed. This skeleton was an amazing ancestor from the void imperfection schools. Rumor has it that he was only one step away from grand completion on top of being a mighty god king. Later on, for some unknown reason, he suddenly disappeared. His sect didn't know where he went and why he went there. So it turned out that this ancestor found an extremely secret scroll left behind by a descendant of immortal Emperor Wu Go. It contained the origin of the wind chase break. Because of this, he traced it all the way back here and finally found this place. He tried to use it in order to learn the wind chase break again. Alas, he didn't expect to lose his place while pondering the bone. He couldn't leave to see daylight again. After recovering the bone with the wind chase break, Li Qiye looked at the monolith ahead. It had a carving of a giant peng. It spread its wings and blotted out the 9 worlds. Of course, this was the flying form of the Kuan Peng. In the beginning, it was just a simple depiction of this beast. However, upon closer examination, one would find that its wings were actually flapping through the wind and waves in order to soar to the 9 heavens. The diagram recorded a matchless profundity. If one could ponder the mysteries within and leave this place alive, they would definitely be able to create a supreme merit law. This was how immortal Emperor Wu Go learned the wind chase break back then and why this ancestor chose to come back here in order to perfect his wind chase break. Li Qiye stared at it for a long time. He emotionally commented before leaving, "Here is more than just the legacies of the colossal race. This monolith is a record of all the things they have learned from generations of watching the Kunpeng." Chapter 1380. In the end, he finished observing one monolith after another and came to the end of the square. There was a high platform with a mirror on top. Perhaps it was more accurate to describe this mirror as a large block of white jade. This was because the surface of the mirror was very coarse, as if the maker wasn't meticulous enough and left these imperfections behind. However, it was placed on this platform. From a distance, it looked just like a bright moon hanging in the sky. It attracted Li Qiye's attention like a great beauty or a kingdom-toppling lover. After a long time, he withdrew his gaze and spoke with a tinge of emotion. "What a shame that the yellow bell from the Gu clan isn't here, this ancient treasury would be mine by now." The bell he was referring to was the one back in the store named Ancient Intent Fasting of the Gu clan. Back in the ancient Sky City, he had brought Li Shuangyan there and saw the bell. Of course, he could have used many different methods to obtain it if he truly wanted to. However, he didn't need the items inside, so he decided not to scheme for it. That particular bell might have been in the Gu's possession, but it wasn't created by their ancestor. Its origin was something much more incredible. In fact, their clan couldn't see through its true mysteries either, so the clan continued to look for the 9 languages of the early inhabitants. While standing before this ordinary mirror that resembled the moon, he chanted a mantra, "My descendants' yellow bell, one cry will shake the heavens." He performed mudras in the middle of this chant. Each seal was constantly speeding up the already rapid pace. Eventually, no one could see his actions anymore, only the shifting mudras could be seen. If Li Shuangyan's group or the members of the Gu clan were here, they would be completely astonished. These mantras were part of the early languages he gave to the Gu clan. With his continuous mudras, the initially empty mirror now showed a monstrous reflection of Li Qiye as if he was a giant. Buzz! The mirror exuded a bright radiance. The coarse surface seemed to turn transparent like water. However, Li Qiye's reflection disappeared. A great sky appeared instead with a vast amount of stars as well as a sun and moon. This was a full cosmos. Having a sense of awe and powerlessness was inevitable for any existence upon witnessing this scene, even the largest ones were no exceptions. This sea of stars could support countless lives. Even the 9 worlds seemed trivial in comparison. Splash! The splashing of water shook the entire sea of stars with the appearance of a huge monster. This was an immeasurable Kunpeng swimming in the stars. It dove and leaped or just floated there motionlessly. Anyone lucky enough to see this incredible scene would be shocked. It devoured and released the celestials as if it was the sole ruler of this boundless cosmos. Boom! With a loud blast, this gigantic Kunpeng turned into a huge bird that flew through the sea of stars with supreme speed. Nothing in this world was faster than it. It became faster and eventually, time seemed to have reversed. The ebb and flow of the reincarnation cycle stopped. Everything disappeared when it spread its wings and soared. In this place, time and myriad existences all returned to nothingness. Everything passed into eternity and, in the end, even the Kunpeng itself disappeared, leaving behind an emptiness in the mirror. This was a seemingly empty void. However, those who grasped the profundities of the Grand Tao would come to understand that this void was everything. It could give birth to time and space and all kinds of creatures. Everything in the world originated from the void. This void meant that everything was possible. It was the origin of all. The mysteries of the Grand Tao started here as well. Grand Primordial Tao. Li Qiye sighed after seeing this nothingness. Kunpeng, a supreme existence capable of shouldering everything. Alas, it was born in the wrong era. Otherwise, it would be able to evolve across time like all other creatures. The grand primordial Tao was the innate gift of a Kunpeng. Alas, weaker cultivators couldn't understand its mysteries or uses. Only immortal emperors or existences like Li Qie would be able to ponder it. This was a mighty and mysterious creature. Rumor has it that since the start of time, only around 3 Kunpengs appeared every epoch. This was a species rarer than even phoenixes. There weren't that many records of them either, thus people had a very limited understanding of this beast. Some emperors didn't know the real profundities behind its innate gift either. For example, this boundless continent made from its corpse contained endless mysteries. Just this Kunpeng alone was obscured enough. No one knew where it came from or how it lived. For millions of years, Li Qie had been to countless places and read many ancient books in addition to observing murals and monuments. He even knew the writings of the earliest people that no one else was privy to. For example, this particular Kunpeng had great ties with the colossal race. One particular scroll stated that their race protected this Kunpeng when it was very young and tiny. Another stated the exact opposite, that this Kunpeng was the one that protected their race because they had a supreme bloodline. No one could find out which statement was correct since it was too old to be traced. Nevertheless, it was worth pondering. If the colossal race was protecting this Kunpeng, it would mean that the beast was still a child. This beckons the question, just how large would an adult Kunpeng be? What was the ultimate limit of its size? If it was indeed young and its corpse was already tens of millions of miles long, wouldn't an adult Kunpeng be able to devour the 9 worlds just by opening its mouth? As the mirror has shown, a Kunpeng could swim among the stars. Everything else seemed insignificant in comparison. Li Qie also knew of one more secret. If this Kunpeng was still young, then it could only be said that it was born in the wrong era. If it had completely matured, it wouldn't have died in this place. This would have changed the wheel of time. Countless eras would have been different, and the same goes for all of the inhabitants. History itself would have to be rewritten. Of course, these were mere speculations. Moreover, the beast itself had always been mysterious and hid in the river of time. Li Qie sat cross-legged while looking at the mirror in order to ponder the obscured void. He entered a state of Zen and immersed himself within. The endless Tao took form in his eyes. It was as if this was the start of the oldest derivation of the Tao. The most subtle transformation took place here. This void contained everything in this world. One would be able to find all merit laws, techniques, and branches of the Tao in this place. Perhaps this was the true beginning of the fundamentals of the Grand Tao. Chapter 1381. While Li Qie was meditating inside the tower, a loud blast occurred on a mountain on the other side of the continent, alarming everyone. They looked over and saw a portal opening in the sky. This was the area Li Qie connected the Forbidden Zone to in order to suppress Meng Jintian with the borrowed power. The dark lights were pouring down on Jintian, but everything changed after this explosion. The portal in the sky was actually refined by him. At this moment, his laws became a huge cauldron. He used an unbelievable might to refine all of these dark lights. With a continuous buzzing noise, the lights were slowly altered, changing its affinity of darkness to an immortal affinity. Many were shaken while watching this astonishing scene. The knowledgeable ones suddenly realized something. A paragon gasped in fear, too powerful, he actually refined the dark judgment into laws. He's turning the power of the Forbidden Zone into his own. Everyone knew that this forbidden power was unstoppable. Even the strongest god kings wouldn't be able to survive, let alone refine them into their own laws. This was an extremely heaven-defying task. Only geniuses with absolute confidence would even attempt this because they risked suffering the retaliation of the dark judgment and turning into ashes. That's the most promising candidate for you. Such a solid foundation, exceeding all expectations. There's no trickery or lack of skill at all. Someone from the same generation as Jintian lamented. He had been this powerful even during immortal Emperor Ta Kong's generation. The emperor himself had also lost to him and called him his senior brother. It was a period where he found it difficult to find a match. Even after ascending, immortal Emperor Ta Kong maintained these respectful honorifics. Jintian was the pride of heaven spirit. For some unknown reason, he left the competition for the heaven's will and handed the position over to Ta Kong. Later on, a certain belief circulated in heaven spirit: if he didn't quit, it wouldn't be immortal Emperor Ta Kong's turn for the position. Right now, Li Qiye's fame has completely surpassed the rest of the younger generation, including the seven martial goddess and the Sea Shield Prince. He even caught up to Meng Jintian. This left many charming spirits out of breath. They were the favored children of the heavens. They might deny it out of modesty, but this pride definitely existed in their hearts. Alas, Li Qiye's momentum was very ferocious. Not only did he oppress the sea demons, he also eclipsed the charming spirits. Not many humans lived in heaven spirit, but one of them now lorded over the other races. This situation naturally left a sour taste in the mouths of the charming spirits. They grew a bit worried when Li Qiye was on a tyrannical rise when Meng Jintian should be the next emperor for their race. It was tough for everyone to accept that Jintian's future had become quite precarious. Li Qiye's appearance would challenge Jintian's position sooner or later. He was a great rival on the imperial path. Boom! Jintian erupted with an immortal radiance. Plumes of immortal light spread out like a peacock's tail. A mystical power emanated from the mountain with continuous explosions. The entire bone sea began to tremble in a very light and rhythmic manner. This comfortable and pleasant feeling made others think that they weren't in a dangerous land but safely back inside their mother's womb. The frightening part was that many places had objects resonating with Jintian's light and Grand Tao. At this moment, his Grand Tao shared the same beat as the bone sea. It gave the illusion that he had become the master of this sea and its power. However, this feeling was short-lived. It was only a harmonization that lasted for a second. Nevertheless, the powerful cultivators still knew the significance behind this and understood just how terrifying Jintian was. Someone exclaimed in horror, "Is this him grasping the heavenly Grand Tao?" While the crowd was shocked, the immortal light disappeared and tranquility returned. Nevertheless, this mountain now emitted a different feeling since it was shrouded with a faint mist that looked just like immortal energy. Standing in this place would give the feeling of walking on air. Unfortunately, it was surrounded by Meng Jintian's legion. Outsiders couldn't enter, let alone experience this kind of energy. People started to see things from this aura, making it seem as if immortals were pondering the Tao up there. Because of their presence, this mountain started to have this appearance. Is his Grand Tao about to reach perfection? A paragon noticed the faint aura and said, "If this is the case, he will immediately become emperor once the heavens will appear since he has been accepted already." Someone else commented with admiration, "It looks like he is still meditating and won't come out right away. His Tao heart is firm, he's not someone we can compare to." Chao Guojian, someone who had also been suppressed by the forbidden power, had been killed by Li Qiye. However, Jintian didn't become crazy or angry. He maintained his calm heart in order to ponder the Tao. His Tao heart was still without the slightest signs of ripples. Perhaps it was difficult for someone to not become emperor with all of these great characteristics. While looking at the mountain, an excited expert wondered, "I wonder who will win if he comes out and fights Li Qiye right now." The story has changed. In the past, Jintian was the clear favorite to win, but this was no longer the case. Just imagining two prime candidates going at each other left others eager with excitement. Humph. Reaching immortal emperor relies on one's own strength and their sturdy foundation instead of trickery. A charming spirit coldly replied with a sarcastic tone. Right now, Li Qiye was very powerful and also notorious for his ruthlessness. He would destroy a sect right away, so many didn't dare to belittle or ridicule him. Nevertheless, some charming spirits were unhappy after being pressured this much by him, so they indirectly insinuated their displeasure instead. A battle for the heavens is really worth looking forward to. Even the profound monarch slowly uttered, the victor between these two is not yet clear. With that, he looked over at Pure Sun and said, "What a shame, brother. If you chose the path of the heavens, you would play a part in this battle as well." Despite his pride, he still chose the path of the Grand Era due to his senior brother's existence. How could he even think about the heavens when he was so inferior to Pure Sun? Nevertheless, he was full of regret for his brother due to his opinion of his brother choosing the wrong path. In his mind, regardless of the era and enemy, his brother definitely had the ability to put up a good fight for the heavens will. There's no need for remorse. Pure Sun was still very nonchalant as he smiled and shook his head. Even if I chose the path of the heavens in this era, the outcome would still be the same. This heavens will belongs to Wuxia. Anyone who competes against him is doomed to a tragedy. Profound disagreed with this sentiment. Brother, you are raising Wuxia's prestige while lowering your own morale. He is indeed powerful and devilish, but you still have the qualifications to compete against him. I don't believe that there is anyone in this world who is more gifted than you. The Taoist shook his head again. That's because you don't know. Wuxia is far more terrifying than you can imagine. In short, a tragic end awaits anyone who goes against him in this generation. Chapter 1382, Buzz. In front of the great mirror, Wuxia had entered a state of zen as his body was immersed in the void. All things familiar to the world were missing, such as time and space and all the creatures. However, everything was also here, including the heavenly Grand Tao and its breath along with the wondrous laws. At this moment, Wuxia was emitting a bright light with his 13 palaces floating above his head in full force. They spun like 13 stars and derived a supreme grand world. Inside this world was the inhabitants of the universe, billions and billions of them basking in the brilliance of the sun and moon. After some time, the palaces disappeared along with Wuxia. The only thing left in their place was a vast emptiness with a primordial force. This energy pervaded the area without dispersing. A new life seemed to have been born in this primordial chaos in the form of a new world. An unprecedented Grand Tao was taking shape. After a long time, all of the aspects of a universe could be found. This was a place without the concept of time. Eventually, lightning appeared in this chaos, issuing thunderous blasts. Countless planes were moving with the coming of a new world. A while later, a boom resounded. It wasn't particularly loud, but it seemed to travel from the past to the future, a force capable of crossing one era to another. The primordial chaos was finally opened. If anyone was standing here, they would feel that this was the beginning of a new world. The thing splitting the primordial chaos open was not the legendary great axe but a particular Grand Tao. It was simple and unadorned yet very real and coarse. A pure energy slowly came by while the impurities descended. A light flashed everywhere in this new dawn. This energy turned into stars and the flow of water turned into an ocean. The quaking of the chaos turned into the sounds of the world. The Tao did its work inside this heaven and earth. It seemed to have been slumbering and existed even at the initial inception of the world. An outsider would be able to see the evolution of this land. As moments passed, the stars in the sky became brighter with the sun and moon floating up and down. Time came into existence at last. Creatures were being born on this plane. Beasts roamed the earth while birds soared in the sky. Some began to cultivate and made their mark in this world. The years went on and the nebula became brighter. It was leading this world to a new golden age. The creatures here became exceedingly powerful. Some were able to grasp the sun and moon and pluck the stars. They traveled through the sky freely while refining all in their path. Alas, such a splendid era didn't last for long. A disaster eventually came as stars fell from the sky. The celestials lost their brilliance as the inhabitants of this world put their greed first. Under this disaster, repugnant beings came into existences. They ravaged the land and murdered the inhabitants. It became a scene of carnage very quickly. Eventually, all creatures headed for extinction. The repugnant beings ruled the world after killing everything. Kill 100 to be a marquis, 1,000 to be a monarch, 10,000 to be a king, 1,000,000 to be an emperor, and kill them all to be the greatest fiend. An ultimate fiend finally emerged in this bloody era. It swallowed all the other evil creatures and annihilated this land in its effort to become the master of the yin and yang. Finally, with the greatest explosion, the world collapsed along with the howling fiend. It all returned to the void. There was no longer a great world or any existence for that matter. Even time was no exception. The wheel turned again with the emergence of a glimmer in the empty void. The chaos began to gestate life, time, and the grand Tao once more. A new cycle and era begun. In this one, immortals were climbing to the peak and prosperity was everywhere. Over time, some immortals turned evil. The world was destroyed once more to enter a new cycle. This cycle of creation and destruction continued, only the grand Tao was unchanging. The world was able to begin anew due to this Tao. Myriad existences were able to climb to the top in their golden era thanks to this Tao. The collapse of all things was also because of this Tao. This was a force beyond time and the reincarnation cycle. Regardless of whether it became a god, devil, or immortal, it continued to exist in spite of its form. Astonishment would be the only emotion found in any spectator privileged enough to see this scene. This was a world-creating Tao that continued for countless cycles, an eternal Tao. Of course, its form was always different. This was Li Qia's grand Tao. Creation into reproduction into dissipation, all for the sake of this timeless Tao. This Tao dominated all aspects. It dominated the heavens, the reincarnation cycle, creation and destruction. Any knowledgeable person would be frightened if they were here to see this. A cultivator could create a grand Tao. However, to a large extent, it would only be grasping the heavenly Tao and using its rules to create a new Tao. Because of this, the path of the heavens became a popular belief. A Tao creator could eventually be recognized by the heavens will and compete for it to become emperor. There were also levels on this particular path. From weakest to strongest, they are Tao apprentice, Tao master, Tao sovereign, celestial mortal, celestial general, celestial god, emperor reserve, and emperor candidate. Within this realm, celestial mortal was the start of Tao creation. From that, one would gain the ability to sense the heavens' will. At the level of emperor reserve, their Tao would be perfected and ready to shoulder the heavens' will along with its power. If this Tao failed to be recognized by the heavens' will, the user wouldn't be able to enter the competition to be emperor. Only grand Tao recognized by the heavens will would earn this opportunity to vie for the throne. However, Li Qia's grand Tao wasn't created for the heavens' will. It has directly opened up its own world and started a new era. In this place, his Tao was alone, he was the Lord of all. Due to its domination, even if Li Qia wanted to seize the heavens' will, his grand Tao still wouldn't accept it. It would control the heavens' will instead since this could only be considered a certain force within his grand Tao, not its entirety. In this manner, this Tao continued to develop cycles of reincarnation. After countless eras, everything disappeared while Li Qia took form in front of the great mirror again. At this moment, he opened his eyes, revealing an extremely clear and simple glare. There was no frightening glint or profound look, it was the simplest and most sincere pair of eyes. A grand Tao just like the genesis of all. A wisp of a smile appeared. This was not only the start of his Tao, it has taken a step further towards improvement. Although there was still a long way to go before perfection, this step made him understand his Tao even more. He knew what path he was taking and what was needed. To a certain extent, he didn't need the heavens will that has become dispensable for he will surely become an emperor that will start a whole new eon. It doesn't have a name, so I might as well give it one now. Li Qie laughed and freely said, since it was created by me, let's call it the Tao of 7 Nights. 7 Nights Tao, his casual comment has decided the name of his creation. He stood up and looked at the big mirror. Its original appearance was restored. The void was no longer there, so it looked like a moon once more, one with a rough surface and undecorated form. He smiled and said, "A Kuan-peng, maybe I should groom a unique divine beast one day, one that will surpass all the others." Chapter 1383, On the outside, many looked at the octagonal tower, waiting. Although none of them knew how to enter, no one was willing to give up. This was especially true for the stronger crowd. They all wanted to take a look inside in hopes of obtaining a supreme creation. Eventually, the gate opened with Li Qie coming out. There weren't that many changes in his appearance, but Ruyan's group was quite discerning. They clearly noticed from his expression that his wounds have been healed in full. The Taoist noticed even more than this group of geniuses. His eyes flashed upon seeing Li Qie. In the past, he saw Li Qie as being unfathomable, like a slumbering beast that could devour all enemies at any moment. But now, he felt that Li Qie was too simple, as if nothing was there. Finally, he noticed an ephemeral glimpse, one where Li Qie was the world and the world was Li Qie, an all-encompassing and omnipresent being. With this fleeting thought, the Taoist suddenly caught onto something. He saw an eternal grand Tao, one capable of creating a new eon. The heavens will has a master now. He gently sighed after seeing the foregone conclusion. Prior to this, he still had some doubts, but after Li Qie's emergence from the tower, he knew that the suspense was gone. Li Qie was sure to become emperor in this generation. Not everyone was as insightful as him. Others grew curious while staring at this fella, in particular, the treasures or fortunes he might have obtained inside the tower. Alas, no one would dare ask Li Qie, especially when he didn't like to mince words. "Congratulations, brother Li. Nothing will be able to halt your path in this generation." The Taoist slightly bowed and spoke with sincerity. Li Qie chuckled while staring at the Taoist, "It's a shame that you didn't pick the path of the heavens." The truth was that Li Qie really liked pure sun. If he didn't come into being in this generation, perhaps he would have trained pure sun. "With you around, I'm already satisfied if I can laze off somewhere." Pure Sun spoke in a carefree manner. He was an open-minded individual and knew just how sad it was for Li Qie's future rivals in the competition for the heaven's will. Of course, this meant nothing to him since he had no such ambition. "You can still evade this era." Li Qie smiled. The Taoist shook his head, "No need, I don't want much in this generation. Being able to stroll through life is enough for me. It will be worthwhile just to see your brilliance in the future." Li Qie commented with a tinge of respect, "Not many people can be as free as you across all the ages. I must befriend someone like you." To earn such a remark from Li Qie could be said to be an incomparable honor. Not many people enjoyed such a high evaluation from him. The Taoist didn't answer and only bowed deeply. It was no wonder Li Qie thought so highly of him. If the Taoist really wished so, he still had a chance in the future by giving up everything for a restart. With his talents, becoming an emperor would only be a matter of time. "Let's go." Li Qie happily smiled. After notifying the group, he was ready to depart. Pure Sun looked over at Profound standing next to him and asked, "Junior brother, do you have any plans?" There was still some grievances between Profound and Li Qie. Even though he didn't try to fight Li Qie, he also found the guy quite unpleasing to look at. Profound was a proud person like that. Despite knowing that he was inferior and that Li Qie might become emperor in the future, he still wouldn't try to curry favor. Nothing would change his general annoyance towards Li Qie. "I found a place." Profound pondered for a moment before answering, "I intend to attack it and see if I can enter." "Want me to lend you a hand?" Pure Sun smiled after seeing Profound's uncertain expression. Pure Sun had always viewed Profound as a real little brother while Profound respectfully treated him as an older brother. Pure Sun would use all of his strength in order to help Profound when necessary. As for Profound, he would never say no to his older brother. Good. With your help, we'll get it done for sure. Profound didn't bother putting up an act and agreed right away. He would usually never get help from someone else, but since his brother asked, there was no need for a prideful refusal. Brotherly, we shall meet again as long as time continues to flow. The Taoist cupped his fists to Li Qie. I hope that day will come. Li Qie laughed in response. The Taoist and Profound bid farewell to Ruyan and Jianshi. Profound didn't bother saying goodbye to Li Qie. Courtesy wasn't necessary for someone he didn't like. Li Qie didn't mind this prideful gesture and kept a smile on his face. Their bone ships eventually left the lake and sailed deeper into the main area in the sky. Everyone was relieved to see Li Qie leave. One spoke with a hint of regret, what a pity, we won't see a fight between him and Jintian. Someone looked over at Jintian's mountain and replied, it will happen. Once Jintian comes out of his cultivation, he will probably come and seek Li Qie for revenge. Just stay at the Bone Sea and we'll see the fight for sure. The immortal energy was still faintly showing on the mountain, so Jintian was surely still meditating. Everyone calmed down after Li Qie's departure. Their eyes turned towards the tower. Some were quite excited and even thought about trying to enter. However, they didn't dare to take action and looked over to the swift Tao god instead. He was the first to occupy the entrance. Even though he gave it to Li Qie earlier, logically speaking, he should be the first to enter now. Of course, reason faltered to strength in the cultivation world. The only justice right now was that he was too powerful and no one here dared to oppose him. Thus, as long as he was here, no one tried to compete. He looked at the tower and gently sighed. He decided against entering and drifted away instead. This was his style. He wasn't one to underestimate himself and was even confident in catching up to Meng Jintian in a few years. Nevertheless, he understood the gap between him and Jintian right now. Furthermore, the one suffocating him was actually Li Qie. He was even more deterring than Jintian. The gap between him and Jintian was discernible, but Li Qie was completely unfathomable. He simply couldn't see through Li Qie's true strength at all. At the same time, Pure Sun's appearance also moved him. He has become quite complacent recently, but now, he had no choice but to admit that Heaven's spirit was full of talents. If Pure Sun was also on the path of the heavens, he would definitely be a great rival in the future. The swift Tao god left, exasperated from knowing that there was still a long way to go. He must work even harder. With his departure, everyone excitedly competed to go up the altar in order to enter the tower. As the bone ship was floating in the air, Ruyan and Jianshi eagerly stared at Li Qie. As supreme beauties, their current expressions were full of temptation and made them even more irresistible. You don't have to look at me like that. Li Qie laughed and casually threw a bone at the two of them. This is your Void Imperfection School's wind chase break. Take good care of it. If you lose it again, it won't be so easy to find it a second time. The two of them accepted the bone and carefully perused it before exclaiming, it's real, we finally found it. Their excitement was uncontrollable. Their school had been searching for this technique to no avail until now. They felt that this would be able to comfort their ancestors' souls. Both of them caressed this piece of bone while murmuring, wind chase break. Not even in their dreams would they expect for them to be the ones bringing it back to the schools. Thank you, young noble. Ruyan was unrestrained and passionately kissed Li Qie in her fervor. Is this you taking advantage of me? Li Qie chuckled after falling victim to the kiss. She pouted and glared with her pretty eyes, even if I am, just let me for a bit. Chapter 1384, Jianshi was much more reserved compared to Ruyan's unrestrained personality. She contained her excitement and bowed towards Li Qie. Young noble, this is the greatest kindness you have given to our void imperfection schools. We will never forget and hope that we shall be able to repay you one day. While looking at her elegant and mature expression, Li Qie smiled and joked, don't worry about repaying me. The future is too distant, who can say what will happen? But if you insist, follow your sister's footsteps and give me a kiss. I don't mind being taken advantage of again. Her face turned red despite knowing it was an obvious joke. She didn't know how to properly respond. Oh. Young noble, I didn't expect a peerless character like you to have some improper thoughts about someone else's wife. Ruyan cheerfully quipped before giving implicative glances at the two. There will always be some interesting things in life. Li Qie didn't mind the comment and laughed as well. Ruyan happily grinned, sister, what are you afraid of? You want to marry him anyway, so why be hesitant about a kiss? If he actually becomes emperor one day, it will be you taking advantage of him. Not just anyone in this world is qualified to kiss an immortal emperor. Li Qie didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this bold girl. She was a demoness who dared to speak her mind, a strong person who could love and hate and be true to her desires. Jianche's face blushed even more after being teased like this. She looked just like the sunset on the horizon. Despite her always elegant and graceful bearing, she couldn't help but lower her head at this moment. However, she mustered courage out of nowhere and seemed to have discarded her inner inhibitions. With a rosy countenance and moist lips exuding her sweet orchid scent, she gave him a kiss on the lips. Though this kiss didn't last long, she felt a shock run through her body while her heart thumped violently. Li Qie didn't expect the dignified Jianche to actually kiss him. He smiled and didn't think too much of it. This was just an ordinary event to him, like water flowing downstream. It wasn't enough to leave any ripples in his Tao heart. Look, the beginning of everything is difficult, but it will be much easier later on. Perhaps this will be the start of a good marriage. Ruyan chuckled in response, sister, just make up your mind and seduce him to leave behind an imperial bloodline. This directness embarrassed Jianche completely as her face became even hotter. Stop fanning the flames. Li Qie pinched Ruyan's nose and shook his head. Jianche was still a schoolmaster, so she quickly dispelled her bashful state to regain her graceful bearing. Li Qie smiled at the two of them and said, okay, the two of you can take a look around. I'll leave the bone ship to you. Jianche found this surprising, where will you go? His eyes turned towards the distance, I want to go check out the Forbidden Zone. There's something I want there. This was his real purpose in visiting the Bone Sea. It wasn't for any treasure, it was solely for this item. After so many years, he finally understood its mysteries and uses. The Forbidden Zone. Both the girls were shaken. This was a place no one dared to enter outside of immortal emperors. Many brilliant geniuses have tried to do so. Some god kings who considered themselves to be invincible also entered. Alas, few could come out alive. Even those who escaped successfully had indelible wounds. Do you really want to go there? I heard the injuries gained in the Forbidden Zone are impossible to cure. Jianche became quite worried. It was too terrifying of a location. Even the mighty Jintian wouldn't easily tread into that area. He had the ambition to become emperor, so he would still be confident about coming out alive. However, an indelible wound was a real worry. This was something that could shake his Tao heart. For a cultivator, having an affected Tao heart was the most serious of taboos. It would affect one for a lifetime, and their cultivation might be stuck in the same place forever as well. Of course, they were confident in Li Qie's strength. Alas, no one could truly be confident in escaping the Forbidden Zone unscathed. He smiled and replied, it's okay, it's just the Forbidden Zone. It's still not the most terrifying place just yet. There are worse locations in this hellhole. After seeing that he had made up his mind, Ruyan and Jianche didn't try to persuade him anymore. Are you going there for the item of immortality? Ruyan winked with a coquettish smile. Li Qie glanced at her and said, I know what you are thinking, but forget about it. I didn't even say anything yet, do you need to be so cautious and treat me like an outsider? She pouted in response. If you are going to the Forbidden Zone, what should we do with Fairy? Jianshi was much more careful and looked at Fairy lying inside the wooden coffin. Ruyan was startled as well and added, that's right, what if she wakes up and goes crazy again when you aren't here? We can't do anything about it. Their fear was reasonable since outside of Li Qie, no one else could appease her. Judging by what they had seen before, once Fairy loses control, the world itself might be destroyed. Li Qie turned quiet for a bit while looking at Fairy. He eventually smiled and said, don't worry, her mind is clear and her emotions are very stable right now. She is only resting, so even if she wakes up, she won't lose control again. The two sisters felt relieved after hearing this. Li Qie eventually told the two, okay, the two of you can wander around freely. This continent has lost a lot of things, but if you are lucky, you might still find something good. If that's the case, you should give us some hints. For example, where we should go and what we should pay attention to. Ruyan was quick on the uptake. Bottomless greed like a snake wanting to swallow an elephant. Li Qie jokingly scolded her, this place is different from the Legacy Treasure Sea. You can bring treasures away from that place, but here, the focus is on fortune and adventures, not treasures. The latter is not something you can chase after. Ruyan replied, but there should still be some treasures here. Like you said before, isn't this the corpse of a Kunpeng? I'm sure it has some supreme treasures hiding inside. Jianshi agreed with this sentiment. They wouldn't be thinking too much if they didn't know that this was the corpse of a Kunpeng. Indeed, the legacy treasures of a divine beast can make the heart beat fast. Li Qie spoke with a tinge of emotion. Ruyan half-jokingly said, should we dig 30,000 feet down to the deepest part of the continent? Maybe we will be able to find its legacy. Not to mention 30,000 feet, even if you flip the entire continent over, it still won't do. This Kunpeng has been guarded in the past, so even if you dig everywhere, you won't be able to find anything. Without the right fortune and the corresponding key, the legacy treasures will be unobtainable. The key? Do you know what it is? How about telling me? Ruyan chuckled. Of course I know where it is. Li Qie smiled, however, forget about the legacy treasures because even if I told you, you still wouldn't be able to get this key. The key to obtaining the legacy treasures of the Kunpeng was the yellow bell from the Gu clan. Young noble, are you intentionally teasing my curiosity? Ruyan angrily stared at him and said, since this is the case, you shouldn't have told me in the first place. Now I'm itching all over with this knowledge. Li Qie smiled and shook his head, what a greedy little beauty. Finding the wind chase break is already a stroke of luck, so don't force other things. Just go play around and test your fortunes without being so insistent. I got it. Ruyan pouted. She was only trying to satiate her curiosity. The other treasures weren't too tempting for her because her schools already had too many. Jianshi asked, what should we tell Fairy if she wakes up? Li Qie remembered something and said, if she wakes up, tell her that if it is meant to be, we will meet again. I hope to see her if such a day does come. She wants to leave. Ruyan was surprised. Li Qie nodded, she will. She has her mission and burden while I have my own path. Chapter 1385. In the end, Li Qie left the continent and went to the Forbidden Zone by himself. The girls sent him off until his back disappeared above the vast sea. They didn't go together with him since they understood that they would only be a burden. Despite being quite powerful, they weren't at the level of being able to enter the Forbidden Zone. He jumped on a smaller boat and headed for the zone. Under his control, this boat turned quite fast and dashed through the sea like an arrow. He eventually made it to the shore of this forbidden area and stopped the boat. There was no one in sight on this shore. There were many treasure seekers along the way, but this place was completely desolate. Not a single skeleton was to be found, either. It was as if any bones that drifted here would disappear without a trace. It was a dark expanse, not just the sky but also the water itself. This had to be the darkest water in all of the Bone Sea. There was no end in sight and nothing else was present, only darkness and more darkness. Anyone would be creeped out by this spectacle and feel that this was the world's darkest place. The sun would never show up here. Anyone who died in this place would never be able to enter the reincarnation cycle. In fact, many would think about retreating after seeing its appearance. Since the start of time, many confident god kings had tried to enter, but few managed to leave alive. Despite ordinary cultivators not daring to venture here, they were still very curious about this area and what lies within. This was all due to rumors about all the great beings such as emperors, tree fathers, and sea gods entering this area. The strangest part was that every sea god visited this place without exception. Why was this the case? What was inside that attracted these sea gods? Speculations regarding this matter ran rampant across Heaven's spirit. Some said that the supreme artifact, the Tyrant, came from the Forbidden Zone. Because of this, these sea gods would be on a search for its origin. Of course, no one could verify this particular claim. The sea gods themselves kept their mouths shut about this issue, even to their descendants and disciples. They had never written about it either. Their attitude only fueled the interest about the Forbidden Zone, and many of their descendants died from their curiosity as a result. Someone had calculated the number before, at least half of sea gods' descendants would die in the Forbidden Zone in search for an answer. The Bonesia's Forbidden Zone. Wuxia insipidly spoke to the darkness. It is more accurate to call it an entrance, a direct access route to that place. For millions of years, how many emperors have attacked this place? Alas, no one has really been successful. Emperors who knew about the Bonesia's mysticisms couldn't help but take a trip. This was especially true for those from the charming spirit race. They carried a responsibility to attack this place. Unfortunately, they had all failed in the end. This was not to say that they weren't powerful enough. It was because the price was unimaginable. It wasn't just on a personal level, it involved many other unfathomable things. Some things are ultimately inevitable. He emotionally continued, the great disaster will befall Heaven's spirit, but I have faith in the charming spirits. The darkest of times will eventually pass. He rowed his bone ship deeper inside. The sea was as black as ink here. It could even be said that no one could be sure whether this was water or ink. When the boat entered, an even more horrifying event happened. It started to crack and fall apart. Crack. Gaps were everywhere on the boat. Keep in mind that these boats were able to traverse freely through the Bone Sea, but they couldn't do so in the Forbidden Zone. This was a location more terrifying than the other regions. There was also no way of flying in this area. One would meet a form of absolute suppression and be subjected to falling into the sea. Anyone else would be aghast at this moment, but Wuxia casually smiled. Eventually, the whole boat crumbled. Wuxia waved his hand and another boat appeared, so he jumped to the new one while watching the old ship sink into the sea. Alas, this new one couldn't withstand it for long either. With a burst of breaking noises, he had to repeat the process once more. As he went deeper inside, the speed the boats disintegrated hastened. He was still calm in the face of this. Even if he used up all of his boats, there was still another ace up his sleeve, the shuttle from the Bones Lord. The Island Lord considered his little shuttle to be a supreme treasure. It came from the Forbidden Zone and had an incredible story behind it. It could travel anywhere in the Bone Sea without restriction. Of course, it wasn't omnipotent and would suffer great damage by staying in the Forbidden Zone for a long time. It would lose its power and need a long time to recover. One boat shattered after another. In the end, he ran out and was ready to use the Lord's small shuttle. Click, clack, click, at this time, an unexpected burst of clattering came about as a horse could be seen riding the waves in this area. No one would believe their eyes if they were to see this. A horse was actually galloping on the water of the Bone Sea without being affected at all. The skeletal horse shrouded in black fog rode in a divine manner. It ran before Li Qie and stopped after issuing a loud neigh. Li Qie smiled and jumped on the horse. Neigh. The skeletal horse turned and leaped deeper into the area. Li Qie patted the horse and commented, "What a good horse. No wonder that brat Bu Si hid you back then, everyone would want you. If he didn't win you back then, maybe I would have tried to take you." Neigh. The horse hissed, clearly dissatisfied with his words. Li Qie laughed at the horse's protest, "You don't have to be unhappy. In all fairness, you don't belong to that brat alone. The Bones Lord had a share for that treasury back then too, but the brat tricked him back then, so half of you actually belongs to the Isle Lord. Everything could have been different." The horse ignored him and continued its great stride into the forbidden zone at lightning speed. Anyone would covet a mount that could run through this area. It was no wonder why the Island Lord had always been angry after so many years have passed. If he didn't fall into the trap back then, maybe this horse would have been his. Eventually, the horse stopped because there was nowhere else to go. This dark sea was quite vast, but for some reason, only a void was situated in front of them right now. It turns out that this was why it came back to pick up Li Qie. There was no road ahead, so it had no choice but to rely on him. The might of an emperor, I see. Li Qie was visibly moved. Even though no one has really succeeded, immortal emperors could still sever a part of it. This is them trying to buy more time for Heaven's spirit. Chapter 1386, The Forbidden Area stopped here and continued as a boundless void. Who knows where it led to? Nay. The skeletal horse raised its hooves and seemed to be impatient. Li Qie patted it and smiled, "Don't worry, the brat has been dead for a very long time, so he surely won't mind waiting a little more." The horse was still stomping the ground restlessly as if it wanted nothing more than to cross this void. Too much time has passed and not just one emperor has fought here before. It makes sense that you couldn't find the way. One battle took place after another, so this place has been fragmented. Li Qie flatly spoke, knowing why the horse was so anxious. Nay. The horse seemed to be agreeing with him. He smiled and said, "Okay, I'll get you past this, but I have something else to do, so I can't go with you. At that point, whether you can find the old road or not will be up to you." The horse unexpectedly didn't neigh this time. It looked at the void as if trying to recall the old path in its memories. Li Qie took out the small shuttle from the Island Lord and jumped inside. The horse followed him without any hesitation. "Let's go." He laughed as the shuttle lit up. Its crystal hull became dazzlingly bright. Buzz! It jumped into the void like a flood dragon playing in water. It made this void look like a deep trench in an ocean. In fact, this expanse ahead wasn't really a void. An immortal emperor had used heaven-defying means to cut off this area. Many had failed to conquer it completely despite the damage caused here. Ultimately, they chose to seal this area by creating this void. It wasn't so easy to cross this severed location. Unless one knew the way or was strong enough to directly go through it, there was no chance of entering. This was the case for the skeletal horse. It hadn't been here for a long time and didn't know this severed path, so it couldn't enter. As the shuttle rushed into the void, the darkness appeared again before disappearing a moment later. The scene constantly shifted from darkness to void. Suddenly, a blue sky and ocean appeared. As the shuttle soared through this space, the scene continuously changed. This severing from an immortal emperor was incredible, so it wasn't that easy to find the way. However, this little shuttle could still seek the correct route time and time again. Navigating through this area of the Forbidden Zone once again emphasized just how precious this shuttle was. It finally crossed the severed space and a new location appeared before Wuxia. This scene would shock anyone and completely captivate all spectators. The shattered sky was filled with huge holes. This would be unimaginable regardless of the location. It looked as if someone broke through the vault of the heavens. Of course, people knew that even if this was the case, the scars would eventually disappear as the sky restored itself. Alas, these scars wouldn't disappear. It was as if the attacker had left something behind so that they would never go away. One could easily imagine just how powerful this attacker must be. Only existences of the immortal emperor level could cause such harm. These holes had black water rushing out of them, making it seem as if the origin of the dark sea came from above. Like Wuxia said before, this land has been ravaged and broken. There used to be towering mountains here, but some had been cut down the middle. Crumbled peaks were scattered and floated among the void. They looked just like stars and formed a large and long meteorite belt. Over yonder seemed to be a gigantic tree that could reach all the way to the highest part of the sky. However, this tree had been uprooted completely with its roots exposed. There was a great bridge here connecting two different realms. Alas, this bridge had been severed into multiple sections in the sky. Some areas had continuous explosions with lava gushing out while others had been penetrated completely with a green liquid oozing out. It was as if these attacks had reached hell itself and this hellish water was gushing out. In short, a terrifying war took place here, one that could annihilate this entire world. After these events, the world itself tried to heal. The shattered continents began to reconnect along with the broken bridges. The world was slowly repairing itself to come back to life. Wuxia gently sighed and said, "Still not successful, this destruction could only delay the inevitable. Unless one doesn't mind risking it all to annihilate this world completely, it won't end. However, that might destroy heaven's spirit in the process." He lamented the current situation. Fighting was a disaster, but avoiding it was also a calamity. It will come sooner or later, who knows what the end result will be. In fact, the emperors who had attacked this place understood it as well. They knew that by going all out, they risked turning heaven's spirit into little pieces. Because of this, they chose to only deal great damage in order to buy time. As for the future, they would leave it to their descendants to find a solution. The destructive capabilities of emperors were incredible, but this magical world still continued to repair all of this damage. Wuxia withdrew his gaze and looked back at the horse. "Well, you need to go on your own now. As for how far the brat can go, that is up to him as well." "Nay." The horse neighed and jumped out of the shuttle. It stood on top of this broken continent, looked around, then started to sniff as if wanting to find a particular scent in the air. After a while, it galloped with great haste towards the horizon and disappeared into one of the large holes. "What a brat, I took you all the way here and you didn't even say thanks." Wuxia scolded its shadow after seeing this. He didn't stop here for too long since it was very dangerous in this realm. Each step was full of peril, one wrong move would turn him into ashes. Of course, the shuttle shielded him from all of this since it would automatically avoid all dangers. It carried him around this region like a fish swimming in the sea and dodged the dangers with ease. This area seemed to be home for the shuttle. It flew for a long time before reaching a certain area with bursts of explosions. Bang! 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 A big funnel was ahead and all of the dark water was pouring down into it. This seemed to be the final destination of all the water here. Wuxia looked at this phenomenon before sighing. The power of this large funnel was too powerful. Even though it was inferior to the maelstrom back in the Abyss Sea, it was still quite terrifying and dangerous. Even a god king would be torn to pieces if they fell inside. "It's time to go in." He prepared by activating the crystal physique. In just a second, his body exuded a great brilliance, becoming sparkly and translucent just like a crystal. With the physique and its light protecting him, no dangers or murderous intents could hurt him. Chapter 1387, The shuttle carried Li Qiye into the big funnel and submerged itself in the dark water. Li Qiye couldn't see anything due to this darkness, but he could feel the shuttle falling down with increasing velocity. Occasionally, it would violently quake back and forth as if it was about to fall apart at any moment. Li Qiye smiled and murmured, "If this boat falls apart, that bone brat will surely become furious." He activated the crystal physique just in case something happens to the boat. He would still be safe even if it breaks apart. After an unknown amount of time, the shuttle finally stopped. The explosions from the water were gone and the area turned silent again. The shuttle changed as well. It was crystal clear a moment ago but has now turned gray like a bleak piece of jade covered in dust. Without a doubt, the shuttle has lost the majority of its divinity after falling into the funnel and needed a long recovery period. Li Qiye said with a smile, "The bone brat will be bleeding with pain." In fact, the island lord had already felt the pain after giving the shuttle to Li Qiye. How could he not see through it? An existence like the Dark Crow wouldn't need to borrow his shuttle if he was only going to play around. He understood that the Dark Crow was about to go all out in this endeavor, so he had already braced himself mentally to see his boat being greatly damaged. Despite knowing all of this, he still lent it to Li Qiye in the end. Li Qiye jumped out of the shuttle and looked at the void in front of him. The main difference was that there was a large Taiji diagram that looked like its own world. Even though it was rotating slowly, it was the core that dragged everything else along. Upon careful inspection, one would notice that the Yin affinity was very familiar. It was extremely dark and capable of devouring all passing light. The old geezer was too heaven-defying and fierce back then. In his rage, he destroyed the Yin affinity. Li Qiye shook his head and grinned. The Yin force ahead was the black liquid he saw in the past back at the Dragon Mountain. It was a crucial part of this diagram and held grave importance. In the distant years, the old geezer had been here before, even earlier than the other immortal emperors. He was different back then since he used to be a ferocious demon dragon. He launched an assault on this place and, under his relentless fury, he destroyed a part of the Yin force and brought it back home to be sealed. Of course, he wanted to be able to use it one day in case a descendant of his becomes powerful enough to return because there was an item in this location that his dragon race must have. Another reason was that he didn't want others to obtain this particular item, so he destroyed half of this diagram. In the present, his willingness to release it was a great favor to Li Qiye. No one else would be able to enjoy this grand gesture. In fact, someone had asked him before Li Qiye, Immortal Emperor Busi. Alas, the old man refused. Li Qiye took a deep breath. With a buzz, he summoned the pentagate, the bronze box, the green lamp, and his Dao sword. He took out all of these wondrous treasures not for self-protection, but to suppress his own Dao foundation. This was an unthinkable move. With his Dao foundation sealed, even if he was stronger, he wouldn't be able to retaliate. This turned him into a defenseless bookworm, even a mortal could kill him at this moment. He had his reasons for doing so. Even though this rendered him helpless, there was one particular advantage: his Dao foundation wouldn't suffer any damage. This left him completely vulnerable, but his core would be able to withstand a world-destroying attack and remain intact. Even if he died and his body turns into smoke, his Dao foundation would still be there with his palaces, inner physiques, and grand Dao. These things would all be preserved. Anyone would think that this line of thought was absurd. Everyone knew that once death approached, there would be nothing left. The death of the true fate was an eternal rest, so keeping the Dao foundation intact would be useless. For a cultivator, a destroyed Dao foundation could be rebuilt and a body reshaped. However, if the true fate were to be destroyed, the souls and spirits would dissipate completely. This was a true death without a chance to start again. Therefore, in the face of inescapable danger, cultivators would give up their body and everything else besides the true fate. As long as they could survive, there would be another opportunity. The fate palaces, physique, and even Tao foundation paled in comparison to the true fate. However, Li Qiye was doing the complete opposite. He was prioritizing his Tao foundation over his true fate. Anyone witnessing this scene would think that only a madman or an idiot would do this. He took a deep breath and stood in the middle of the Taiji diagram, the point that connected the yin and yang. He closed his eyes and waited for the right moment. As time passed, a loud blast eventually resounded. The Taiji emitted a brilliance signaling the harmony of the yin and yang. A new world was opened before him, prompting him to jump inside. In the blink of an eye, the Taiji disappeared along with the yin and yang light. He opened his eyes with a faint smile on his face. This new world with rosy clouds in the sky was magnificent. It seemed that this location was spewing out divine mists and clouds. Everything seemed incredibly soft. Walking in this land gave a strange comforting feel as if there was a pretty flower field beneath their feet. In this vast world, there were things that resembled mountains and bridges leading from one realm to another. Walking on these bridges gave the feeling of walking up into the heavens. What was even more satisfying was the general aura of this place. It was full of vitality as if this was an ancient era. A majestic life force pervaded this realm. In such a boundless atmosphere, inhaling a simple mouthful of air could immediately turn someone into an immortal. There are so many treasures hidden here that all would covet. Even if it doesn't grant immortality, it will still make someone live for a long, long time. He laughed. However, he wasn't like others. He released his own true fate while converging all of his blood energy into his Tao foundation. Like this, his true fate was left defenseless. This was no different from committing suicide. Of course, he was trying to suicide. An immense sound suddenly blasted this location not long after. It sounded just like the heartbeat of this world that could render powerful cultivators to ashes instantly. It was needless to mention Li Qiye's current state. Due to his defenseless true fate, he fell flat on the ground and died. This wasn't a state of suspended animation, this was real death. However, just a moment later, 18 petals emerged above him and the fourth one lit up. This is true death. He suddenly got up from the ground and laughed. Chapter 1388, Li Qiye seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll after getting up, it was as if he didn't care about his own life. At this point, he released his true fate again in the same suicidal manner. With the death scripture resurrecting him, he died a total of 4 times. At his particular level of plentiful death energy, even suiciding was quite difficult. For example, even if he scattered his cultivation to become defenseless and tried hanging himself, it still wouldn't be enough. Without absolute power, no force would be able to kill him because the death seal wouldn't allow for that to happen so easily. However, this beautiful place was different. It contained a truly mighty force that could easily end a god king, let alone other people. Li Qiye smiled and looked around this mystical and perilous place. The aura here was very rich with life. Those who immersed themselves here would get the feeling of nirvana and rebirth, a fluttering sensation of living again. Even those on the verge of death would become as fierce as a tiger. Cultivators at the end of their lifespan could feel several thousand years younger upon coming to this place. In fact, the speculation that the Bone Sea had an object of immortality wasn't completely false. Of course, the item here didn't grant immortality, but it was even more tempting in comparison. Thump. He walked for a while before the sonorous heartbeat came again like thunder. The defenseless Li Qiye fell to the ground and died a true death once more. Alas, the 5th petal lit up on cue. Li Qiye came back to life and continued to smile as if nothing happened. Only Li Qiye could treat death, something very horrible in the eyes of others, this frivolously. At this moment, he walked with zero apprehension while sealing his Tao foundation alongside everything else. Death caused no damage to him as long as his foundation was untouched. In a place like this, dying was actually a great harvest instead of a loss. Thump. The sound of a heartbeat came again, causing Wuxia to fall down and suffer the same fate. The sixth petal from the death seal lit up just as planned. However, it was completely different this time. The sixth petal emitted a beautiful and bright light like a flower in full bloom. This repeating process gave an illusion that a great world was emitting its brilliance inside the petal, a world that contained an unbelievable power. Clank! 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 The death seal shot out a long and narrow law like a waterfall. It was quite ancient, even more so than this particular area. It seemed that it had already been there before the formation of the world. There was no way of learning about its archaic origin. Clank! A metallic clicking came about. The law seemed to be locking onto something. Boom! With a loud bang, the law tightened up as if wanting to pull onto something, but this particular object was sealed, so it was a difficult battle. Wuxia cheerfully smirked while watching this scene. What should be mine shall be mine, or everyone will suffer. This was the magical property of the death scripture. One fate accumulated from 3 deaths, one item formed from 6 deaths, one life changed from 9 deaths, and 18 deaths to reach the high heavens. Wuxia had died 6 times, so it was time for him to obtain an item. This was his goal in dying here. He wouldn't want to do so in a different location because, in his eyes, it would turn into some worthless item. This place was different. An item that materializes in this place would be extremely heaven-defying. Clank! The light from the ancient law became resplendent like the sun itself. It emitted a powerful and unquestionable will. It looked as if it could resist the high heavens itself since it was born during the primordial era. Rumble! The item being dragged by the law emerged. This power didn't wish to let go of its item and increased its suppression. Alas, under the pulling of the law, the suppression was useless and the item continued to be pulled towards Wuxia. Rumble! Roaring explosions echoed across the Bone Sea. The entire region shook with tidal waves soaring to the sky. To the dismay of the cultivators present, the entire place looked like the end of days. Boom! Back in Wuxia's world, the most invincible power in the 9 heavens emerged in order to take the item back. Alas, with its metallic hymns, the law held the advantage with its slow pull. It's useless. No matter how you try, you can't resist the power of the primordial chaos. This is the origin of everything, the beginning of countless eons. Who can stop such a force? Wuxia laughed in response. The grand beginning gave birth to the 9 words, the 9 words created the 9 treasures, and from the 9 treasures came the 9 scriptures. It's futile to try and stop it. Of course, it isn't completely impossible. Killing me is the best method, but go ahead, I actually want to die several times more so that I can exchange my life. That would be a real profit. He sneered. Boom! Deep in this region, in the most remote place in the sky, an invincible will erupted. It seemed capable of destroying all things. Even god-kings would prostrate in horror before its coming. They would feel incredibly small and insignificant. Only immortal emperors would be able to withstand this will. However, Wuxia was still all smiles before it. He opened his arms and said, "Come, kill me. If you can't kill me completely, I will exchange my life right here. I highly doubt that there is another existence in this world besides the villainous heavens that is capable of killing me." At this moment, the Bone Sea was screaming with monstrous tsunamis. The cultivators trembled in fear as their souls fluttered from their bodies. Everyone felt that they wouldn't be able to escape this doomsday. Wuxia welcomed this with open arms. He was laughing through it all with complete abandonment towards his life in order to reach his 9th death. In the end, the will from the depths of the Bone Sea didn't attack. This power that could only be withstood by immortal emperors slowly dissipated. Click. The item finally appeared after being dragged out by the law. Its aura engulfed the sky. The world turned pale and all things lost their brilliance. This was a weapon capable of suppressing the 9 heavens. Even the deities and devils would shudder before it. It fell into Li Qia's hand. He gripped it tightly and an explosion ensued. The weapon spewed out an endless light as an ancient rune soared to the sky. This rune had a supreme will capable of crushing everything in its path. With such a weapon in one's possession, they would become unbeatable regardless of the location. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, this weapon alone was untouchable. Trident. Li Qia smiled while wielding this weapon and sensing its familiar aura. In his mind, this was something worth celebrating. Chapter 1389, Trident. If any sea demon were to see this weapon in Li Qia's possession, they would be scared about their wits. Yes, the weapon in his hand was the trident, the supreme divine artifact of the sea demons, the spiritual totem of their race. In their eyes, it was the pillar of hope, the key to their survival. They entrusted everything to this weapon, so the consequences of its absence would be unimaginable. This weapon was ancient and unadorned with many runes floating around it. This was indeed the weapon held by the generations of sea gods. The imitation from the Dongting Lake seemed to be lacking a little something compared to this one. An imitation was just an imitation, it was no match for the real thing. This trident wasn't only the proof of a sea god, it was also their backing. Only with it would these sea gods be qualified to be on the same level as immortal emperors in terms of both status and fighting potential. Without it, even the most excellent sea god would only be existences of the emperor assailant level, they couldn't command the same level of respect. Just how ancient is this weapon? Li Qia gently stroked it and gently smiled, if I take it with me now, it will be mine and mine alone. From then now, the dragon demon sea will no longer have sea gods. The world became silent to the extreme in the face of his declaration. The sea demons wouldn't be ready to accept this news. What would all the sea demons in heaven's spirit think? The dragon demon sea would surely fall into despair. Without the trident, there would be no sea gods. They didn't dare to think or imagine such a future. He smiled and went on, I'm actually a bit disappointed. I thought I would have to pierce the sky and suffer a true defeat, but now, the trident is in my hands. This was a little too easy. No one answered him. It seemed as if there was no other existence here besides him. And yet, he continued to murmur to himself while standing there, I see, it looks like the disaster is coming so everyone is recharging. How smart, the Bone Sea, the Divine Tree Ridge, and the Maelstrom. Who will be the one laughing in the end? So everyone can restrain themselves a little bit before it's time. How interesting, I should also prepare a little gift, a little surprise for everyone. I'm someone who has never liked heaven spirit, and the same goes for the 3 races. They can die for all I care. Alas, the times have changed. After thinking about it, I'm going to stand with the charming spirits, so I'll prepare a gift to represent my bet on them. Sigh, these are matters of the future, there's no need to blabber on about it now. This is what happens when you grow old, you can't stop but nag all the time. He smiled and said, I'm a bit strange too, I don't really like things that come too easily, so I won't take this trident. Having said that, he casually inserted it into the ground as if throwing away a piece of trash. No one would believe this scene if they were to see it. This was the real trident, not an imitation. They all understood the significance and supreme power of this weapon. I'm not here today for the trident, so I shall trade it for an item. He didn't bother looking at it again. In his eyes, it was completely inconsequential. He calmly continued, it is something that was lost in the ancient past and found itself here. Leaving it here will be completely meaningless, so I wish to trade this weapon for something else. The show of the madman speaking to himself continued. His expression became dignified and cold, whether you agree or not, I will take it with me regardless. Agree and everyone can come together happily. The trident will always belong to this place and the sea demons. If not, I will not only take away that item, the trident will come with me as well after I flip over this land. The world was still silent, it turned a deaf ear to him. Li Qiye only laughed, my patience is limited, it's better to make a decision fast. Of course, if there's something or someone that thinks they can destroy me or trap me here, I welcome all attempts. I actually want to see how hard it is to challenge a world. Back then, I suffered long enough at the old villainous Heaven's place, but the taste of defeat has escaped me. Will you allow me to feel this sensation again? To see if this place can handle me? He paused for a bit before smirking, there is another thing I almost forgot. I have taken the little girl outside. The truth is that I actually hope to cause some trouble today so that the Bone Sea will be livelier and that she can regain her clarity soon. This is who I am. I will never let those who trouble me off so easily. The Maelstrom, the Divine Ridge, and me as well, will the Bone Sea be able to wait till that day? Silence was still the tune of this world. Li Qiye didn't care whether he would get an answer or not. He continued to talk to himself with a grin, time is up. Either I leave the trident here or it is time to play. In that case, let the disaster come a bit earlier to Heaven's spirit. An early arrival means an early end. Regardless of the outcome, I will take what belongs to me. After the disaster, the creatures of this world can be even more prosperous. Clank. The trident that was inserted into the ground suddenly flew up and floated in the air. Li Qiye happily smiled and said, very well, the transaction is done. Clank. The trident immediately flew to the horizon and disappeared from sight. Li Qiye would be lambasted to death if anyone were to see this. A supreme divine artifact that would allow one to become unbeatable has been thrown away so casually. Buzz. A portal opened and a place that resembled a lake appeared before him. He stepped inside without thinking and immediately sank to the bottom of a lake. The bottom was very wide and had a large iron disc. It actually occupied more than half of this lake and didn't look special at all. Who knows how many years it has been here for? There was no metallic luster to it, as if it was just a piece of scrap metal that had been thrown out. He faintly smiled after seeing it. The majority of people would see it as rubbish. Even immortal emperors that could tell just how precious it was wouldn't be able to understand its magical uses. In fact, he only finally understood its mysteries in this generation. He reached out to touch it and his forehead exuded a brilliance that consisted of two bright rays, one golden and one silver. The two of them entangled each other like two little flood dragons and floated around. Under his command, the rays lit up brighter and brighter. Their light shone through his body completely. There was a great story behind these rays. The golden ray was obtained from the golden maelstrom back at the stone medicine world where the three ancestral veins collided, and the silver ray was obtained from the silver maelstrom back at the ancestral domain. After the acquisition of the silver ray, he finally connected all the dots and understood everything. With the shining of this brilliance, his body became half gold and half silver as if he was made from these two metals. It was quite a strange appearance. Chapter 1390, As he placed his hands on the disc, his right hand was suffused with a golden glow while his left a silver glow. Strangely enough, the moment he made contact, the disc looked like snow and ice meeting the sun since it slowly melted just like the change from winter to spring. Finally, the whole disc turned into molten iron. This liquid slowly swirled faster and stronger before emitting an extraordinary light of an iron-gray hue. Boom! This molten iron instantly turned into a maelstrom. It was as if something had just awakened or come back to life. This maelstrom turned huge and developed an eye of the storm. Its mighty power could tear through everything and destroy the world. After waking up, it turned violent, wishing to annihilate everything in its sight. Buzz! Li Qiye, once again, activated his crystal physique and entered this iron-colored maelstrom. Rumble! The moment he set his foot inside, the entire vortex quaked as if refusing him entry. Boom! The rapid rotation became even more fanatic. A terrifying force in the form of a gigantic hand wished to twist him into powder. However, this force couldn't hurt him in the slightest due to the crystal physique. Meanwhile, he was refining and carving runic words with his hands in order to leave behind an indelible mark on the iron maelstrom. Rumble. The maelstrom naturally resisted this action and caused the world to shake. It utilized its ultimate defensive formation that could tear everything to pieces. Nothing can stop my desire. Li Qiye didn't care at all and simply smiled after seeing the maelstrom struggle. Whoosh! The golden and silver rays from his forehead became even more dazzling. They shot out again and instantly pinned themselves into the deepest part of the iron maelstrom. Little strands of silk-like laws nearly invisible to the naked eye slowly drilled into the iron maelstrom. Its violence actually subsided like the calming of a furious dragon. Li Qiye continued to refine the laws and carved more runes into the maelstrom in order to accomplish his goal of permanently marking this entity. In the present, he was the only one who truly understood the mysteries of these maelstrom along with their true uses. Eventually, the deed was done. He looked over his work with a smile. I'll make my return to the 9 heavens soon enough. At that time, even gods and emperors will be killed if they try to block my path. He lifted his gaze while making this statement. Clank. The sounds of metal banging resounded. The golden and silver rays that were at the depths of the iron maelstrom returned to his forehead. However, they had another companion this time, a ray with an iron hue. The 3 rays intertwined and moved together as if they were triplets. Rumble. After the iron ray left, the entire maelstrom rotated even faster. He smiled and said, "Time to depart. We shall meet again and I shall become the ruler of all on that day." With that, he left the iron maelstrom. Bang! Right after he left, the world trembled violently. The iron maelstrom flew up and tore through space itself, leaving this world. No force could suppress it since even this spatial zone was left with a hole as it made its departure. Li Qiye was happy with this development and left as well. However, before making his exit, he stopped and laughed to make a casual remark. In my eyes, regardless of how powerful or great one might be, they are still only cowards for not going to the end of the world for the final battle. They're only tyrants of their own homes. Ha! He coolly left after jeering. From start to finish, this realm was silent. No existence answered him, making it seem as if he was a madman murmuring to himself. In the Bone Sea, the frantic quaking left many people horrified. They were still afraid after it calmed down due to not knowing what happened. Did a great change just occur in the Bone Sea? A great character speculated in the midst of all the commotion. In fact, the sea indeed changed quite a bit, but outsiders couldn't point out what exactly was different. Someone had already been to a particular location in this area before anyone else. It was a little skeleton, Lord Bones. He was both happy and shaken by the quaking of the Bone Sea. This is insane. He practically obtained the trident, something no one has done before. That's the dark hand behind the curtains controlling the 9 worlds for you, the devil king that can slaughter immortal emperors. He shuddered while thinking about the Dark Crow's legends. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, this was probably the only entity that could forcefully seize the trident. What seemed impossible would always be proven otherwise by him. Alas, Bones didn't have much time to think right now since he had been waiting for this moment. He knew better than everyone else, the moment Li Qiye obtained the trident was the safest moment in this location due to the earth-shattering changes. I'm going to be rich. His eyes lit up as he immediately rushed in while shouting, with all of this fortune, I won't need to rely on the Bone Sea to live anymore. He, boo, see you brat, just you wait, I will flay your skin and break your bones. Then we'll see if you dare to trick me again. He came well prepared so the trip didn't take long. He left in a hurry right afterward. This is really big money this time. He looked quite smug and satisfied like a hungry ghost that just ate a full meal. One could faintly tell that he was smiling from his shaking cheekbones. The Bone Sea became calm again soon after, so Bones noticed another change. He was shaken and exclaimed in horror, "Oh mother, this can't be right. He actually gave the trident back, what is he doing?" He was lost in contemplation and murmured, "Why did he return the trident? What is his wish?" Bones didn't think that Wuxia had been killed because he heard that no one could kill the Dark Crow. This was someone who dared to kill immortal emperors, so he surely had plans for a safe escape after coming to the Bone Sea. Just what kind of item made him discard the trident? He stood in a daze and recalled that Wuxia came for something else, not the trident. He became very curious about this particular subject. Though Wuxia had stated his goal, he should still have kept the trident. More than anyone else, he understood the significance of someone like Wuxia wielding the trident. Not only would it make him exceedingly powerful, it would also give him free reign over the dragon demon sea. Both supremes and sea gods could only wait for him to massacre them without a chance to resist. As for the sea demons, the consequences of losing the trident were unimaginable. They would no longer be able to produce more sea gods in the future. This meant that their spiritual totem would be lost from then on. They would no longer be qualified to stand tall in heaven's spirit and no longer be able to contend against the charming spirits and Tyrants. Oh God, heaven's spirit was almost done for just now. After a long time, he regained his wits and uttered, "The Bone Sea is yielding right now." He became aware of the internal intricacies. Wuxia gave back the trident as part of a deal. This is too damn devilish. Just what scheme did he resort to in order to force the Bone Sea to submit? Did he involve the Maelstrom and the Divine Ridge too? He absent-mindedly murmured some more. Due to his amazing background, he was privy to certain secrets unbeknown to outsiders. He knew that the only way to make the Bone Sea yield was for Wuxia to have outside help. The Maelstrom and the Divine Ridge might also be behind this, which would break the balance. The Bone Sea would have no choice but to submit in this scenario. Of course, his speculation was only partially correct. The deal indeed had something to do with this matter, but it wasn't all there was to it. The Dark Hand is incredible. Even emperors can't force the Bone Sea to yield, but he has done it. No wonder even emperors would think twice before opposing him. He finished his thoughts. Chapter 1391, Not everyone understood the undercurrents driving everything in the Bone Sea. Some still couldn't calm down and felt that something was amiss. Many began to think about leaving the area entirely. Meng Zhentian is leaving his cultivation. To the dismay of the listeners, a certain piece of news spread through the continent. For many people, Zhentian was an unreachable character. Any news about him would spread like wildfire. Will Zhentian duel Wuxia? The charming spirits were the most excited with their eyes lighting up. They couldn't be blamed for having too much anticipation. Wuxia had been very fierce recently. He pushed down both the sea demons as well as their entire race, so they naturally wished that a charming spirit could take him down. Many considered them to be the heavens' favorites, so they had a sense of superiority and felt that they were stronger than the other races. Thus, the rise of a weak human left them with a sour taste. A big shot from the previous generation commented, "It'll come. Even if it isn't today, them fighting is only a matter of time." Everyone who had experienced the previous battle knew that a fight between all the aspiring competitors would come regardless of how weak or powerful they were. There were only two results on this path for the throne: they would either become dried bones that pave the way or become the emperor. The current situation was quite clear. Zhentian was an era evader, so he had an absolute advantage. There was no going back since he had come into being already, so he will fight to the very end. At the same time, a monster like Wuxia had never been afraid of anyone since he appeared at Heaven's Spirit. Both gods and devils couldn't deter someone as fierce as him who was destined to reach the end as well. For the two of them, the result was either Wuxia dying or Zhentian dying. Only one will remain standing. The charming spirits shall have an immortal emperor in this generation. A charming spirit applauded his own race and Jintian. In fact, all the older characters from this race wanted for Jintian to become emperor. They haven't had one for a long time. If they still couldn't produce one in the next 1 or 2 generations, they would no longer live up to their fame of being the heaven's favorites. If he were to become emperor, it would justify their fame. The heaven-suppressing legion is searching for Wuxia. Another piece of news traveled across the continent amidst all the speculations. It's coming now. The winner will finally be revealed. Many trembled after receiving this information. The changes in the Bone Sea made people want to leave, but now, they decided to stick around and watch. No one could bear to leave and a fight for the throne was about to happen. They would feel regret for the rest of their lives. Someone excitedly exclaimed, "This generation really is different. The heavens will has yet to appear, yet the candidates have begun fighting already. When the competition formalizes, all the geniuses in the 9 worlds will fight to the death. His legion has finally found Wuxia's bone ship, but Wuxia isn't there. Only the 2 schoolmasters from Void Imperfection are on board." One more message arrived with haste. "Don't tell me Wuxia is afraid." People exchanged glances upon learning about his disappearance. A charming spirit even sneered. A second message quickly spread right after. Lu Ruyan and Zhuo Jianchi were fighting against Jintian's legion. People rushed over in droves after hearing this in order to see how this storm would end. The fight was in full swing with both sides unwilling to be outdone. At the same time, a carriage being pulled by a golden bird stopped outside of the battlefield right next to the other spectators. The driver was the famous Crimson Flame ancestor of the Tyrant race, a grand god king that had once deterred the entire world. Alas, he was now a simple driver and had a respectful expression on his face. This treatment made people feel a chill. Outside of immortal emperors, only Meng Jintian was qualified to treat a grand god king as a driver. From start to finish, Jintian didn't show his face, but everyone was certain that he was inside due to the tyrannical aura emanating from within. It loomed over them like a monstrous mountain that no one could climb. This aura made him seem like the ruler of the 9 worlds or an immortal emperor already. When he gave commands from this carriage, even deities would want to work under him. That's Meng Jintian. Countless eyes full of anticipation were glued onto the carriage. For the cultivators in this world, his fame was simply thunderous, but few had actually seen him in person. There were those from the older generation who had seen him before, but after evading a generation, they no longer knew what he looked like right now. As for the youths, they wanted to see the number 1 genius of the charming spirits even more. However, the carriage stopped and remained motionless in the air. Jintian didn't show himself. Boom! The fight between the legion and the 2 girls reached the climax. The world exploded with great blasts as corpses flew right out. Ruyan and Jianchi were like dragons that entered their sea. They ripped a huge gap through the legion and killed their way out. Their auras were majestic while using their cauldron and imperial sword. Both were currently showing their strength and ample blood energy. They swept through the bone ships in a domineering and fearless fashion, showing no hesitation even if Jintian was here. Heaven-suppressing legion, you better send out your elite squads because this group alone won't be able to stop us. Ruyan was still smiling while standing on her bone ship. Many were surprised to see the 2 still acting this arrogant. "Mrs., I'm afraid you have a misunderstanding." Jintian's voice echoed from the carriage. It wasn't particularly loud, but everyone could hear it clearly. Moreover, each of his words was very rhythmic and came out in a magical manner. "I'm not here to cause trouble for you 2, I only want to see Daoist Li." He stated this with a rhythm very pleasant to the ears of the listeners. People were impressed and filled with admiration after hearing him talk. One murmured, "The future emperor is extraordinary indeed, even his speech is charismatic." Everyone knew that he was the strongest, yet he acted in a friendly manner. This only improved people's impression of him. I am sorry, but our young noble is not seeing guests, please return. The smiling Ruyan still responded in a natural manner when speaking to Meng Jintian. After seeing the two girls protecting the ship, a charming spirit uttered under his breath, "He's only a human, why is he so well liked?" Both of them were masters of void imperfection, a behemoth among the charming spirits. Many thought that this lineage should be supporting Meng Jintian. After all, they came from the same race. But now, these two were actually supporting a human instead. They simply didn't understand why void imperfection would choose a human over Meng Jintian. I can wait if he isn't here. If you don't mind, may I board your ship? Meng Jintian spoke very politely. No. Jianchi answered instead of Ruyan this time, Senior Meng is matchless in the current generation and the two of us are only juniors. Today, we have our own tasks, so we can't entertain you. Please excuse us. They naturally wouldn't let him board since Fairy was still on the ship. Of course, they weren't worried about her safety since she wasn't someone that Meng Jintian could handle. What they were afraid of was him provoking her. If she became furious, it would be big trouble. Chapter 1392, People held their breaths after hearing Jianchi's direct refusal. They were slightly moved by her words. Not many would dare to refuse Jintian in heaven's spirit, especially among the younger generation. However, Jianchi had no qualms in doing so, making people realize and remember that void imperfection was a top lineage in this world, a beacon of the charming spirits. Despite knowing that Jintian could become emperor, she still dared to oppose him. You should know that if I want to board, the two of you can't stop me. He reiterated with a calm voice. Jintian didn't put on an aggressive tone or needlessly postured. His insipid words were enough to show his great confidence. She clearly uttered, I know. We can't stop Senior if you wish to do so, but we will still try. Her attitude didn't change from its initial firmness. She didn't give the slightest leeway. They weren't afraid of Jintian, only the slumbering fairy. There was still room for redemption if Jintian were to take action, but if Fairy were to do something, everyone would die. An existence of the Emperor level, once berserk, wouldn't only kill everyone here. She might even slaughter everyone in the heaven spirit world. They didn't wish to see this at all, especially in Li Qia's absence. After a while, Jintian movingly spoke, Void imperfection is indeed a leading lineage of the charming spirits. Schoolmasters, there's no need to be so hostile towards me. We are part of the same race and I do hope that it can flourish. The two of you should know that we all have the duty to revitalize the charming spirits and let its prestige spread far and wide. The people here understood what he was implying. Why was void imperfection siding with Li Qia, a human? Many spirits were unhappy with this choice. Our actions will also strengthen the charming spirit race. Alas, we picked a different path to Senior Zhen. Ruyan faintly smiled. Very well. Jintian wasn't angered. He peacefully said, different paths will seek different things. However, today, I just want to talk to Daoist Li. I shall board regardless of whether the two of you agree or not. His conduct was appropriate for a true master. Jintian's rhetoric was winning people over. A supreme individual was indeed different. He spoke with admirable elegance without aggressiveness or an imperious attitude. As an emperor reserve, he was a genius infinitely close to an immortal emperor. He could feel something strange in the bone ship. Despite not knowing the details, his intuition was telling him that it was extraordinary. This was the reason for his actions, wanting to wait for Li Qia was only secondary. Jianchi replied, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. You must get past us if you want to board. Her answer made people think that they were overstepping their bounds. Of course, no one dared to criticize them because the Void Imperfection Schools was still a top power. Moreover, it wasn't shameful at all for the younger generation to lose to Meng Jintian. Even a commendable loss was still worthy of pride. Not everyone was qualified to become his enemies. Schoolmaster Zhua, there's no need to be so aggressive. At this time, someone else interjected, if you two wish to spar, the extreme young monarch and I can entertain you. The speaker was Taoist Lin from the Immaculate Expanse. The monarch smiled and added, Brother Lin is right, we'll take you two on for a bit. Without a doubt, these top young experts from the charming spirit race were on Jintian's side. Their sects were in full support of him as well and felt that he was the most promising candidate. If you two want to play, I'll play along. A steady voice answered the two of them instead. Two people drifted through the sky. One of the youths had a regal aura while the other looked ordinary. When they walked together, all attention would be on the regal youth. They were Taoist Pure Sun and the Profound Monarch. It was easy to tell which was which just by their conflicting auras. The extreme young monarch and Taoist Lin were alarmed to see Pure Sun. They considered themselves to be very strong among the younger generation, but after the previous exchange with Pure Sun, they realized the great gap between them. Gu Chun's 4 branches. People began to murmur to themselves, especially the charming spirits. They simply didn't understand why their lineages would choose to go with Li Qia instead of Jintian. The extreme young monarch and Taoist Lin couldn't respond right away. Eventually, Lin spoke with a hint of anger, Pure Sun Island Lord, we are not afraid of you since we aren't afraid of anyone. It is just that we don't wish to go all out against you just yet. Otherwise, we still have the means, just be frank about being inferior to someone else, there's nothing to be ashamed of. Profound sneered after seeing Lin trying to gain some face, losing to my senior brother is an honor, so why bother prop yourselves up? Pure Sun was too honest and nice, but Profound wasn't like that at all. He was an aggressive bully that would never miss the chance to mercilessly suppress his enemies. You. The expressions of the other two turned ugly after hearing this, but they didn't know what to do. The 4 branches have many outstanding geniuses. Finally, Jintian replied from his carriage, fellow Taoists, I have already heard of your thunderous fame long ago. People glanced at Pure Sun and Profound. It was absolutely a great honor to be praised this highly by Jintian. Their worth would rise by quite a bit after this. Some would feel as if they were walking on air if Jintian were to praise them like this. The brothers had different reactions. Pure Sun simply smiled with a carefree demeanor as if Jintian was just another person praising him, but Profound became much more cautious of Jintian. In the future war for the heavens will, Profound's attitude was very clear. He would support whoever his brother chose. It was apparent at this moment that Pure Sun had chosen Li Qia, so despite his general annoyance towards Li Qia, Profound still stood by his brother's side. In that case, it meant that Meng Jintian would become their enemy in the future. Pure Sun gave a leisurely smile and said, Taoist Meng, you are matchless, so is there a need to make it difficult for juniors like us? How about letting this go? When Brother Li returns, I will let him know so that the two of you can talk. He knew what was in the bone ship right now, so he felt the same way as Ruyan and Jianshi. If he had to pick between Jintian and Fairy as an opponent, he would definitely pick Jintian. If Fairy were to take action, the outcome would be unpredictable. It could even bring about destruction to Heaven's Spirit. His reply and address towards Meng Jintian made many people gasp. Taoist Meng, who would dare to address Jintian in this manner? Not to mention the younger generation, even the previous wouldn't dare to speak to Jintian like this. Keep in mind that this was someone who even immortal Emperor Ta Kong called older brother. However, Pure Sun spoke in such a natural and idle manner even when facing Meng Jintian. This was another reason why Profound respected his brother so much. Regardless of the situation, his brother was always confident like this, someone with an invincible bearing and mentality. People had to take a second look at Pure Sun. There was a lack of public condemnation, but they felt that this man was being too careless. It was strange to consider himself to be on the same level as Jintian. Meng Jintian refused to take no for an answer, since I'm already here, I should just wait for Taoist Li to come back. His heaven-defying means have completely impressed me. I shall wait on the ship. He was all too curious about what was on the boat. Even a powerful existence like him felt that whatever was on it, it was absolutely unfathomable and without equal in this world. Chapter 1393, Though Jintian's tone was very friendly, his words clearly showed his firm attitude. Daoist Pure Sun replied, "If Daoist Meng must board, I have no choice but to overestimate myself and spar with you." The crowd was stirred after hearing this. In their eyes, an invincible existence was finally challenged by someone from the younger generation even when the older cultivators would refrain from doing so. They were breathless due to Pure Sun's audacity. This was completely different from Ruyan and Jiancher stepping up. The two women knew that they weren't Jintian's match, but they had no choice but to fight. It was different for Pure Sun. He challenged Jintian in such a calm manner that it made people suddenly feel as if he was qualified to fight against him, an illusion of sorts. In the past, Pure Sun was too reserved and his reputation was inferior to Profound's, so his challenge to Jintian took the crowd by surprise. Profound had the biggest reaction to this declaration. His eyes flashed as he was overwhelmed with excitement. He had always brooded about his brother not wanting to compete for the heaven's will. He understood just how strong his brother was despite his lackadaisical nature. This was how his brother should act all the time. Jintian laughed in response, "Gu Chun's 4 branches are indeed wonderful. There is no denying that the two of you are incredible for being this strong at your age. I'm sure I was inferior to you when I was younger, but right now, you are not strong enough." Some felt great fear after hearing this. They didn't expect the powerful Jintian to admit that he was inferior to Pure Sun when he was at the same age. Being recognized as such was a great honor, a supreme glory of a lifetime. Others would be elated after hearing the praise, but Pure Sun simply chuckled, "There is always a higher step even at the highest level of enlightenment. In terms of cultivation and mastery, I am not your match as you have walked further than me, but there are things in this world that are too unpredictable. Only through fighting will the victor be known. But then again, even immortal emperors have lost. Both victory and defeat are merely methods of honing oneself, there's no need to look at them as the deciding factor." Pure Sun's style looked exactly like someone who was undefeatable among the younger generation. Profound was applauding him in his mind. This was his brother's graceful bearing, completely matchless in this world. His eyes lit up while waiting to see his brother's true strength because he had never seen it before. Even as the junior brother, he didn't know the extent of Pure Sun's strength. Many people found it hard to breathe after hearing this calm response to Jintian. This type of demeanor proved just how mighty he was. "Well said." At this time, a loud laughter came as someone applauded, "It is a shame to have such a great mentality yet not compete for the heaven's will." People turned their heads and saw someone quickly approaching. He appeared before everyone in the blink of an eye. Ruyan, Jiancher, and Pure Sun also smiled after seeing this newcomer. "Fierce is back." Someone shouted right away. "I knew Fierce isn't someone who's afraid of trouble, he definitely wouldn't flee." An expert became very excited after seeing Li Qie come back. Some cultivators thought that Li Qie wouldn't dare to fight Jintian so he ran. At this moment, this group didn't dare to say anything. Li Qie glanced at Pure Sun and smiled, "The Grand Tao is endless and sometimes, finding a good opponent isn't easy. I hope that I can find such an enemy when the battle for the heavens will comes along." The Taoist wryly smiled and shook his head, "I'm only a mortal, and I don't want to become dried bones beneath your feet either." Li Qie didn't bother looking at Jintian, he only talked to Pure Sun as if he didn't care about Jintian's existence at all. This attitude annoyed many of the charming spirits present. In their eyes, Jintian was their pride, so this deliberate show of contempt was the same as slapping their faces. This made many of them scowl angrily. The Crimson Flame ancestor was unhappy with this contemptuous act as well. He snorted and said, "Li Qie, my master wants to see you." After being called out by name, Li Qiye finally looked over at Jintian's carriage and smiled, "What's your business?" This indifferent attitude only made Crimson Flame even more annoyed. Li Qiye was acting as if his master was only a passerby. He couldn't retort since Jintian interjected, "Daoistly, your means are incredible and have truly brightened my eyes, so I wish to spar with you." "Spar?" Li Qiye laughed in response, "Very well, whether it is a spar or revenge for your disciple, I'll entertain you." His directness astounded the crowd. No one thought that Li Qiye would be so ready to accept. He looked like he was trying to get this over with or sending away a stray dog. There was no sign of caution at all. The charming spirits felt a little lost after witnessing this scene. Since Jintian was quite powerful, Li Qiye should at least put up a more cautious front, but he simply didn't care at all. Jintian replied, "No, I only wish to learn with you and have no intention of revenge. As for my disciple, his skill was inferior, so there is nothing more I can say." "So be it." Li Qiye smiled freely, "Do you want to fight to the death or stop appropriately? I am someone who prefers the former under normal circumstances." The spectators were enraged once more. Li Qiye spoke as if he was facing a nobody who was completely at his mercy, but this was Meng Jintian, the greatest genius of the charming spirits. His nonchalant attitude was a blatant showing of disdain towards everyone here. The charming spirits glared at him since they felt slighted by his replies. Daoist Lin and the extreme young monarch shared this sentiment and had to snort. Their feud with Li Qiye had gone past the point of reconciliation long ago. There was a promising future on the horizon, they thought, after joining Jintian's camp. Once Jintian becomes emperor, their future would be boundless. At this moment, they shared honor and disgrace with Jintian, so how could they not be angered by Li Qiye's disrespectful attitude? Either way is fine. Jintian smiled and said, "Why don't we have a seat on your boat and slowly take our time to ponder the techniques and the wonderful Grand Tao?" He was not in a rush to fight Li Qiye. After all, the ultimate battle was inevitable once the heavens will comes out. He was more interested in what was inside the bone ship since his intuition told him of its greatness. Li Qiye immediately refused, "Sorry, not interested. We don't share the same urine pot, so I don't need to invite you on board. If you want to fight, just come out and we'll do fight, there's no need for a tea party. If not, then you should go while I'm still in a good mood." Li Qiye's answer made many people glare at him. They knew a fight was inevitable, but Li Qiye maintained his disdainful tone, leaving zero consideration for Jintian. This was the same as disrespecting all the charming spirits in Heaven Spirit. A vulgar way of saying they're not sharing the same path / being in the same camp. Chapter 1394, Some charming spirits wanted nothing more than to tear Li Qiye to pieces because of his arrogant rhetoric. The extreme young monarch coldly said, "Li Qiye, you're acting very mighty, do you think you are an immortal emperor already?" Daoist Lin scowled as well and insinuated, "There is always a higher mountain and a greater man. Keep running your mouth and the wind might cut off your tongue." Li Qiye casually smiled in response, "There's practically no difference since no one dares to ascend to the throne before me. In the current generation, even if I have yet to ascend, gods will still have to obediently stand to the side." This casual yet domineering remark made everyone gasp. Who would dare to utter such words? Perhaps even Meng Jintian wouldn't dare to do so. Such a big tone. Daoist Lin revealed a dark smile, "Your thick skin is definitely unmatched. I suppose when there is no tax, people can run their mouths all they want. You need to show your true abilities in order to convince people." "True abilities? You and the young brat can come together, I'll take your heads in 3 to 5 moves." Li Qiye spoke in a carefree manner without a care for Lin's mockery. The two turned quite unsightly after hearing this. Their initial feud worsened since even a statue would become angry after receiving such blatant humiliation. "Li, I know you are strong, but we can handle 5 moves." The extreme young monarch was furious. They were both rulers of their respective domains. If they couldn't handle a couple of moves, there was no need for them to show themselves in public any longer. "Come, watch how I'll take you down within 5 moves." Li Qiye was too lazy to care about the current situation. He didn't even want to look at Meng Jintian. Daoist Lin stood out with the monarch and shouted, "Fine. Li Qiye, we'll settle this with 3 moves." He simply didn't believe that Li Qiye could kill them with so few moves since they still had powerful cards up their sleeves. Bang! Both of their blood energies soared without holding anything back. They assumed their peak battle state. Lin's body emitted a holy light just like a blooming lotus while the monarch's fire ignited. He became a sun that emitted a terrifying temperature, forcing people to retreat. Clank! At this time, both of them took out their weapons. One was an imperial weapon while the other was an artifact from a grand completion immortal physique user. Die! Both attacked at the same time with their strongest move. Boom! The entire continent trembled in the face of their attacks. The monarch's move looked like a gigantic fire dragon soaring forward. It carried a monstrous rage that could incinerate deities. Many people palpitated from its furious roars and maintained a safe distance. Daoist Lin's weapon echoed as well. Numerous holy rays descended from the sky as if they were judging Li Qiye. These rays wished to disintegrate him as they engulfed his body and laws. The monarch cultivated the extreme young physique while Lin had the void imperfection physique. Their combined attack was indeed powerful. In fact, these two weren't weak at all. Alas, they were utterly defeated several days ago by Pure Sun, so it gave the misconception that they were insignificant and weak. In actuality, Pure Sun was simply too strong. At his current power, few god kings from the previous generation would be able to contend against him or force him to unsheath his sword. Those who could fight him might have to be at Meng Jintian's level. The hearts of the crowd skipped a beat after seeing this display of strength. They were indeed talented prodigies despite not being a match for Pure Sun. Li Qiye didn't bat an eye in the face of this incoming attack. In an instant, his body lit up with all 4 immortal physiques at the same time. Just imagine the outcome of all 4 physiques erupting together. Infinite weight, infinite power, infinite speed, and infinite evasion. All other offensive and defensive means became meaningless. Even the strongest attack wouldn't be a match for their combined might and the strongest defense would be as vulnerable as a piece of paper. Boom! Crack! A bang was followed by bone-cracking noises. 2 bodies flew across the sky while vomiting blood before loudly slamming into the ground. Both Lin and the monarch were lying on the ground as their blood slowly dripped down. They couldn't stand up even with their weapons supporting them. Li Qiye was too fast and powerful. If their weapons didn't protect them in the split second before impact, they would be long gone by now. Li Qiye's physiques had yet to reach grand completion, but his mastery meant that it wasn't far from achieving this level. Even Jintian raised his brows after seeing Li Qiye in action. His combination of physiques was too fast, even Jintian couldn't see through the secrets right away. Suddenly, Jintian had an ominous feeling that he couldn't clearly describe. The scene turned quiet right away as everyone took in a deep breath. If Jintian couldn't figure it out, then others would naturally be even more confused. Daoist Pure Sun was also startled. He became suspicious about Li Qiye cultivating multiple immortal physiques. However, he didn't dare to confirm this conjecture right now. The spectating experts glanced at each other in astonishment. No one thought that these two working together wouldn't even be able to block a single blow from Li Qiye. This was a heaven-defying might beyond their comprehension. Prior to this, some were unhappy while others even felt hatred towards him. But now, these people were trembling inside and didn't dare to show disrespect. This was especially true for the charming spirits. Li Qiye's move just now was a great deterrent. Too weak. Li Qie flatly said this without a care. His nonchalant appearance made everyone speechless. After pondering in the octagonal tower, his cultivation became even stronger than before. He had embarked on the path of the heavens while his grand Tao moved beyond its initial form. In fact, he could have entered the heavenly path long ago, but he was purposely suppressing his cultivation because his grand Tao wasn't complete. After learning the grand primordial Tao, the innate gift of the Kunpeng, Li Qie finally took the first step in forming his Tao. This improved his cultivation by leaps and bounds. The words, too weak, weren't appropriate to describe Taoist Lin and the monarch. If they were too weak, then the other cultivators here shouldn't even show their faces. Alas, no one dared to speak up against Li Qie. This was the moment when the crowd finally realized that Li Qie was qualified to compete against Jintian. Earlier, some charming spirits secretly belittled Li Qie and thought that he used unorthodox and heretical methods. But now, such statements were found to be baseless. Profound slightly frowned as well. Despite him disliking Li Qie, he had to admit that Li Qie was very powerful. After seeing him in action, Profound felt a chill inside. Li Qie's strength has exceeded his imagination once more. Pure Sun was the only one who stayed calm. As he had said before, after seeing Li Qie exit the octagonal tower, no one in the contemporary was a match for Li Qie. Chapter 1395, Taoist Lin and the extreme young monarch struggled to climb out of the pit. Both were shaking like 80-year-old men and were unable to stand straight. Meng Zhenqian was silent in his carriage. He understood that these two still had more tricks up their sleeves, so he wanted them to test Li Qie's cards. Li Qie was very mysterious, so he couldn't see through him at all. In the end, the monarch hatefully uttered, "Li, you are quite strong and ruthless. Losing in just one move was very humiliating." Li Qie leisurely asked, "Are you sticking your neck out, or do I have to forcefully take your head off?" Even Meng Zhenqian was nothing to Li Qie, let alone these two. "Ha ha ha," Taoist Lin started laughing from being too angry. "Li, even though you might be strong, we aren't on the chopping block either. We're not afraid of anyone and will fight again." Such words left many people stunned. Some charming spirits enjoyed this development and looked forward to a miracle from the two to reverse the tides. Lin and the monarch might not be the strongest prodigies of their race, but they were decently ranked. It would be too big of a blow for their race if these two were to admit defeat in just one move after working together. "Oh. You still have a killer move? Then go ahead, my words are still valid. It doesn't matter what killer moves you two still have, if you can handle 3 moves from me, I will grant you a big creation." The two almost vomited blood from hearing this. Suffering defeat was already unbearable, but Li Qie was kicking them when they were down. They glanced at each other and ground their teeth before making a decision. The monarch fiercely exclaimed, "Li Qie, this will go to the death." Boom! He took out a divine box and opened it to reveal a sun. Crack! The earth dried up from the terrifying flames assaulting it. Everyone quivered and retreated in the face of this sun and its frightening flames that were seemingly capable of burning a god-king to death. Even though it was much smaller than the one hanging in the sky, it still contained enough refined sun fire to destroy an entire world. Just how much sun fire is in that thing? 1/10 of an ordinary sun, or perhaps a 20th. Even the people from the previous generation grew wary. Boom! The monarch empowered this sun despite his injuries and eventually swallowed it. With that, his body exploded and crackling sounds ensued. Cracks appeared all over his body and the refined sun fire shot out from these gaps. He was like an erupting volcano that could potentially destroy the whole area. Ah! He screamed as the cracks became larger and larger. It was as if the swallowed sun was exploding inside him. Despite the pain, he crazily channeled his extreme young physique. The light that represented his vitality became increasingly bright. Clank! Clank! Clank. He used a law made out of sun fire to coil around his body in order to prevent the sun from exploding. At the same time, he was absorbing its power. It turned out that he had a great harvest at the Bone Sea and took out a sun from a giant skeleton. Rumor has it that this was the core of a golden crow. He initially wanted to take his time absorbing this fire, which would increase his power by several levels. However, this sun was extremely powerful. He would need at least 10 years before fully absorbing it. Alas, he was currently enraged. Without washing away the shame of today, he wouldn't be able to show his face around Heaven's spirit, so he threw caution to the wind and swallowed this sun completely. In his mind, it was either him or Li Qie who was going to die. On the other hand, Daoist Lin took out an ancient bottle with many talismans covering it. People immediately knew that the object inside was incredible from the seal alone. He unwrapped the talisman and opened the lid. A buzz came about as a holy brilliance spewed out towards the sky. Rumble. This pillar of light made the sky start to shake. Its holiness engulfed the entire area as if a huge lotus flower was in full bloom. It blossomed and poured down holy lights from the sky. In just a short period of time, the world was being purified by its brilliance. At the same time, an immortal sound came from the treasure bottle. It sounded as if there were preaching immortals with strands of laws floating about. They looked like little elves flying out with transparent wings. Daoist Lin suddenly assumed the appearance of an immortal with the bottle in his hand. Wherever he stood became a holy land. What is that thing? Many people were stunned. They understood right away that this bottle in his possession was definitely incredible and of the immortal level. They couldn't calm down in a short amount of time. Some felt their hearts palpitate since anyone who could seize the bottle would definitely become rich overnight. A god monarch recognized the liquid stored in the bottle and exclaimed, "That's the longevity blood of a grand completion immortal physique user." Many loudly repeated, "Grand completion longevity blood." The spectators stared at this bottle while salivating. Some subconsciously swallowed by greed. Even a fool would know that longevity blood of this level was amazing. Its value couldn't be estimated. If one could drink this longevity blood, it would benefit them for a lifetime. Remember that the Immaculate Expanse's progenitor was a grand completion void imperfection physique user. This was the most gentle physique among the 12, so a cultivator's injury would be treated if they were to drink this blood. As for the other physiques, if one wasn't powerful enough, forcefully drinking the longevity blood of a grand completion user would damage their own physique. Just imagine, who wouldn't covet an immortal physique user's longevity blood? Even though they didn't know how much blood was in the bottle, just one drop was already more than enough to last them for a lifetime. Alas, no one dared to try and rob it from the Taoist. He himself looked at the bottle and felt pain in his chest. Their sect only had a little bit of blood left from their progenitor. After being given the bottle by his grandmaster, he had been reluctant to use it, but there was no choice other than to go all out today. Eventually, he made up his mind and swallowed all the blood inside the bottle. Whoosh! An incomparably sacred light shot out from his body. He became brighter and brighter as if his very being was made up of light particles connecting together to form a pillar. It illuminated and sanctified the entire world. All of its inhabitants were being cleansed by its warmth. Daoist Lin now looked transparent. His body was completely see-through, including his clothes. Holy lotus flowers descended from the sky while one bloomed below his feet and slowly raised him up. Chapter 1396, The Taoist became as light as a feather and seemed to be ascending to the heavens in order to become an immortal. Whoosh! The bottle in his hand exuded a boundless light that could shine on all 9 worlds. Inside this light was a supreme immortal. It was as if he was standing in another realm altogether. An immortal like this could look down on the 9 worlds while controlling myriad beings. He could dispel darkness and purify devils. All avoided his existence, laws and attacks couldn't approach him at all. Such a visual phenomenon made people lick their lips. Even a fool could see the benefits of drinking the longevity blood. Not only did his battle prowess surge, he himself had undergone a fundamental transformation. This event would improve his own bloodline and void imperfection physique. The blood was incredibly nutritious yet purer and gentler than any other divine medicine. Boom! The extreme young monarch bellowed. His body turned bigger as he stood there like a giant. He was bathed in sun fire. Even his hair was made from fire like little springs draping down. His eyes turned into two suns, and his glare could penetrate the earth while issuing sizzling sounds. He took one step forward and incinerated the mud below him, turning it into lava. Is he turning into sunfire? Many were creeped out by this terrifying scene and quickly backed away from the battlefield. This is very risky, but the harvest is amazing in case of success. An older person commented on the monarch looking like a god. After swallowing the sun, his physique erupted along with his fighting prowess that was now several levels higher. Of course, it was very risky. If he couldn't handle the fire's power, he would be rendered to ashes without Wuxia needing to do anything. Alas, this reckless endeavor was successful, so he shall reap the rewards. Boom! The imperial weapon in his hand emitted a horrifying imperial aura. In a split second, this imperial light soared to the sky with a majestic figure inside. This figure would be worshipped by both mortals and gods. It could sever the yin and yang and control the reincarnation cycle and myriad realms. Is he about to unleash an imperial massacre? People murmured to themselves after seeing the emergence of this weapon's aura. Wuxia, die! Both the monarch and Lin attacked at the same time while roaring furiously. All of their energy was poured into these weapons as they unleashed their most powerful attacks. Bang! The void shattered before its coming, leaving behind a horrifying black hole. Rumble! The world seemed to be shattering as the monarch's imperial weapon floated up and down. Countless suns suddenly appeared in the sky. They all attacked at the same time, resulting in a magnificent spectacle. This was a world-destroying force. Nothing could exist under their barrage. Unlike the monarch, Taoist Lin's attack made a strand of holy light bloom. It spread without stopping and started to cause cracking noises. The world was being stretched out by this light. The crowd was astonished by their domineering attacks and gasped. Wuxia casually smiled without a care for the exploding light and countless suns. His inner physique lit up and a buzz came out. Everything seemed to slow down the moment this sound came out. A black light flashed and time stopped right away. This was the stagnation domain. Everything became slow and suppressed in its territory. The suns that were heading for him immediately stopped. Even the exploding light stopped. In the blink of an eye, a second became as long as a century. This was not the scariest part of the stagnation domain, there was also a suppression. Rumble. The suns shrank and fell down from the sky. They turned into the size of a fist from this suppression. As for the expanding light, it was forced back to its initial form and dimmed. This tiny light fell down to the ground as if it weighed billions of pounds. The monarch and Lin suffered this fate as well. With bone-breaking noises, the monarch's gigantic body met this pressure and began to shrink. Ah! He shouted and wanted to resist, but it was futile. There was nothing he could do in the face of the domain's effects. Lin, on the other hand, seemed to be an immortal with feathery wings as light gushed out from his body. However, the light dimmed and turned bleak. The lotus flowers also contracted and withered. Nothing could escape this suppression. Bang! Bang! The two fell to the ground. In the beginning, they struggled and thought about fleeing. Alas, this domain made it exceedingly difficult for them to take a step forward. An action that should only take a moment now required an absurd amount of time. The flow of time was practically stopped, so these two moved at a snail's pace. Bang! Eventually, the two couldn't withstand it any longer. Their knees smashed into the ground and crushed it. The two were directly suppressed into a kneeling posture. They felt as if there were endless mountains and worlds on their shoulders. They simply couldn't handle it as the bones all over their bodies made clicking sounds, seemingly on the verge of breaking down. After witnessing this scene, everyone gasped and couldn't calm down. They couldn't believe their own eyes and were lost in this spectacle. Li Qiye stood there without moving a finger while his powerful foes had to kneel. Their disbelief was dispelled since this truth was unraveling before them. The arrogant Profound was astonished because he didn't know what was going on. Pure Sun's eyes jumped with a changed expression, he couldn't see through this either. Even Meng Zhentian in his carriage couldn't recognize this power and made him tremble. The stagnation domain, has the world ever seen something like this before? Having two immortal physiques was already unbelievable, so an immortal physiques domain was completely unheard of. Meng Zhentian had never seen such a domain before. This wasn't too surprising. Someone else who knew the name, stagnation domain, didn't exist in this world. Chapter 1397, Daoist Lin and the extreme young monarch kneeled side by side on the ground. This was the most humiliating day of their lives. They had yet to even touch Li Qiye's sleeve before being forced to submit like this. Open! They screamed indignantly and raged on by spewing blood onto their weapons. At this point, the monarch's imperial weapon and Lin's physique weapon emitted invincible laws. Both the imperial and physique laws emerged and began to push up their bodies. Boom! 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 The two of them started to stand up under the effects of the suppression. Each inch they rose resulted in loud explosions. It was as if they had an entire galaxy pushing down on them. Nevertheless, the newfound power allowed them to press on. Everyone held their breaths while watching these two slowly stand up and wondered if it was actually possible. Li Qiye laughed in response after seeing these two weapons. An immortal emperor life treasure and a grand completion user's weapon are indeed good items. Buzz! He opened another domain. A majestic light erupted like the ray of dawn. It was magnificently beautiful. However, everything became very scary with its emergence. Pa! 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 Everything began to crumble. The Tao laws and refined sun fire along with the holy light disintegrated and returned to their original state. These initially thick Tao laws decomposed into silk strands. The weapons also dissolved. For example, a sword would break down into a myriad of metallic particles as if it was returning to the earth. The holy light coming from the Taoist was instantly torn to little bits as if the strongest force in the world was ripping it apart into powder. Such a force left everyone shivering in fear. The demise domain was the other immortal physique domain created by the opposing void imperfection physique and sky destroyer physique. Everything within this domain would disintegrate and return to the origin. Even Tao laws would turn back into Tao runes. Its fundamental essence was destruction. With the stagnation and demise domains acting together, something unbelievable was happening since their powers amplified each other. Even space and time weren't spared from being sent back to the origin. Rumble. Both of the weapons were greatly affected and dimmed. Even though they could kill enemies several levels above their users must have sufficient strength. Without enough vitality fueling them, these weapons wouldn't be able to exert their might. Alas, within these domains, the two couldn't spare the vitality to empower their weapons. Whoosh! The weapons actually abandoned their masters and recalled the laws to protect themselves. In dire straits, these were items that would protect themselves first with their own power. After all, they would break in the face of the crushing might of the domains. Ah! Without their protection, Daoist Lin and the monarch couldn't withstand the suppression. Pa! 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 Both of their immortal physiques shattered. Although their flesh was much more powerful than that of other cultivators due to their immortal physiques, the gap between the physiques themselves and Li Qia's domains was immense. "Fellow Taoist, show mercy!" Meng Jintian shouted right when their physiques broke. At the same time, a law emerged in the sky in the form of a gigantic palm and swooped down in order to save them. Boom! Jintian was too late, both of them turned into bloody mists. Their end came so fast that they didn't even have the chance to scream. Bang! The palm in the sky was still coming, this time for Li Qia. Li Qia chuckled at the incoming attack and recalled both of his domains. His body lit up with the Sky Destroyer physique erupting its might. Boom! He jumped, leaving deep footprints on the ground as if the earth had been trampled by a beast. Bang! In a split second, he actually grabbed the hand made out of laws in the sky. Rumble! The muscles in his arms suddenly enlarged and became as mighty as the legendary tyrannical dragon of an ancient age. The furious immortal tyrannical fist in combination with the Sky Destroyer physique. This strike had an unimaginable power. The physique itself was already strong enough to tear through everything in this world. When it erupted, the user would start hating the earth for not having a handle for him to show his real might. Meanwhile, the Tao fist was based on the furious immortal tyrannical physique. Its crazy outbreak could increase one's power by several hundred or even several thousand times. With both of these techniques activating at the same time, the power of his hands could even tear apart the high heavens. Buzz! The palm created by Jintian was torn asunder. It was as feeble as a piece of paper, not worth mentioning. This scene was very shocking. Some even fell to the ground in astonishment. Jintian was invincible and supreme in the minds of the charming spirits. He could destroy the world with one hand and massacre all the regions. In their minds, even if Jintian didn't go all out, his laws could still crush the heavens or murder god-kings. Alas, his palm strike was instantly destroyed by Li Qia with ease. Impossible. Some didn't want to accept this fact despite personally witnessing it. Others were stunned speechless with their mouths wide open and couldn't close them for a long time. This was something simply unthinkable until it actually happened. You want to fight? So be it. Li Qia smiled and attacked from above with a direct punch. How presumptuous. Seeing him go straight for the carriage, the driver, the Crimson Flame God King, sealed the sky in order to stop him. Li Qia didn't bother looking at Crimson Flame. His punch that encompassed the soaring, hell-suppressing, and furious immortal fists continued. Their combination carried an unimaginable power. Scram! Crimson Flame was blown flying by just one punch while vomiting blood. Even a Grand God King couldn't stop one all-out punch from Li Qia. Bang! 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 Jintian's carriage created defensive barriers. However, they kept on dissipating before the might of incoming fist. Finally, with a loud blast, his carriage was completely shattered as the debris fell from the sky. Bang! Jintian finally took action, causing the sun and moon to float up and down. He isolated the yin and yang while deriving the six Tao. His palm dispelled Li Qia's overbearing punch. After the successful defense, he smiled and praised, "Fellow Taoist, your fist is quite strong." Many began to applaud the exchange. The charming spirit experts became spirited again. At this moment, people finally saw Jintian's true appearance. He stood there in a calm and natural manner. No one could open their eyes and look at him directly. He emitted a boundless immortal light that engulfed his body completely. Inside this brilliance, he was the supreme existence with an ethereal sensation. Prior to this, many had tried to imagine his appearance. They thought that he would be an old man around the age of 50. Others thought that he would be a burly general that could suppress the 9 worlds. Alas, his true appearance took them by surprise. He only looked around 18 or 19 years old while exuding a horrifying aura that could suppress the heavens. While greatly resembling a true god, the opening and closing of his eyes were akin to the changing of day to night. People were awestruck and some even felt the urge to worship him. Chapter 1398, Meng Zhentian, the Legend of Heaven Spirit. His radiance became even more dazzling and moving, causing others to cower in fear. A charming spirit cultivator murmured to himself, Meng Zhentian. Some actually became teary after seeing his appearance. This was because he represented the charming spirit's glory in this generation, their hope. It has been several generations since they had an immortal emperor. This was unacceptable for the heaven's favorites. With Zhentian's emergence in this generation, many of them placed their hopes on him becoming emperor for the glory of their race. Thus, regardless of whether they knew him or not, he was the focus of their hope. This was especially true when Li Qiye appeared with his matchless ferocity. The charming spirits needed Meng Zhentian to put him down and revitalize their race. Some sea demons and treants were alarmed as well. He had been famous for a long time yet few had seen his face, so they were shocked to the soul at this moment. It was because no one thought he would be so young. If it wasn't for his aura assaulting the sky vault, no one would connect this youth in front of them to the invincible Meng Zhentian. His disciple, Chao Guojian, was an old man with gray hair. This created quite a gap between reality and what the people had in mind. Even the arrogant profound turned serious after seeing Zhentian. He understood the gap between the two of them and realized he wasn't Zhentian's match. Jianshi and Ruyan were the same. As the saying goes, seeing once is better than hearing 100 times. This first meeting made them realize that his fame was completely well-deserved. Pure Sun, on the other hand, was still smiling nonchalantly. Unlike Profound, who was acting as if he had met a great enemy, Pure Sun didn't really mind. Zhentian stood there without making needless actions. Just like that, he became the universe, the center of all gazes, an unquestionable authority. Li Qiye stared at him with little interest and shook his head, and here I thought it was your true body. A Dao avatar isn't a challenge at all. 3 to 5 moves will be enough to end this. People felt suffocated after hearing this. Not only was the statement fierce, it was also extremely overbearing and didn't give Zhentian any face at all. Nevertheless, no one dared to mock or correct Li Qiye for making this comment. He had the qualifications to do so. It also made people realize and observe Zhentian a second time. However, the majority couldn't see it at all. After listening to Li Qiye, they only knew that it was an avatar and not his real body. Two different emotions rose from this. One camp was slightly regretful because it was only an avatar. At the same time, the charming spirits were especially excited and clenched their fists. Remember that an avatar, regardless of how powerful it might be, would be weaker than the real body. So if Zhentian's avatar was this strong right now, wouldn't the arrival of his true body carry a momentum akin to the arrival of an immortal emperor? Just an avatar alone is enough to suppress Li Qiye. A charming spirit snorted. This development was to their delight. Zhentian didn't mind the comment from Li Qiye and smiled. I was lucky enough to receive some newfound enlightenment after the Tao session, so I had to go into closed cultivation in order to ponder it. Alas, I have been an admirer of Taoist Li, so I left behind an avatar to discuss the Tao with you. Everyone understood what was going on after hearing this. Zhentian still hadn't formally left his meditation. It made them quite curious about his harvest since it made him run back to cultivate some more. Li Qiye gave a carefree smile and said, "Is that so? In my eyes, not just anyone is qualified to discuss the Tao or give me pointers." He earned side eyes from the charming spirits once again. By calling Zhentian unqualified, he was putting down the charming spirits as well, thus their anger was well placed. A charming spirit aggressively blurted, "Ignorant child. We'll see just how long you can act all arrogant. Senior Meng will slay you sooner or later." Meanwhile, Jintian wasn't angered by Li Qiye's comment. He had a bearing befitting an expert and smiled, since we're both here, why not spar for a bit to test ourselves? There's no need for a spar, just fight for real. Since you want the heaven's will, you are destined to be bones beneath my feet. Li Qiye smiled casually. It looked as if today was Li Qiye's time to infuriate all the charming spirits present. They shot furious glares at him repeatedly. I hope that day will come. Daoist Li, get ready. Jintian laughed in response and initiated the duel. Come. Li Qiye smiled and smashed the sky with a punch. It was a combination of the soaring, hell-suppressing, and sky-destroyer fists. The void instantly broke from this attack. Not only was it fast, it was also heavy and contained infinite force. The world shook as if nothing was impregnable before its might. Good attack. Jintian freely smiled in the face of this attack. Thump, thump, thump. He took 3 steps back and seemingly integrating himself with the heaven and earth. 3 explosions resonated from the bone sea. It didn't come from him, it was an answer from this region to him. Others had no reaction after hearing these explosions, but Daoist Pure Sun's expression shifted. Buzz. A 4th sound came out and the world seemed to have been blown open. The bone sea seemed to be in his grasp as he became one with the heaven and earth. He actually pulled and controlled the power of the bone sea. A black light like the dark judgment earlier appeared in his palms. He formed a supreme seal and another loud blast came about. This supreme seal came crashing down as if it was from an emperor himself. Gods and devils would be completely annihilated by it. People were aghast after seeing this attack. Some slumped to the ground and even god kings were trembling. Boom! The stars collapsed. Li Qiye's fist made contact with the supreme seal. Boom! From this first exchange, Li Qiye was blown flying as blood spewed from his mouth. He heavily slammed into the ground and created a giant crater while the rest of the crowd gasped in astonishment. Nice! Numerous charming spirit experts cheered. One of them even yelled, he's dead for sure. Ruyan and Jianche were surprised because they didn't expect this particular outcome. Meanwhile, Profound still had a serious expression since he didn't think Jintian would be this powerful. It was no wonder why everyone believed he would become the next emperor. Only Pure Sun watched in amusement without worrying at all. He knew full well that this was only the beginning of the warm-up. Take him down. Humph, does this Li really think he is invincible? A charming spirit heaved a sigh of relief after this first blow. Shortly after, the charming spirits were elated. Meng Jintian's attack just now regained some face for their race and brightened their expressions. Even the sea demons were happy and gloated over Li Qiye's disadvantage. After all, he has killed too many of their kind recently. Humph, you're only a human yet you still dare to compete for the heavens will against us charming spirits. You don't know your own limits. Another spirit snorted. A sea demon chimed in, this Li should look at his own reflection from a puddle of piss. He's not qualified to compete against Senior Meng for the heaven's will. Someone arrogant like this will have to eventually pay for their own audacity. Many took Jintian's side and felt that he was the true invincible character, someone that could kill Li Qiye with no problem. This joyous emotion was shared by the majority of the crowd. Chapter 1399, Crash. Amidst the gloating spectators, rocks went flying and Li Qiye jumped out of the crater then landed on the ground. He was covered in mud but still looked quite natural without any signs of injury. The crowd basking in schadenfreude immediately closed their mouths and didn't dare to talk. After all, Li Qiye's notoriety was still there. Li Qiye smiled and said, a bit surprising. My leading the forbidden power here actually helped you in understanding its mysteries. Your talents aren't bad for being able to channel this power. It was only by chance. I have only touched the surface of that majestic power, it's not enough to reach the apex. Jintian calmly replied without showing any signs of complacency. Okay, warm-up is over. Let's make this quick. Li Qiye laughed and clenched his fists. Pop! The fists emitted a golden light as if they were made from gold. Eat another punch. In a split second, he leaped up and unleashed a fist that stole the light from the celestials and myriad realms. The diamond, soaring, hell-suppressing, sky-destroyer, furious immortal, void imperfection, and sacred spring fists all combined to create an unimaginable power. The world collapsed before its coming, the 6 Tao were destroyed, and the reincarnation cycle ended. All attacks were useless against it, any defense would be circumvented, and sealing techniques were meaningless. This was the embodiment of boundless weight, power, and speed. All of this culminated into an incredibly destructive force. However, the scariest part about this ordeal was the furious immortal fist's outbreak. The trifecta of speed, weight, and power was frantically amplified by several thousand times. One would be mistaken if they thought that this was the end of this move. No, with the sacred spring fist, it allowed for the trifecta to reach an infinite level due to its empowerment. This fist had the best possible conditions. The spring continued to power this fist, allowing it to reach its ultimate state. The sky was instantly blown apart. The fist was blinding as if countless suns appeared up above. Stars turned to ashes and a galaxy collapsed. Even the most powerful existence would tremble before this attack. The astonished Profound believed that this was the most terrifying fist he had ever seen. Pure Sun put on a solemn demeanor as well. As for the other people, they were scared out of their wits and dropped to the ground, nearly soiling their pants. Boom! 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 Jintian took 3 steps forward and formed the Tao. A darkness materialized in his palm and turned into a superb power. He slightly raised his right hand and sealed the entire area with worldly laws. It encompassed the power of nature as well as darkness while meeting Li Qiye's fist with an overbearing momentum. Jintian was indeed powerful. Just this move alone could instantly kill an apex god king. Bang! The two moves finally collided. However, before this punch, the worldly power, laws, and the dark judgment were all useless. Nothing could avoid destruction from a direct impact, not even Meng Jintian could seal this punch. The combination of the 7 fists meant that it was invincible. Bang! Li Qiye's destructive fist instantly pierced through Jintian's chest. A horrifying hole appeared on his chest. Even though this was only an avatar, it was still quite creepy to the spectators. His immortal light dimmed right away. The strands of radiance in the air withered as if they had lost their life force. The crowd gasped again from witnessing this astonishing scene. For a short time afterward, many eyes were wide open. The charming spirits clenched their fists and were speechless. Earlier, those who were mocking Li Qiye with great excitement turned pale. Not even in their wildest dreams would they imagine Li Qiye's powerful fist actually piercing through Jintian's chest. I can't understand it. Pure Sun gently sighed. That fist was beyond his scope of comprehension. This was clearly not an immortal emperor merit law, but its power was above one. How could anyone believe this? Pure Sun began to wonder if Li Qiye were to obtain the heavens while after proving his Tao, wouldn't his imperial Tao suppress all the other emperors? Clank, the sound of laws intertwining came about. The hole in Jintian's chest slowly closed and his body lit up once again. Boom! Boundless immortal light soared to the sky as his aura assaulted the world. His prestige could still crush the heavens and awe the gods. Good, very good. Many charming spirits raised their fists in celebration while heaving sighs of relief. Jintian's appearance showed that he wasn't defeated just yet and still had the ability to fight. If Meng Jintian lost to Li Qiye, it would be a merciless slap to the charming spirits, something completely detrimental to their prestige. Your strength is beyond my imagination. I'm afraid you will be my lifelong enemy. Jintian spoke with a tinge of emotions. Li Qiye casually smiled in response, "You are indeed someone who can accept the heaven's will. Alas, you're just a bit lacking." This answer was distasteful in the minds of the spectators, especially the charming spirits. Jintian praised him as a rival, a great honor. Anyone else would be exchanging courteous words right away, but to the chagrin of the charming spirits, Li Qiye didn't care at all. "It looks like we'll have to go to the death today. Without going all out, one can't show real techniques." Jintian laughed without taking Li Qiye's attitude to heart. Though their words were relatively polite, their actions were anything but that. These types of duels would often end in death. Regardless of their attitude and self-restraint, their enmity has been determined. Courteous words were one thing, but there would be no holding back in the fight. "Come, show me the killer move you're hiding up your sleeve." Li Qiye smiled freely. "Be careful then, fellow Taoist." Jintian was polite, but his intention was to deliver a fatal blow with this next move. "Have another punch." Li Qiye jumped to the sky and unleashed another seven fists combination. Crash! Jintian summoned a monstrous wave and sent it forward. A vast ocean appeared with great turbidity and aimed to drown Li Qiye. "The Bonicia's water." Someone screamed after seeing this. This water was something everyone here was all too familiar with. They found it completely unbelievable. Many didn't even dare to touch this water, let alone try to control it. In fact, this was impossible for pretty much anyone, but Meng Jintian was able to do it. Alas, this wasn't very surprising considering that he had understood some of the mysteries of the Forbidden Zone. This allowed him to control this water for a short period of time. Of course, its full power was unattainable for him. Not even immortal emperors could do something like that. Chapter 1400, Bang! Li Qiye was instantly drowned by the vast sea while punching it. Strangely enough, ordinary water would have been dried up instantly and turned into vapor by Li Qiye's destructive blow. However, this expanse simply quaked once after receiving the combination fist. This world-destroying punch simply couldn't shatter this mass of water. Bang! 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 Li Qiye unleashed several more punches of this magnitude in quick succession, yet this still failed to break this bizarre expanse. The scarier part was that it seemed to be eroding Li Qiye's power. After several blows, his successive fists seemed to start losing strength. People took deep breaths after seeing this. They had witnessed the power of his fist earlier. It was truly magnificent, not even a god king could stop it, and it even pierced Jintian's chest. But now, not only was this expanse able to withstand it, it looked like it could drown him as well. This gave everyone a deeper understanding of the Bonicia's water. No wonder people said it could drown god kings, the current situation proved the notion. His punches grew weaker and his actions slowed down. If this went on, he would drown in this sea. Yes. Many felt very excited while the charming spirits applauded without restraint. A big shot from this race clenched his fist and exclaimed, "Drown him to death." In the past, no one cared about Li Qiye trying to compete against Meng Jintian whom they considered to be unbeatable. However, Li Qiye's display today has suffocated the masses. The cultivators here understood that he would be a dangerous rival to Jintian in the future. The sects that were optimistic about Jintian felt uncomfortable due to Li Qiye's existence. He was like a thorn in their hearts, so it would be great news if he were to drown at this moment. "Taoist Li, I'm about to take action, watch yourself." Jintian smiled after seeing the water corroding both his speed and power. He immediately unleashed the Dark Judgment without any mercy in order to slay Li Qiye, contrary to his polite words. Boom! 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 In a split second, a Dark Judgment came down like a mountain into the dark expanse in order to suppress Li Qiye. Meanwhile, the same form of judgment emerged from below the sea, trapping him from all sides. These separate judgments worked together well and carried a god-slaying power that was directed towards Li Qie. Under the duress and corrosion of this water, Li Qie appeared to be unable to withstand this destruction. Jianshi and Rian's hearts were hanging by a thread. They broke out in cold sweat from worrying about him. Even Profound, who disliked him, was a little worried. This type of death would be a great shame. This was someone who could fight against Jintian, so he shouldn't die here due to the suppression of the Bonicia's water. Some of the spectators happily thought to themselves, yes, just like that, end him. If this is all you know, then it is just average at best. Li Qie was still smiling in the face of imminent demise. Buzz. His body lit up as laws appeared all around him. The death chapter showed itself among these laws. Boom. A seal imprinted itself into the earth before disappearing from sight. Rumble. The unbelievable happened. A blinding primordial light engulfed this entire continent. A primordial chaos spanned as far as the eyes could see. Everyone saw an illusion that they were located in an unopened world, and this was its genesis. With a loud explosion, the entire continent trembled. Next, all of the chaos was frantically swallowed and disappeared without a trace. A Kunpeng emerged before everyone with the sky behind its back and stars rotating around it. It was as large as a huge landmass. The sea-water drowning Li Qie was casually swept away by this beast back to the Bone Sea, true to the many tales of this beast's gigantic sweeping motion. This vast expanse seemed to be a puddle of water when met with this tail, completely trivial. With another tail whip, the dark judgment that seemed to be able to deal with Li Qie were instantly annihilated. Everyone was stunned to see this huge beast in the sky. Both the girls' cherry lips were wide open. They didn't dare to believe their own eyes. Both of them knew that this continent was the corpse of a Kunpeng, but they never expected to actually see one right now. A Kunpeng. Even some famous big shots shuddered as their knees grew weak. They couldn't stand straight any longer. Grand Primordial Tao. The Kunpeng opened its mouth with Li Qie's voice coming out from it. He was basking in this power, the force of the beginning. This was the innate gift of this monster. Back in the octagonal tower, Li Qie had researched this particular gift. At this moment, he didn't summon a dead Kunpeng with his death chapter, he was using his own knowledge to replicate the Tao. Since he has understood its innate gift, it was an easy task for him to borrow its power. The Kunpeng spoke, "You're not the only one who can borrow power in this place." Boom. With that, it casually attacked Jintian. Just this nonchalant strike made everything turn gray and feeble. All was incredibly fragile before this behemoth. Die. Jintian was alarmed to see this incoming attack. He roared and his Tao turned into myriad laws to seal this area again. One had to admit that Jintian was quite formidable. He could borrow the power of the gods up above and control the devils from hell below. His simple gestures could shatter the stars and slay galaxies. Plucking the moon and refining myriad realms was a piece of cake to him. Alas, regardless of his efforts and might, it was all futile. If his true body was here, it could be something worth watching. Otherwise, his avatar alone simply couldn't bear the Kunpeng's attack. Rumble. His seals broke down layer by layer while his laws and grand Tao shattered to pieces. Keep in mind that according to the rumors, a living Kunpeng had the same power as an immortal emperor. Thus, Li Qie borrowing its innate gift, the grand primordial Tao, carried an unfathomable force. Bang! Everything became bleak in the end. The crushing blow extinguished Jintian's immortal light around his body like extinguishing a candle. The laws that intertwined to form his avatar body broke inch by inch and turned to ashes. Someone couldn't help but scream, "No!" This miserable and shrill scream didn't come from the avatar but from another charming spirit. The avatar became ashes and disappeared among the winds and clouds as if it had never existed in the first place. A Kunpeng hovered in the sky. This was an ancient divine beast, its very being was unreachable and distant. All existences were beneath it, weak and not worth mentioning. Chapter 1401. This time around, even Pure Sun was shocked like the rest of the spectators. No one could regain their wits for a long time. Some charming spirits eventually calmed down but were still clearly distraught and murmured, "Impossible, impossible." Prior to this, Li Qie had used the benevolent saber to kill a sea god's intent outside of the Dongting Lake. Back at the War Cliff, he easily annihilated the Regal Valley. Both of these matters left the sea demons in despair. Today, the same has been done to the charming spirits. Countless charming spirits placed their hopes on Jintian, their pride. In their minds, Jintian represented invincibility. Alas, he had been rendered to ashes by Li Qie. Even though it was only an avatar, it was still enough to shatter many's dreams. The legend of his invincibility has been broken. Those who held him in such high esteem couldn't handle this cruel truth. Some charming spirits turned pale while others dropped to the ground, unable to handle this blow. Some sea demons empathized with the charming spirits after remembering their own situation. They became dejected and had forlorn expressions. Swoosh! The Kunpeng shook its body and changed into an unimaginably large bird. When it spread its wings, the entire sky was covered. In this form, a terrifying primordial aura poured down like a waterfall. Under this ancient aura, even the most powerful would become timid. One could easily imagine that back in its era, a Kunpeng would be incredibly terrorizing and mighty. Even god-kings were speechless and awestruck before the sight of this heavenly bird. The weaker people couldn't even lift a finger under this pressure. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the depths of the sky only to suddenly reappear above everyone. This great bird was only inches above them. Feeling the aura of a divine beast up close horrified the crowd. This ancient aura instilled an instinctive fear in them. One splash to create a boundless tsunami, another flap to soar towards endless heights. Li Qie emotionally commented while enjoying the beast's innate ability. People didn't dare to breathe loudly below this Kunpeng. Just one claw attack could crush everyone here to death. In the end, this gigantic bird disappeared and only Li Qie was left in the sky. He stood there nonchalantly and naturally. His insipid demeanor left everyone in fear. What were the right words to say at this moment? Who would dare to claim that he wasn't qualified to compete against Meng Jintian? The truth was apparent to everyone. Their rivalry has been determined. Even though many charming spirits didn't want to accept this fact, they had already acknowledged it in their minds. Pure Sun eventually sighed, who can stop him in this generation? Profound had no choice but to admit that this unlikable fella might be the most qualified candidate for the throne. He found that not attacking Li Qie to get revenge for his concubine might have been the wisest decision of his life. Li Qie stood there and told the Crimson Flame ancestor with an indifferent tone, "Go back and tell Jintian that if he stands in my way again, I'll cut down his true body." This statement would sound outrageous in the past, but a general sense of acceptance pervaded the crowd at this moment. No one dared to laugh or mock him. This casual declaration was very oppressive for the crowd. He made it sound as if Jintian was a random nobody that could be killed whenever he wished. Crimson Flame was grievously wounded and pale. If someone else told him this in the past, he would scold or even kill the person, but at this moment, he didn't even dare to let out a fart. Even if he was 10 times more courageous, he wouldn't dare to retort against Li Qie. Even his master had been crushed, so what could a mere driver like him do? That's the pride and glory of our human race. The few human cultivators here felt their blood boil and their eyes tear up. The scene turned quiet because people felt suffocated in Li Qie's presence even when he didn't have an aura that ravaged the sky. Li Qie ignored everyone and returned to his ship before smiling. "Okay ladies, you have gotten what you wanted and looked at the sceneries too, it's time to leave now." Ruyin and Jianshi both got on the ship along with Pure Sun. Profound who didn't like him left as well. Someone murmured while the group was departing, if it was me, I would stand with Li Qie too. No wonder Void Imperfection and the Four Branches are supporting him. It looks like that group is much more far-sighted than us. In the past, many didn't understand why they chose to side with Li Qie. Some charming spirits were extremely unhappy with their decision as well. But today, Li Qie's easy dispatch of Jintian's avatar made everyone realize that he was exceedingly more powerful than what they imagined. Thus, Jianshi and the others' keen insight was finally appreciated. Another human excitedly blurted, "In this generation, we humans will have an immortal emperor." His excitement was understandable. Humans have been weak and oppressed by the three great races in Heaven's spirit. If they could have an emperor in this generation, they could finally walk with their heads held high. A spirit unhappily said, "It's not time for the competition yet, so who can determine who can laugh at the very end? We'll see when the time comes." Of course, he didn't speak with great conviction. "Oh. I will bet on Li Qie to be the one smiling at the end. He killed Jintian's avatar so he can definitely do the same to Jintian's true body." This human was emboldened. Humph, he might be strong, but that was only an avatar he defeated. When the true body comes out, Jintian will beat him instantly. Another charming spirit disciple stood up for his race. "That's right, an avatar is only 10% as strong as the true body, so Jintian's actual presence will be unstoppable." Another spirit chimed in. "He still killed Jintian." The human sneered. "It was only an avatar." "An avatar. Only 1/10 of the real deal." The spirit didn't accept this statement and corrected him. "He killed Jintian." The human repeated this simple statement. In the end, the charming spirits got tired of this sentence and decided to stop speaking. Arguing any further would only bring up this humiliating event again. In fact, most charming spirits were quite downtrodden at this moment. Crimson Flame didn't say anything either. He quietly picked up the fragments of the carriage and left. From start to finish, he was unwilling to say anything else unless he received his master's instructions. His sad departure only increased the pressure on the charming spirit experts. Just imagine, he was imperious and glorious despite only being a driver, others still treated him with respect. In their eyes, becoming a driver for an immortal emperor was not a disgrace but the greatest of honors. Alas, he was no longer proud and imperious. It was as if he had fallen from his pedestal. The event today had shattered Jintian's myth of invincibility. Despite still having an opportunity, a real rival has come out of nowhere as a substantial threat. The rest of the people here didn't want to admit it, but they understood that Jintian could no longer influence or order the world like before. People would cease to treat him with the same reverence and admiration. The defeat of his avatar has seriously damaged his illustrious prestige. Chapter 1402, After leaving the Bone Sea, Pure Sun wanted to leave as well. He looked over to Li Qie and cupped his fists with a smile, "Brotherly, I'm ready to return to Ancient Spirit. I wonder if we will meet again after this." Li Qie smiled and replied, "If it is meant to be." The Taoist forced a smile, "I'm afraid it will be a very long time until then. After coming along with you, I was deeply touched and had a great harvest, so I want to go into a death cultivation. Who knows when I will be able to come out?" These words came from the heart. He indeed benefited greatly from this trip, but not in the form of treasures. It was about a new Tao enlightenment. In the past, he already knew that he had a ways to go before catching up to Meng Jintian. However, after seeing the man in action, he understood the true disparity between them. Li Qie's mighty display opened a new door for him. Cultivation could be trained in this manner while merit laws could always be improved. Outside of longevity laws, fate laws, and techniques, many other things could be polished. Even though Li Qie didn't teach him half a technique, Pure Sun gained a different perspective after seeing Li Qie in action. What appeared before him might be an unprecedented door that no one has entered before. Because of this, he felt the urge to go into closed cultivation. Due to his great talents, it wasn't out of arrogance that he thought even the older generation wasn't a match for his current skills. Alas, after this experience, his yearning for the Tao burned even hotter than before. He understood that he still had an incomparably long road to go. He used to have a particular idea about cultivation due to his lack of ambition. It was that with his talents, he could eventually reach the peak just by taking it easy, thus he never took it seriously. However, after seeing Jintian's strength and Li Qiye's miracles, he was looking forward to the colorful path that awaited him. Strike the iron while it's hot, cultivate when you are still young. Someone with your talents should indeed boldly move forward. Even if you don't become emperor, you will find that there are many surprises ahead while you are traveling at the apex. Li Qiye understood Pure Sun and smiled. I'll keep your advice in my heart, brother Li. Pure Sun cupped his fists again. Li Qiye continued, go now. If fate allows it, we will meet again in a future full of surprises. He actually enjoyed the Taoist very much. Even if the Taoist didn't want to compete for the heaven's will, Li Qiye would still be happy to give him some pointers since he was aiming for the Tao. Well, hopefully we can meet again. No matter what, our 4 branches will always open our doors to you. Feel free to come any time. Even if I'm not there, my junior brother will represent our sect to take good care of you, right? I'll receive him. Profound coldly stared at Li Qiye and nodded his head. It didn't matter how powerful Li Qiye might be, Profound still hated him all the same and didn't wish to be his friend. Alas, Profound was an interesting person. Despite not seeing eye to eye, he wouldn't act rude to Li Qiye. Moreover, out of respect for his senior brother, he would follow all of his commands, so if Li Qiye actually visited the 4 branches, he would still play the role of a good host in his brother's stead. It was the least he could do. Li Qiye smiled at Profound's attitude. Pure Sun didn't worry either because he was confident in his junior brother being sensible. Brotherly, schoolmasters, farewell. Pure Sun eventually said goodbye to the group. Profound also said goodbye to the 2 schoolmasters but ignored Li Qiye. Pure Sun only took several steps before Li Qiye called for him, Pure Sun. He turned back and asked, is there something else, brother Li? Li Qiye smiled and told him, from a man to another, it will be very disappointing if you don't finish your business with your martial aunt, an affront to your innate blessings. Pure Sun was somewhat embarrassed after hearing this. He let out a hollow laugh and didn't know what to say. He can handle this. Profound patted his shoulder as encouragement. Eventually, the 2 brothers floated away and disappeared into the vast sea. After they left, Li Qiye returned inside and sat in front of a coffin. Fairy was still peacefully sleeping inside. She had a gentle smile as if she was having a nice dream. Her sleeping posture was so beautiful that even women like Jianshi and Ruyan felt their hearts thump while watching her. Li Qiye reached out and gently caressed her wondrous face and then sentimentally sighed. This was the most perfect work of art in this world. In the end, he held her right hand and their fingers intertwined before he closed his eyes to fall asleep as well. The 2 girls breathed slower as if afraid of waking these 2 up. Just like that, Li Qiye rested next to Fairy. In the beginning, Ruyan and Jianshi didn't notice anything. However, they heard a heartbeat after a while. They thought they were just hearing things, but after paying more attention, there were 2 separate heartbeats coming from Li Qiye and Fairy in complete harmony. This heartbeats made the world sound quiet and seemed to be slowing down all of a sudden. They thought they were now in a whole different world. This was a magnificent world with a surging momentum, a colorful place as if it was a land of immortals. A boundless aura existed alongside an exceedingly pure and vast primordial atmosphere. This breath left others extremely energetic and feeling much younger. Moreover, they would feel their bodies being filled with power as if they had rose several levels. In a split second, All of this occurred for Ruyin and Jianche. A mythical realm of immortals wouldn't be much different from this. Alas, such a beautiful world had a crisis unknown to others, a potential existential eradication. They blinked and in the next second, they were back inside the ship while the immortal realm was nowhere to be seen. Fairy woke at this time. She slowly opened her unbelievably beautiful eyes to look at Wuxia. "Thank you." Wuxia withdrew his right hand and casually smiled. "It's no big deal, you will still have to take the final road alone." Fairy stood up from the coffin and said, "I must return now." Wuxia nodded, "I know. There isn't much time left since the disaster is inevitable. Perhaps this will be an entirely different era, a future contradiction to all expectations." Fairy didn't answer. She stared at him quietly as if she understood what he was referring to. Wuxia gently touched her hair and showed a rare gentle side. "I have prepared an ace for you, just in case. When that day comes, it will be useful." Fairy slightly tilted her head and stared at him in confusion. "What changed your mind?" Wuxia answered in a serious manner, "I don't know either. Maybe I'm too used to being evil and suddenly got the urge to do something good. Who can really understand people? It is human nature to be perplexing." "Human nature," she repeated while carefully savoring his meaningful words. Ruyin and Jianche had grown accustomed to these confusing conversations from the two. Nevertheless, they still attentively listened. This is a term that makes more sense for Wuxia because of shorter lifespans. Death cultivation just means a meditation session until death, until they receive a great injury, or they reach the end of their lifespan before they manage to break through. Just a more serious session than regular isolated cultivation. Chapter 1403. After a while, Fairy regained her wits and softly said, "Thank you, you are the one that will bring hope to this world. No, I do not dare to claim your credit. Without you, there is no hope. What I have done is no big deal. I'm afraid I won't be able to help you at all in the tough future." He smiled and shook his head. She nodded and earnestly said, "I understand. Go. After another eon, it will come and perhaps closure shall be found." He eventually sighed. Fairy lifted the wooden coffin and went on her way. She didn't make it far before turning back to look at him. "Will we meet again?" Wuxia pondered for a moment before cheerfully answering, "I don't know. Perhaps. Maybe I'll even take one step ahead of you and die above the 9 skies." She mused his words before replying, "I know that place, but is it necessary to go there?" "Yes." Wuxia seriously nodded, "This has been my lifelong goal, my sole aspiration. Many bones already pave this path. Countless ancestors never gave up, numerous others have agreed to fight to the end, and I'm no exception. That place is where I belong, just like how you have your own place that you belong." "Where I belong," she murmured to herself and was lost in thought for a long time. Eventually, she stepped off the ship and casually tore apart the void to reveal a portal. The inside of the portal was full of immortal shimmers and mysterious floating laws. It looked like a portal to the immortal world. She entered it and disappeared right away. Next, the portal closed as if nothing had happened. Wuxia only smiled without commenting. Jianche quietly asked a bit later, "Young noble, why didn't you try and convince her to stay?" Wuxia withdrew his gaze and reiterated, "Keep her here." Ruyin chimed in, "Right, if you asked her, maybe she would have agreed to stay." Fairy's style was impeccable. Her pretty features were beyond the capabilities of the pen. Any man would want to make her stay. Moreover, she had a power comparable to immortal emperors. Given the opportunity, anyone would want to get her to stay and would even pay a great price for it. Why should I? She has her path while I have my own. Even if we go together, one day we shall go our separate ways. Someone like her won't give up because of me, and I won't stop for a woman either." He shook his head. "What is she trying to do?" This was the question ruminating in Jiancher's mind. What other things did Fairy want when she was already this invincible, even across the entire 9 worlds? Li Qie went silent for a bit before answering, maybe one day, you two will have a chance to see what she must do. Really? The 2 sisters glanced at each other. His expression gave them an uneasy feeling. Li Qie gently brushed Jiancher's slightly messy hair that was draping down and sighed, I hope you two won't get to see that day. May it stay far away. The 2 blurted in unison, why? He chose not to answer directly, because it won't be a good thing when that day comes. He couldn't change the inevitable. Like he said before, Fairy won't give up because of him and he won't stop his journey for her or Heaven Spirit. In the end, both Fairy and Heaven Spirit must rely on themselves. As for him, he must go far to the end of the world. He had no time to worry about Heaven Spirit. The ultimate war was his mission, for too many sacrifices have been made along the way. He would never give it up. Countless questions ran rampant in their minds, but both the girls couldn't ask when he stood there in silence. Speak. He stared at the 2 of them and lightly smiled. With an indescribable melancholy, Jiancher had a hard time expressing herself. Ruyan, on the other hand, was feeling better. She chuckled and asked, Sister, and I have to go back to our sect, will you come along with us? No, I want to go to the God-halt continent. Li Qie gently shook his head, after I'm done with that, it will be time for me to leave. He had agreed to meet Su Yonghuang at God-halt so that he could help her retrieve an item. After that is done, he would return to the mortal emperor world. In fact, the 2 knew the answer without having to ask, but Ruyan still had to confirm it. There were 10,000 words to say, but the 2 didn't know what to say at this moment. He smiled and said, you 2 should go back now. Your futures are very bright, so in just a few years, you will reach grand completion for your immortal physiques. At that time, the 2 of you will be the pride of void imperfection, making it even stronger. Being an enemy against an emperor or sea god wouldn't be an issue then. This was completely true. This would mean that the void imperfection schools would have 2 grand completion users. For a lineage to have 2 at the same time was even more worthy of pride than having an emperor. The 2 understood that what Li Qie said made sense. This trip has greatly benefited them, so they really should return to meditate in a calm environment in order to ponder the Tao. Moreover, they have obtained the wind chase break and must bring it back to the school. This was the time for them to say goodbye. After a long time, Jiancher mustered her courage and stated, we are willing to follow you. It wasn't easy for a reserved woman like her to say this. Li Qie happily smiled in response, I know, this is how it is for the Grand Tao. I had a good time with you 2 following me in the recent days. The truth is that if you want to follow me, I would be glad to take you along. However, that would be too selfish of me since I haven't left anything for your school. He shook his head and refused. This was not due to his unwillingness to accept them, he simply didn't want to break the serenity of the void imperfection schools and tie it to his war chariot. The 2 had more to say, but in the end, they could only sigh. It's not like there won't be chances in the future. Li Qie turned soft after seeing their sad and disappointed demeanors, wait until you 2 reach grand completion, then I'll take the 2 of you out of this world. But be ready, there is no beautiful world full of immortals or a peaceful paradise. What awaits us is a larger and crueler world. Okay, it's a deal then. The disappointed Ruyan smiled right away. Her smile was dazzling and beautiful like fireworks at night. Even Jiancher was smiling cheerfully. Alright, it's time for you to go now. Wait, I should be the one leaving. He laughed and shook his head before standing up. He forgot that this ship belonged to the Void Imperfection Schools. As a decisive person, he didn't linger around and left with haste. Young noble. Ruyan chased after him and called him back. What's the matter? He looked adoringly at her. Ruyan intensely stared at him before finally taking down her veil to expose her face. A fair complexion like a lotus flower and willow brows, this was the appropriate phrase to describe Rain's beauty. Her eyes were particularly charming and seductive like the limpid autumn water, causing hearts to beat faster. You're tuning into the Han Lee's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.